As for other solo performances in the military art troupe, Wei Guochang didn't mention them, and she didn't know either. The military district judges would select a few acts to go to the capital, but she was unaware of that. Wan Yanyan decided to seize this opportunity to reunite with her husband soon. Yes, she missed him. Today, her costume was a white, bubble chiffon dress provided by the art troupe. It was pre-selected, with a V-shaped neckline and ruffled edges on the sleeves. The skirt was a short dress ending below the knees. Honestly, Wan Yanyan was not happy. The style of the 1970s performance costumes was too conservative and not attractive. The plain white fabric didn't stand out at all, so she wanted to make some special modifications. She bought some round sequins and glue from the bookstore and brought them home to stick onto her chest and the hem of her dress, one by one. Standing on stage with these decorations, plus the bright stage lights, might create a surprising effect. After finishing the modifications, Wan Yanyan tried it out and felt it looked better, at least more attractive than before. After Secretary Wei finished the meeting, the actors prepared themselves. Wan Yanyan sat at her dressing table and decided to do her own makeup. She didn't like the stage makeup from the 1970s, which made her face look red and clownish, too old-fashioned. A good makeup look is also important for a good performance. She told her makeup teacher her ideas. Okay, if you can do your own makeup, go ahead. The makeup teacher felt relieved without the extra work. She didn't mind because Wan Yanyan was pretty, with clear skin and a good foundation. Even without makeup, just applying lipstick made her look nice. Before the performance, everyone was busy with their own preparations. No one was chatting. Everyone was acting normally. Only Shi Xiaofang, sitting a few seats away, kept looking at Wan Yanyan for some reason. She had noticed this too and thought the woman was a bit strange. She decided to stay alert around her. Wan Yanyan quickly finished her makeup, about to apply lipstick while looking in the mirror. Su Gundi came over smiling, holding a porcelain water basin. Yanzi, do you want some tea? It's good for your throat. No, thank you. Wan Yanyan had already made up her mind. She wouldn't drink any water before the performance, not even from her own cup, to prevent getting sick. Yanzi, this is chrysanthemum tea. It clears heat. Xiaofang is drinking some too. For the honor of our art troupe and to achieve the best results, have some. Su Gundi held up the cup, and the warm tea steam rose gently. Wan Yanyan smiled and refused. Gundi, I'm feeling pretty good now. Thank you for your concern. By the way, you're going to sing later, so you should drink it. Look at you. I specifically brought this chrysanthemum tea for you. Bought it yesterday in the city. You're not grateful? Do you not trust me? Su Gundi became upset. Wan Yanyan's eyes flickered. No. How can I not trust you? Fine. I'll drink. She reached out to take the cup, but suddenly moved her body, and the cup tilted, spilling tea all over the floor. Wan Yanyan quickly stood up, shook her water cup, and immediately, Su Gundi let out an sound, jumping back a meter and complaining. Yan, why did you spill water? You're still swinging the cup. Look, you got me all wet. How am I supposed to perform later? I'm in the front row. Gundi, I didn't do it on purpose, Wan Yanyan explained with a smile. My back suddenly itched just now, so I accidentally spilled. The water was a bit hot, so I shook the cup. Gundi, I said I didn't want to drink, but you insisted. Go find a dryer. The costume fabric is thin, it'll dry quickly. All right, I'll go dry it. Su Gundi hurried off. Wan Yanyan calmly watched Su Gundi leave, then glanced at Shi Xiaofang in the distance. She seemed unfazed, as if nothing had happened. A slight smirk appeared on her lips. Pretend, stay calm. She was still watching her closely earlier, but now that water was spilled, she stopped looking. There must be something wrong with that cup of tea, but unfortunately, she deliberately spilled it, and there's no proof. When Yanyan turned to the mirror, carefully outlined her lips, applied lipstick, and checked again. She stood up, intending to go to the bathroom one last time, but suddenly realized Shi Xiaofang was gone. She looked around and found Su Gundi was also missing. Her eyes darkened. These two probably went somewhere to plan something bad. Fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp, turtle looking for turtle. A pair of troublemakers. I wonder what tricks they'll try today. She decided to go to the bathroom before the performance. On her way, around a corner, she accidentally saw Shi Xiaofang and Su Gundi hiding in the dark corner on the south wall of the bathroom, whispering. So they were hiding here? When Yan Yan's mind moved. She really wanted to hear what they were saying. She quickly observed and found a bamboo screen nearby, used to block clutter. She swiftly stepped out from the corner, moved silently, and hid behind the screen. During their conversation, Shi Xiaofang and Su Gundi were fully focused and did not notice her. They probably thought this place was safe, and their voices were not very quiet. She is very cautious. She intentionally spilled that cup of tea just now. You shouldn't keep trying. It's useless. Let's try again. When Yan Yan is a fool. She isn't clever enough to guess what we're doing. She probably spilled it by accident. Shi Xiaofang spoke urgently. You don't know. She used to be foolish, but now she's smart. Su Gundi didn't want to continue. Gundi, please help me one more time. I don't want to lose to her. Why does a substitute get to perform on stage? Why is she competing with me for the spot? The leaders are too biased. I haven't even been to the capital yet. Shi Xiaofang was angry. Xiaofang, I want to help you, but I can't force her. There are so many people watching. Su Gundi really didn't want to do this anymore. Gundi, if you don't help me, I can't promise I will win. Don't you like my brother? I can help you too. Please help me one more time. Shi Xiaofang begged.
All right, Fine. I just thought of another idea to try.
You could. Su Gundi suggested another plan, but her voice grew quieter. She said something more, but when Yan Yan perked up her ears and didn't hear it. They whispered for a while and finally left the corner. Those two pests. When Yan Yan, annoyed, walked out from behind the screen. Watching their distant figures, she burned with fierce anger. These two really planned to harm her. Since they had bad intentions, she wouldn't be willing to fall behind. If they came to trouble her, she would respond in kind. Yan Yan turned and went to the bathroom. Even though she was angry, she followed the proper procedures. After leaving the bathroom, she didn't go back to the backstage, but instead left the performance hall. She needed to prepare herself and couldn't let others bully her. She was going to fight back. A few minutes later, when Yan Yan, holding a small paper bag casually, returned. She walked up the stairs toward room 205 on the second floor. Because the costumes and props for their performance were all stored in room 205 on the second floor. This time, the military performance involved other art troupes as well, but to highlight the internal conflicts within the Southern Border Garrison Art Troupe, I didn't include their performances, and there's no need to. Yan Yan went to the second floor, knocked on the door, and greeted the costume manager before entering the room. She saw colorful performance costumes hanging neatly on racks, sorted by type. All props had been taken away, leaving only the costumes, so everything was clear at a glance. The choir group in the vocal department wore matching red velvet long dresses. The solo group had only two costumes, a white dress and a red dress. The short white dress belonged to her, and the long red dress was worn by Shi Xiaofang. Because Yan Yan didn't hear what Su Gundi said afterward, she initially suspected they might have tampered with her costume. However, after carefully inspecting the costumes, she became suspicious again. The costumes looked fine, so what could be wrong? When Yan Yan changed into her outfit and then gazed thoughtfully at the long red dress beside her. A few minutes later, she left the dressing room and returned to the backstage on the first floor. She quietly slipped a paper package into her bag, lost in her thoughts. Hey, Yanzi, where did you go just now? Asked Tian Mimi, who had finished her makeup and came to find her. When Yan Yan looked up. Oh, I just went to the bathroom. She smiled gently, her lips painted pink, looking charming. Yanzi, you're so beautiful, like a fairy. This dress is also pretty, with shiny sequins that sparkle. Hey, why didn't you put on blush? Tian Mimi was amazed but soon noticed something different. Mimi, you're also very beautiful. I don't like red cheeks, so I only applied a little bit. It looks natural. While speaking, when Yan Yan deliberately looked around to make sure they were both present. Mimi, can you do me a favor? Sure, what do you need? When Yan Yan leaned close and whispered something in her ear. Tian Mimi was surprised but quickly nodded. Okay, don't worry. Thank you so much. Wen Yanyan felt relieved. Her solo performance was scheduled before Shi Xiaofang's because she was the second soloist in the cultural troupe. The troupe arranged Shi Xiaofang for the final act. Wen Yanyan's performance was right after the dance by the Beijiang cultural troupe, and she was about to go on stage. It was impossible not to feel nervous. After all, this was her first time performing on stage. And performing in front of over 2,000 calm, emotionally controlled soldiers, it made her heart race. When Wen Yanyan heard the announcer say backstage, "Next is a solo performance by the Southern Border Art Troupe. The song is Transforming Wind and Traveling Thousands of Miles, performed by Wen Yanyan," she was about to go on stage. "Swallow, keep going, don't be nervous. Just perform normally," Secretary Wei, who was standing at the stage entrance, softly advised her. "Okay, I understand." Wen Yanyan stepped onto the stage. She took the microphone from the announcer, calmly looked around, and felt a little regretful that there was no Southern jazz performance live. He was training with the military in the capital. The gentle, soothing prelude of the song began slowly on the stage of the military auditorium. Wen Yanyan's gaze was calm as she thought about Southern jazz. It's okay. As long as she performs well today, she can go to the capital. Then he will sit in the audience like these soldiers and listen to her sing. Finally, the main melody started, and she gently opened her red lips. "Just one sorry. Ending the promise we made long ago, you turned around and left without hesitation. The forgotten past ripples again, so sad but powerless to change. Someone mentions your name, I pretend not to care, but the hurt in my heart can't be erased. In the cold season when flowers wither, I can't wait for your return. You can't see my eyes red from crying. I travel thousands of miles, crossing the sea to find you, but you are like a rainstorm, falling into my heart. Everything about me is because of you, making the weather sunny and bright. How could you be so cruel, leaving me in the dark? I travel thousands of miles, flying over mountains to find you, but you are like a bright moon, hanging high in the distant sky. The scenery in my eyes is waiting to tell you, but you are like a fleeting shadow, disappearing from my world. Someone mentions your name, I pretend not to care, but the hurt in my heart can't be erased. In the cold season when flowers wither, I can't wait for your return. You can't see my eyes red from crying. I travel thousands of miles, crossing the sea to find you, but you are like a rainstorm, falling into my heart. Everything about me is because of you, making the weather sunny and bright. How could you be so cruel, leaving me in the dark? I travel thousands of miles, flying over mountains to find you, but you are like a bright moon, hanging high in the distant sky. The scenery in my eyes is waiting to tell you, but you are like a fleeting shadow, disappearing from my world." The performance hall, covering over 1,000 square meters, was silent at this moment. Apart from the beautiful, enchanting melodies that sounded like heavenly music, there was Wen Yanyan's clear, sweet singing voice, like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, gentle and melodious. As the song reached she repeatedly sang a heartfelt set of lyrics, drawing the audience deeper into feelings of longing. I become the wind, traveling thousands of miles to find you. You are like a rainstorm, falling into my heart. Everything about me is because of you, making the weather bright and sunny. How could you be so cruel, leaving me alone in the dark? I become the wind, crossing mountains to find you. You are like the moon, hanging high in the distant sky. The scenery in my eyes is waiting to be shared with you, but you are like a fleeting shadow, disappearing from my world." When Wen Yanyan reached the song's emotional peak, she kept singing those touching lyrics, pulling the audience into a deep sense of longing. The soldiers below had tears in their eyes. Soldiers are the strongest, but their hearts are the softest. They cherish and yearn for family more intensely than ordinary people. When she first heard the song, she immediately cried. Some songs become more beautiful the more you listen, with richer meaning each time. But this song touches the heart deeply, every time, never tiring. It's not just made up out of thin air or meaningless complaints, it has a real background. It was written by a father searching for his daughter, enduring hardships and suffering, tasting bitterness and sadness, yet never giving up. Although it's not a love song, it expresses feelings like one. That's why this song is so moving. Listeners' tears often flow uncontrollably, and a gentle sadness is conveyed through genuine emotion. It allows the audience to empathize deeply, losing themselves in the music. So, when Yen Yen chose the song, it was the only choice. She wanted to move more people with it. Suddenly, the applause was thunderous and endless. When Yen Yen's eyes were also filled with tears. She sang with great emotion, thinking of her mother and loved ones she might never see again. She bowed deeply on stage, tears falling onto the floor. Thank you all for your applause. She left the stage amid the roaring applause. Originally, when Yen Yen was still full of tears and hadn't stepped away from singing. However, when she saw Secretary Wei standing at the entrance passage, she blinked. Her near-breaking emotions immediately returned to normal, replaced by surprise. Unexpectedly, Secretary Wei, a strong and serious man, was also crying at his age. "Secretary, are you okay?" When Yen Yen asked with concern. She didn't expect him to be such an emotional person. Secretary Wei tightly held her hand. "I'm fine, really. I was just overwhelmed with emotion. It was so beautiful. This is the first time I've heard such a wonderful song. Yen Yen, your voice is so beautiful and your singing is amazing." Today was the first time when Yen Yen performed the song in front of a crowd. She hadn't even rehearsed because she was on leave that day and went to the town. When Yen Yen deliberately kept the surprise until now. "Thank you for your praise, Secretary.
I should do my best."
"Yes, very good. You completed your task excellently. Now go rest well." Secretary Wei was very pleased. Not only was Wen Yanyan a brave hero, but she was also a highly skilled singer. After saying goodbye to the secretary, Wen Yanyan headed backstage. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. "Yan Yan, you sang so well. We were all moved to tears backstage." "Yes, how did you learn this song?" "Who taught you?" "Yan Yan, can you sign my album?" "Yan Yan, can I copy the lyrics of this song? I want to learn to sing it. It's so beautiful." "Yan Yan." They kept asking questions one after another. For a moment, when Yan Yan didn't know who to listen to.
All right.
The chorus is about to start. Prepare well, so you can all perform in the capital. Yan Yan, I need to talk to you about something. Tian Mimi suddenly rushed in, pulling her out of the crowd. They moved to a quiet place and spoke softly. "Yan Yan, your worries are justified. When you were singing, Shi Xiaofeng really went behind the curtain to unplug the microphone. Luckily, I stopped her, or your microphone would have run out of power." At first, she didn't believe it when Yan Yan told her. Shi Xiaofeng and her friends. Can they do this? Are all members of the same art troupe allowed to sabotage each other like this? Is Shi Xiaofeng really going to unplug her microphone? When Yan Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. So how did she argue her case? "You really have a gift for predicting things," Tian Mimi said, giving her a thumbs up. Shi Xiaofeng did argue her case. She said her headband fell off here, and she came to look for it. When Yan Yan sneered coldly. Such a mean person wouldn't admit it. It's okay. What people do is watched by heaven. She will get her punishment. When Yan Yan knew this well, no one could escape unscathed after scheming against her. "Mimi, it's almost time to sing together. You should go now," she reminded Tian Mimi. Tian Mimi hurried to join the line. When Yan Yan slowly returned to her makeup area, took a white cotton headband from her bag, and, seeing no one was paying attention, poured powder from a paper packet onto the headband. Then she walked over to the pale-faced Shi Xiaofeng, smiling as she said, "Xiaofeng, did you find the headband you lost? If not, I have one you can borrow." She pointed at the headband, waving it in front of her. "This color matches your red dress perfectly. No need, I already found my headband," Shi Xiaofeng replied coldly. "Found it? Where did you find it?" "Behind the curtain." When Yan Yan suddenly smiled brightly. After her scheme failed, Shi Xiaofeng listened to Wen Yan Yan singing and heard the thunderous applause from the audience. Her jealousy burned fiercely inside. Later, She saw her colleagues worshipping Wen Yanyan as if she were a star. Shi Xiaofeng's jealousy was no longer simple envy. Seeing Wen Yanyan's bright, teasing smile, she couldn't hide her inner hatred anymore. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't worry about it. Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't insist. I wish you a successful performance." As Wen Yanyan left, she deliberately rubbed the headband against the back of Shi Xiaofeng's costume when she wasn't looking. Then she turned back and made a playful, cute face at Tian Mimi, who was watching her in the line. Let's see how this unfolds. Soon, it was Shi Xiaofeng's turn to perform on stage. After the announcer finished introducing her, the applause from the audience erupted warmly. Because she is an experienced performer from the Southern Border Arts Troupe and has performed here before, she has some popularity. She sang the song Honghu Water Waves from the 1970s, a patriotic song from that era. At first, she sang well and was very confident, but after a few lines, her breathing became irregular. Her singing went off-key, and the song's rhythm was lost. She kept twisting her body, raising and lowering her hand that was not holding the microphone. She was dancing and moving awkwardly. The judges sitting in the front row were talking among themselves. Hey? What's wrong with her? She's off-key. Is she sick? If she's sick, she shouldn't perform. Does she have bugs? Why is she moving so much? On stage, Shi Xiaofeng still wanted to keep going but felt increasingly itchy. Her singing became choppy. She scratched her arms, her back, her legs, and even her bottom, looking very anxious as sweat dripped down her face. Sorry. Finally, Shi Xiaofeng couldn't continue singing. She apologized, grabbed the microphone, and hurriedly ran off the stage. On her way down, she fell hard, making a loud thud, and threw the microphone far away. This scene stunned Secretary Wei. He quickly went to help Shi Xiaofeng up and led her backstage. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Was she okay before she came on stage? Shi Xiaofeng's face was red, she was sweating heavily, and her hair was messy. Her makeup was smudged, and her knee was still aching from the fall. Secretary Wei, I feel itchy all over, so itchy I can't stand it. Gundi, please help me scratch my back. Gundi, she shouted loudly for Su Gundi as her hands couldn't reach. Ah. Coming. Xiaofeng, why are you suddenly so itchy? Are you allergic to something you ate? Su Gundi, sitting in front of a mirror removing makeup, hurried over and lifted her skirt to scratch her back. Upwards?
No, down.
Left? No, right. Shi Xiaofeng mumbled incoherently. Xiaofeng, where exactly is it? Su Gundi also started to sweat. Oh, forget it. Just scratch everywhere, Shi Xiaofeng said, no longer caring about her image. Her face was also red and scratched so much it looked swollen. Secretary Wei and a few other men had already moved away to avoid the scene. However, Su Gundi suddenly stopped scratching, looking upset. Oh no, I feel itchy too. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Is there something on my body? She started scratching her arm again. The group members who had been watching gathered closer, then quickly stepped back. They kept a safe distance, afraid of catching whatever she had. At this moment, the troublemaker, Wen Yanyan, also came over to watch. She was clearly enjoying the scene. She also gave Xiaofeng some advice. Xiaofeng, you should take a shower. It might help. Since her goal was achieved, it was time to end it. This step was very important. Wen Yanyan, stop pretending. It was you. Did you put something on me? Embarrassed and angry, Xiaofeng finally found someone to vent her frustration on. What are you talking about? Wen Yanyan's face darkened, pretending to be angry. Are you crazy? We were so far apart. How could I put something on you? You must have touched my headband earlier. There's something on it. Xiaofeng immediately suspected the headband was the problem. No wonder Wen Yanyan was acting so concerned earlier. She was looking for the headband, right? Wen Yanyan crossed her arms and sneered. Xiaofeng, do you have paranoid delusions? I just finished singing, and I heard you lost your headband. I even went behind the stage curtain to look. I even touched the power socket for my microphone. That's so dangerous. What if you got electrocuted? Then our troupe would be short another performer. Seeing how anxious you were, I lent you my headband. We can't delay the performance. Our troupe is a team, sharing both glory and shame, but now you say you found it and don't need it anymore. Fine, I'll take it back. What's wrong? I was just trying to help you. Is that wrong? Are you blaming me because you can't find someone? When Yan Yan didn't want to argue with Xiaofeng. She deliberately wanted to stir up trouble and create conflict. She also wanted Xiaofeng to realize she wasn't easy to bully, especially after calling Su Gundi stupid. Let's see who's really the fool. Yes, Xiaofeng's body itched because of her. This morning, during the gathering at the main hall, she accidentally discovered a stack of neatly arranged white asbestos tiles against the north wall of the hall. When Yan Yan was very surprised, because she thought there were no asbestos tiles in the 1970s. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to town to buy a steel sheet to use as the roof of the shower room, which was expensive and heavy. When Yan Yan had a deep impression of this, so after she found out that Xiaofeng wanted to secretly harm her, she took some asbestos powder on toilet paper after using the bathroom and wrapped it up. When Yan Yan knew that this substance could cause itching on the skin, because in the new century, there was a prank itching powder whose main ingredient was asbestos. Did Xiaofeng not want to be kind to her? Well, then she shouldn't expect kindness in return. When Yan Yan returned and went to change clothes, she thought about setting a trap. But she also thought it was too early because if this stuff touched the skin, it would cause itching immediately. Now was not the right time. Moreover, she was very kind-hearted and had a compassionate nature. After all, the art troupe was a whole unit. If personal grudges caused a big fuss in the southern military district, it would damage the reputation of the art troupe. She could wait for the right moment, use it if she had the chance, and if not, find another opportunity later. Anyway, this revenge must be avenged. But Xiaofeng's attempt to unplug her microphone during her performance was a direct challenge to Wen Yanyan's bottom line. This woman was too malicious and too over the top. Fortunately, she was prepared in advance and had Mimi watch Xiaofeng and Su Gundi. If she couldn't get the itching powder, she would create an opportunity. Just do her in. So, when Yan Yan unhesitatingly used a headband to stick the asbestos powder on Xiaofeng's body and face. Her goal was to ruin her performance and embarrass her on stage. Sure enough, the highly anticipated show began, and it was very exciting. A song about the waves of Honghu Lake made Xiaofeng sing chaotically. When Yan Yan didn't expect that the asbestos powder would double its effect when it met sweat. Good. So satisfying. This time, she had no chance to perform in the capital. But it wasn't over. When Yan Yan also wanted to expose her previous shady tricks. I didn't blame you. Before going on stage, only you talked to me. Xiaofeng didn't know if she was angry or itchy. She blushed and shouted loudly, showing no grace at all. When Yan Yan's delicate face was full of disdain. Whoever talks to you is just who it is, right? Before going on stage, Secretary Wei also talked to you. Why don't you blame him? Do you think I'm easy to bully? She confidently argued back. Yes, Yanzi kindly lent you her headband. Why are you blaming her now? You did go behind the curtain, and your hand even touched the power. When I asked what you were doing, you said you lost your headband. Tan Mimi also chimed in. That's right, Xiaofeng. Do you have a misunderstanding about Wen Yanyan? Can she do magic tricks? Just talking to her makes you feel itchy all over. Ma Xiaoli from the dance team also came over and couldn't help but defend Wen Yanyan. Ma Xiaoli, what do you know about this? Stop talking nonsense. Xiaofeng had lost her mind, arguing with everyone. Wen Yanyan and I share a dorm. How could I not know her? She's such a good person. When she found out your headband was missing, she even lent you hers. Don't you realize how ungrateful you are? You're making a fool of yourself. Maybe you should leave the army and go straight to the mental hospital. Ma Xiaoli was also quite outspoken and spirited. You're the one making a fool of yourself. What do you know? Thinking about her embarrassing moment earlier, Xiaofeng was close to tears welling up in her eyes. Xiaofeng, I think your whole body itching might be caused by too much stress. Or maybe you're just pretending to be itchy because you're afraid Yanzi will outshine you. Why aren't you itchy now? Yu Linglong, who had been watching nearby, also frowned and spoke. She also suspected Shi Xiaofeng. Fine, you all are just pushing someone when they're down, huh? Everyone is siding with Wen Yanyan. I'm not under too much pressure, and I'm not pretending. The facts are the facts, and no one can change that. Who says I'm not itchy? I still feel itchy. At Yu Linglong's reminder, Shi Xiaofeng suddenly felt itchy again. She started scratching herself left and right, scratching so hard her arms almost bled. Shi Xiaofeng, just face reality. Go take a shower and change your clothes. This is getting tiring. Secretary Wei finally spoke. His face looked grim. Originally, the leaders in the group all believed she had stage experience and solid singing skills, suitable for a leading role. So, she was chosen to be the finale. But in the end, everything turned out to be a disappointment, and every member of the art troupe performed better than her. Secretary Wei regretted this arrangement. But what about the microphone plug that Wen Yanyan mentioned? After returning home, he planned to investigate carefully. Got it, he replied. Xiaofeng, she lowered her head, hurriedly took a shower in her dress, and also left with Sugandi. All right, everyone, quickly pack up. After lunch, we'll go home, said Secretary Wei loudly, emphasizing discipline. The onlookers soon dispersed, except for Wen Yanyan, who had finished her makeup and packed her things but stood still without moving. How was it? Being a good person is hard, right? She asked, shrugging her small shoulders and looking at Yu Linglong with a sad expression. Yanzi, your cleverness is too much. Why are you bothering with someone ungrateful? You're just making trouble for yourself, Yu Linglong said, defending Wen Yanyan from being tricked. But the next moment, she looked very serious and asked, Oh, by the way, earlier you said Shi Xiaofeng touched your microphone power supply while you were singing. What happened? Yes, she went behind the curtain to look for a headband. Luckily, Mimi saw it and warned her to be careful. That person is so careless. She even lost her headgear. When Yan pretended to be naive in front of Yu Linglong. You're so silly, Yu Linglong said, genuinely believing her. Shi Xiaofeng has bad intentions. She went behind the curtain to find a headband, but that was just an excuse. Her real goal was to unplug your power so you would embarrass yourself on stage. You must be careful of her from now on, she warned Wen Yanyan seriously. Really? Is that true? Wen Yanyan looked surprised. If that's the case, I need to watch her more closely. I can't trust her anymore. Oh my, she's so scary. Linglong, you're so clever, I didn't think of that, she said. Yes, I am quite clever. Remember, don't have a harmful heart, but always be cautious of others. Yanzi, you sang really well today. I'm leaving now, I haven't packed up yet, Yu Linglong said and left. When Yanyan watched her back, wanting to laugh but holding it in. This girl is so interesting. I just praised her once, and she acts like I'm her enemy. But she no longer needs Yu Linglong's praise because everyone already recognizes her. She no longer cares about her. At this moment, Mimi Ten looked at Wen Yanyan with a playful expression and whispered, Shi Xiaofeng is extremely itchy all over. It must be you who did it, right? She remembered the silly face Wen Yanyan had made earlier. Yes, I did it. Let her ruin me, Wen Yanyan admitted openly. So, how did you do it? Why is she so itchy? Tian Mimi asked curiously. How did she not notice before? Mimi, I consider you a friend, so I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else, Wen Yanyan warned her. Yanzi, what are you saying? We're good friends. Of course I won't tell. I just want to learn, Tian Mimi said with a mischievous smile. All right, I'll tell you later. For now, pack up your things, Wen Yanyan agreed. At lunchtime, Wen Yanyan and Tian Mimi found a quiet corner, away from the members of the art troupe. She told Tian Mimi everything that happened, including the cup of spiked tea at the start. That's so mean, Tian Mimi exclaimed. How could they do such a thing? She was so shocked she forgot to eat. All right, eat quickly, it's getting cold, Wen Yanyan said after finishing her story. Wow, Yanzi, you're really clever. You countered their tricks and even turned it around. Why are they so mean? People can be so tricky. That's Sugindi. She's not a good person, Tian Mimi said angrily. No wonder Yanzi asked her to watch over Shi Xiaofeng and Sugindi during the performance. Turns out they had planned it all. Yes, people's hearts can be so cruel. If I hadn't been careful today, I might have made a fool of myself on stage, Wen Yanyan said, proud of her quick thinking. Right, you did the right thing, Yanzi. You're so smart, Tian Mimi admired her. Just so, Wen Yanyan smiled modestly, then picked up a bun. Yanzi, still a meat bun with celery filling, Tian Mimi said, taking a big bite and nodding. Delicious. Wen Yanyan, your singing is so enchanting. Can you sign my album? A man's voice suddenly spoke behind them. Wen Yanyan quickly turned around, still chewing her bun, and saw a handsome soldier with charming fox-like eyes. She was startled. Why did this soldier look so familiar? Oh, right. He was her distant cousin from her previous life, Chai Shen. They look exactly the same. How could he also have traveled through time? Wan Yanyan hurriedly swallowed her bun and asked him, What is your name? My name is Chai Shen, the soldier replied. Even the name is the same. Wen Yanyan couldn't stay calm anymore. Her eyes flickered with surprise. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. We shouldn't stay here too long. She quickly turned around, picked up her lunchbox and said to Mimi, Mimi, let's go, when Yanyan didn't finish her meal. Oh, okay. Although Tian Mimi didn't understand what was happening, she closed her lunchbox. They stood up and started to leave. But after just a few steps, when Yanyan, sign my name, please. I like your singing. Another soldier stepped forward, asking for her autograph.
Wow.
She really can't leave now. Even soldiers are fans? When Yanyan hesitated but agreed. She took the pen and quickly wrote her name in the notebook. Mine too. Chai Shen came over again. All right, after signing, she should leave quickly. Wen Yanyan grabbed the pen and scribbled a random name, then pulled Tian Mimi by the hand and walked away without looking back. Chai Shen watched her back and softly said, Is she from the Southern Border Arts Troupe? Captain Chai, don't bother her. This girl is married. She's the wife of Southern Border hero Nanfangju, a fellow soldier nearby reminded him. Chai Shen responded lightly, then sat back in his chair, his eyes shining. After a while, he also took his lunchbox and left. Back in his office, Chai Shen immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. He sat patiently waiting for the call to connect. When the call was answered, he said directly, Mom, I will transfer to the Southern Border Military Unit as soon as possible. There is a girl I like there. I want to pursue her. If you don't help me, I won't get married for the rest of my life. He hung up after speaking. Chai Shen looked at the signature in his notebook and was lost in thought for a moment. He gently kissed the paper. He is 25 years old this year and has never fallen for any girl. Only Wen Yanyan made his heart skip a beat at first sight. This girl not only sings beautifully, but is also very pretty. Big chest, slim waist, long legs, and fair skin. Now he realized her handwriting is also so beautiful, with a flowing, elegant style. This girl is truly perfect, especially when she just took a bite of her bun and looked back. Her eyes were clear like mountain stream water. Her mouth also looked nice, perfect for kissing, and biting into it must be very sweet. Is Wen Yanyan married? Her husband is the second-level national hero, Nanfangjua? Sure enough, heroes match well with beautiful women. In Qi Shun's fox-like, charming eyes, a faint smile suddenly appeared. Her waist was soft, and she must be good at bed skills too. Huh? Would writing this offend anyone? In the afternoon, the Southern Xinjiang art troupe gathered at 1 p.m. and officially set off from the Southern Military Region to the train station. Wan Yanyan was glad she didn't see Chai Shen again. She really didn't want to see him anymore. In her past life, a distant cousin who looked like Chai Shen often visited her home. They lived in the same city, and his mother was Wen Yanyan's distant aunt. As for their exact relationship, Wen Yanyan didn't know much. Although she was only 15 at the time, she always avoided Chai Shen. Because sometimes, the way he looked at her felt strange. It made her uncomfortable. It's not that he was a bad person. Chai Shen was kind. He even once saved a stray dog. The dog had a broken leg after being hit by a car, bleeding badly. Chai-shin not only rescued it, but also paid for a prosthetic limb for the dog. This story was filmed by someone who knew the details and uploaded it online, where it became very popular, earning thousands of likes. When Yen counted the time in her mind, it had been 3 years since they last met. When the car started moving, she finally relaxed. Goodbye, see you again, she wouldn't come here anymore. But she had a bad feeling deep inside, as if she would see Chai-shun again someday. She hoped her feeling was wrong. While waiting at the train platform, when Yen saw Shi Xiaofang standing nearby. She was silent and calm, with slightly red eyes. Next to Shi Xiaofang, Su Gundi was chatting with someone else. Seeing her now quiet, when Yen thought her itching problem must have been cured. So her advice was simple. Just take a shower and change clothes, and everything would be fine. Her red eyes probably meant she had been crying. She had made a big scene earlier. Humph. She brought it on herself. When Yen didn't feel sorry for her at all, just thinking about it. Suddenly, Shi Xiaofang looked over at her. When Yen slightly lifted her chin and smiled. As she saw Shi Xiaofang's face turn pale, her smile became even brighter. When they boarded the train and traveled back to the southern Xinjiang base, it was already 5:30 p.m. The sunset was setting, casting a golden glow. The bright sunlight bathed the land, covering the world in a layer of golden silk. The distant mountains looked especially grand in the sunset, like golden hills standing at the edge of the sky. Even though it was evening, their glow was still bright and eye-catching. From yesterday morning to tonight, the performance only took 2 days. It was very quick, showing the discipline and efficiency of the military. As soon as when Yen entered the yard, Qiu suddenly rushed over. She smiled and said, "Qiu, I'll feed you a little later. I need to go out and take care of something first." Qiu's bark was long, about 4 beats, as if she was complaining. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." When Yen comforted Qiu, then put her cloth bag back inside the house. After a quick tidy-up, she took a bag of dried squid and rode her bike to the town. 15 minutes later, when Yen entered the bookstore, Ji-eun saw her and was both surprised and happy. "Manager, you came back so quickly."
Did the performance go well?
"I'm back, yes, it was successful," when Yen said with a smile, and made an okay sign with her hand. "Oh, that's great. Do you think you might go to the capital?" Ji-eun clapped her hands excitedly. "If everything goes smoothly, probably yes." When Yen told her about the performance before leaving, saying she'd been away these days and asked Ji-eun to take care of the bookstore. "Manager, you're amazing," Ji-eun said with admiration. "Just so," when Yen replied modestly. She was always humble. She placed the dried squid on the counter. "Ji-eun, this is a gift I brought back from Lijiang. It's quite tasty, try some." "Really? You bought me a gift? That's wonderful. Thank you, manager." Ji-eun was both surprised and happy. "No need to thank me." When Yen then asked Ji-eun, "How's the bookstore doing these days? Any problems?" "Manager, business is pretty good, and the income is about the same as before," Ji-eun answered. "That's good. You go ahead, I'll make a phone call." When Yen felt relieved and headed toward the lounge. "Okay, manager." Ji-eun watched her back, her eyes shining with admiration. "Manager, one is amazing. Not only is she beautiful, smart, and a good singer, but she might also go to the capital for the National Day performance? That's incredible." She couldn't even imagine such a thing. She had grown up and never left this small town. When Yen closed the door, picked up the phone, and lay on the bed, she dialed the number. She hadn't called Southern Jew for several days, and today she had to make the call. Her fingers, like water plants, moved in circles. Now, she knew his phone number by heart, almost memorized it. Finally, the voice on the line said, "Hello?" She responded immediately. "Boss, it's me, long time no see. Your favorite little darling, Yen." Today, when Yen didn't want to speak nicely, because she hadn't contacted him for several days, her voice was sweet and a little coquettish. But on the other end, Southern Jew was used to her way of speaking. He thought he wouldn't be disturbed by her words anymore. Okay. Southern Jew had a female operator beside him. He couldn't ignore her presence and had to speak clearly and briefly. "Husband, do you miss me?" Wen Yanyan asked sadly. Southern Jew replied with just one word. "So, what do you think?" Wen Yanyan continued, acting like a child asking for candy, still coquettish.
Southern Jew didn't know what to say.
What was he thinking? Did he miss her? "Does your body miss me?" Wen Yanyan reminded him. Yes, I do," he answered. "Husband, our performance ends today. If I get selected, I can go to the capital on the 27th and we can meet on the 28th. Today is the 21st, so there are 6 days left." When Yanyan started counting the days. Okay. Southern Jew listened carefully. 6 days left? The meeting was happening sooner than planned, and his strong willpower was starting to weaken. "Husband, are you feeling okay?" When Yanyan whispered softly into the microphone, her voice a little hoarse and full of longing. I'm fine." Southern Jew's throat moved. "Husband, we've been apart for 12 days. Sigh, I miss you so much." When Yanyan expressed her inner longing. I know. Southern Jew wanted to see her too, but as a soldier, he couldn't indulge in tenderness all the time. During the day, he trains normally, but only late at night does he think of her. "Hubby, if we meet, I will give you a big meat bun, okay?" When Yanyan smiles mischievously. "Huh? Will you bring it to me? It's hot. Won't it spoil?" Nanfong Ju doesn't understand. "It's a safe meat bun, you've eaten it before." When Yanyan can't hide her smile, and even the air around seems to be filled with happiness. You've eaten it before? A safe meat bun? Nanfong Ju finally understands and calmly asks, "Yanyan, is no one around you? Why does she always speak so freely?" What's there to be afraid of? We've been apart for so long. Can I whisper a little?" When Yanyan pouts, looking unhappy. "Yanyan, you need to be careful about your words." Nanfong Ju starts to sweat on his forehead. "I know, I will be careful. Hubby, I miss you so much. I feel so lonely." When Yanyan repeats her old teasing words, Nanfong Ju starts to get angry.
She's lonely again.
This little woman. She knows we are so far apart, can't do anything, but still says these romantic words? Is she doing it on purpose? Nanfong Ju suspects her motives. "Yanyan, do you have anything else to say?" He is about to hang up. "Yes, also, our little hen has laid an egg." They mated with the little wild rooster. When Yanyan suddenly remembers she forgot to check if there are eggs in the chicken coop today. A little hen laid an egg, and she talks about it so openly. Nanfong Ju grits his teeth and says, "All right, I get it. Yanyan, do you have anything else?" "I just miss you, big boss." When Yanyan's voice becomes soft again. "Okay, wait for me. When I come, I will feed you." "All right, I'm hanging up now." Nanfong Ju immediately rushes upstairs after hanging up. He can't take it anymore. Going to the battlefield is easier than this. This little girl has lost her mind again today. After entering the dorm, Nanfong Ju heads straight to the bathroom, slams the door shut, and turns on the shower. Taking a call feels like torture. If he doesn't cool down, his body will explode. Lin Sinan is curious again. Why does Nanfong Ju go to shower right after hanging up? But this question flashes through his mind and then disappears without further thought. Because he's been feeling upset lately, he couldn't pay attention to South Ju and Wen Yanyan's sweet interactions. Talking about Lin Sinan's worries, there's also a bit of drama. You could say he got involved in South Ju's affairs by accident. 8 days ago, didn't Lin Sinan and South Ju meet a middle-aged woman at a coffee shop? This woman was interested in South Ju and wanted to introduce him to her niece. But suddenly, Lu appeared and called Lin Sinan by name. They left quickly. The woman followed them all the way to the military guest house, thinking South Ju was Lin Sinan. She somehow found out the phone number of the guest house. The next evening, she called the guest house and asked the operator to connect her to Lin Sinan. When Lin Sinan heard his name, he went to answer the phone. The woman didn't notice anything unusual in his voice, because South Ju didn't say much and the phone sounded a bit distorted. On the call, she mentioned a time and place, insisting they meet her niece. Of course, Lin Sinan couldn't agree, since South Ju was already married. How could he meet a girl? Just then, Lu appeared again, waiting nearby to make a call. Lin Sinan didn't know what to say. He was afraid Lu would find out and scold him. So he agreed. But when he went back to his dorm, he felt more and more uneasy and told South Ju about it. South Ju came up with a plan. Let Lin Sinan go to the meeting and pretend to be interested, then say he doesn't want to continue, ending it there. Lin Sinan thought this was a good idea. He wouldn't lose anything. So, he took leave and went to the meeting on time the next evening. But then, a big problem arose. The girl fell in love with Lin Sinan at first sight and wanted to be with him. Lin Sinan firmly refused, mainly because he wasn't interested, and it was unrealistic. They were worlds apart. He explained everything, and then left the restaurant for the guest house. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't give up. She got the location from her aunt and kept coming to the guest house to find him. This had been going on for several days. Lin Sinan felt like his head was about to explode. He never imagined things would develop this way. After a while, Southern Duke finished his shower and sat on the bed, watching Lin Sinan's furrowed brow. What's wrong? Still upset? Yeah, when will this end? Why is this girl so? Lin Sinan hesitated mid-sentence. Once the parade is over, we'll go back, and she won't be able to find you. What's there to worry about? Southern Duke comforted him. But she comes every day, every day. There are still 8 days until the parade. Lin Sinan didn't want to stay here anymore. He regretted it, if only he hadn't drunk coffee that day. Actually, this girl is quite nice, educated even. Do you want to consider her? Southern Duke advised. No, I won't consider her. She doesn't meet my standards for a partner. Lin Sinan replied without hesitation. What's wrong with her? Her personal and family background are more than enough for you, Southern Duke pointed out. Because that girl kept coming to see Lin Sinan, Southern Duke had seen her before. She's a bit small, Lin Sinan explained. Small? She's not short either, Southern Duke said, puzzled. She seemed taller than Wen Yan. It's her chest, Lin Sinan said, making a gesture with his hand. Southern Duke paused and asked, so, that's what you're concerned about? Yeah, I like women with big chests. It has a good point. No worries about milk for pregnancy and childbirth, Lin Sinan explained, not wanting to seem. Southern Duke cleared his throat. Sinan, it's better if you don't explain. Once you do, it sounds weird. How much milk can a newborn drink? Does it really have to be big? Boss, you're thinking dirty now. What? Am I fighting with the baby for milk? You're not pure anymore, Lin Sinan said, noticing his friend's thoughts. You're not trying to be suggestive, so I won't think badly. But is Chungyin's chest really small? Southern Duke asked, not paying attention. The girl Lin Sinan liked was named Chingyu. Of course, it's not big. Not even half of my little sister-in-law's, Lin Sinan said, clearly focused on physical features. By the way, she didn't have it either. In his eyes, women with flat figures were a big no-no when choosing a partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Southern Duke shot him a sharp look. He felt something was wrong and quickly moved from the head of the bed to the foot, keeping 3 feet apart. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll give you a good beating, Southern Jew threatened him. Okay, I won't say anything. Please, boss, you have to be kind. I'm just trying to protect you. Chung Yin's aunt is interested in you, not me. Lin Sinan kept protesting his innocence. Southern Jew leaned against the wall and said, if it were me, none of this would have happened. I would be married by now, and she would have given up. He didn't want to take the blame. The trouble started at the coffee shop. It was also Lin Sinan's choice to go there, and the misunderstanding that followed was his own fault. Lin Sinan made a face. That's not necessarily true. Yu Linglong knows you're married. She didn't give up either. Because he was Southern Jew's good friend, he knew many secrets. Before marrying Wen Yan, several women had pursued him. And they were all very attractive. One of them was the daughter of a military commander in the southern region. She was not only beautiful but also had a charming presence, and she chased after Southern Jew. But he coldly rejected her, citing an arranged marriage. In Lin Sinan's view, only the daughter of that commander was worthy of Southern Jew. Wen Yan, who was silly, fat, and not attractive, was even less suitable than a single toe of that woman. So, he strongly opposed Southern Jew marrying Wen Yanyan. It was like putting a flower in cow dung. However, Southern Jew was determined to follow his grandfather's wishes and fulfill his grandfather's last wish.
Now, Wen Yanyan.
What's that idiom again? Yes, that's the one. The once silly and clumsy Wen Yanyan now shone brightly inside and out. That daughter of the commander also seemed to fade in comparison. Looking at Southern Jew now, he probably liked Wen Yanyan very much. He was just going downstairs to answer a call, but he couldn't contain the excitement inside him. When he returned, he had to take a cold shower. Grandpa, the boss's grandfather, was truly wise. How many Yulinglongs are there? So stubborn, Southern Jew retorted. Those women who had pursued him had all given up after he married. Only Yulinglong kept going, never turning back even after hitting a wall. When Lin Sinan mentioned Yulinglong, he suddenly remembered something. Boss, did you know that Yulinglong almost died a few days ago? She almost died? Nanfang Ju paused for a moment before saying, How could she die? She's so young. Such a big thing, didn't your wife tell you? Lin Sinan asked, puzzled. No. Maybe she doesn't know either. Nanfang Ju knows Wen Yanyan isn't the type to gossip. How could she not know? She was the one who saved Yulinglong. At this moment, Lin Sinan had already pushed his worries aside. Nanfang Ju wanted to smoke, but when he heard this, he immediately stopped reaching for a cigarette. How did she save her? You really don't know. If you don't, what do you talk about all day on the phone? Not about real things. Lin Sinan suspected he was just busy flirting on the phone. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Nanfang Ju supported himself on the bed with a big hand, then suddenly sat up, almost jumping onto Lin Sinan's bed. It startled Lin Sinan, such strength. Amazing arm power. Okay, I'll tell you. It was the morning we left. Yulinglong came out of her dorm to go hiking in the mountains and was bitten by a venomous snake. Coincidentally, my wife was also on the mountain. She saw it immediately, took emergency measures, and rushed Yulinglong to the hospital. By the way, do you know what kind of snake bit her? After finishing, Lin Sinan asked another question. How would I know? Just tell me quickly. Don't keep me in suspense, Nanfang Ju urged. Looks like you're anxious. It was a cobra, very poisonous. The doctor said if my wife hadn't given first aid and they hadn't gotten her to the hospital in time, Yulinglong would have died. Lin Sinan explained everything clearly. Then how did she do the first aid? Do you know? Nanfang Ju asked again. First, out the venom, then used a rope to tie her upper arm to stop the blood from flowing to the heart. Lin Sinan, who also knew about the family from the army, was well informed, thanks to his gossip-loving nature. Of course, if he hadn't gone to the coffee shop at the military camp, ignoring discipline, he wouldn't have heard this news. Because one night, Lin Sinan specifically went to Major Lu's dorm. He was upset that Major Lu had revealed his name in front of a middle-aged woman, which caused trouble. Commander, why didn't you mention the Southern Regiment that day on the street? He's the regiment leader, and I'm just a company commander, 2 ranks apart. Lin Sinan was very unhappy. You are just a troublemaker. You probably forced the Southern Regiment to come out. You're the main culprit. Who else should I call besides you? Lin Sinan had already blacklisted Lu Commander in his mind. Fine, he was the one I brought out. But you shouldn't always call my name either. You're bullying me. He used to call him by name without any problem, but this time it was a big trouble. Hey, kid, do you have an opinion? The Southern Regiment has a good wife.
Do you?
You're just a bachelor. Commander Lu got up to pour water and drink. Seeing this kid made him angry. Commander, that's your fault. Why am I discriminated against because I don't have a partner? Lin Sinan got emotional again. You won't find someone like Wen Yanyan either, Commander Lu said very confidently. Lin Sinan raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Why is she so good? You also said before she wasn't suitable for the Southern Regiment. I remember that. He exposed Lu Zhendong's past. That was before. Now she's changed a lot, completely different. People shouldn't always see things with old eyes. If you find someone half as good as Wen Yanyan, that would be great. Commander Lu was unconcerned. I don't believe it. No one can compare to her. She's like the Queen Mother of Heaven. Lin Sinan was no longer convinced. You're not convinced? Fine. Today I'll tell you properly. Go ahead, I want to hear, Lin Sinan said, not believing his commander could say anything impressive. Then, Commander Su told Lin Sinan about Wen Yanyan saving someone on the mountain 10 days ago. Lin Sinan had no words to refute. All right, you're right. Wen Yanyan is indeed very outstanding. Nan Fongjue returned to his bed, frowning. Why didn't Wen Yanyan tell him about such an important matter over the phone? Ding, ding, ding. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Lin Sinan asked. I'm Zhang Mimi, here to take your blood pressure. Zhang Mimi announced her name. Zhang Mimi responded promptly and walked toward Nan Fongjue with a smile. Hey, Nurse Zhang, I have a question. If someone is bitten by a venomous snake, how would you give first aid? Lin Sinan spoke a bit more today. Draw blood, tie a rope tightly around the upper arm, then send the person to the hospital. Zhang Mimi measured Nan Fongjue's blood pressure while answering. If it were you, would you dare to do it? Lin Sinan looked at her. If there's no mouth ulcer, I would dare. Zhang Mimi is a professional, so she knows about this. Lin Sinan nodded and asked, Did you learn all your first aid skills at school? Yes, I graduated from the nursing school of the Capital Military Region Medical College, Zhang Mimi said proudly. And if I told you that Wen Yanyan also knows the same first aid methods, what would you think? Lin Sinan deliberately tried to annoy her. Who keeps measuring her blood pressure every day endlessly? Watching her measure Nan Fongjue's blood pressure, she almost leaned in too close. Zhang Mimi's face changed. Her eyes finally moved away from Nan Fongjue and looked at Lin Sinan. Do you mean Yanzi also knows first aid? Yes, Yu Linglong was bitten by a venomous snake on the mountain, and when Yanyan gave her first aid and took her to the hospital, seeing her shocked expression, Lin Sinan felt a bit more comfortable. Did she do exactly what I just described? Zhang Mimi still didn't believe it. Drawing blood, when Yanyan could do that foolishly, but tying a rope on the upper arm and suturing near the heart. Does she know how to do that too? Lin Sinan's lips curled into a slight smile. When Zhang Mimi saw him smile, she said, I don't believe it. You're probably just talking nonsense again. Lin Sinan was acting silly all day, so his words couldn't be trusted. She almost fell for his trick. All right, Nan Tuan, your blood pressure is 110/70. It's normal. Nan Fongjue lowered his sleeve. Zhang Mimi turned around to measure Lin Sinan's blood pressure. He cooperated, extending his arm, wrapping the bandage, and pressing the cuff. If you don't believe me, ask Chief Lu. He knows everything. It was his father, Yu Linglong's father, who told him directly. He wanted to prove that his words were true. I don't have time to ask Chief Lu. Zhang Mimi showed little interest. Your blood pressure is normal. She finished taking Lin Sinan's blood pressure and left. Standing at the door, she turned back and said, About first aid knowledge, it's also in the book. Yanzi might have seen it there. After saying that, Zhang Mimi closed the door and left.
See?
Women are always saying one thing but meaning another, Lin Sinan said with a shrug. Just now, I didn't believe Wen Yanyan could do first aid, but now the book says she can. Is it so hard to admit she's good at it? Nan Fongju didn't speak or listen to Lin Sinan and Zhang Mimi gossip. After measuring the blood pressure, he lay on the bed, thinking about Wen Yanyan. She did such a big thing. Why didn't she tell him on the phone? It's been over 10 days, and he still hears about it from others. Does this little woman really have him in her heart? She just likes to flirt all day. Wen Yanyan's change is too big. How does she know everything? Nan Fongju couldn't understand again. Zhang Mimi returned to the dorm, slammed the door hard, frowned, and her eyes shot out jealousy. How can this silly Wen Yanyan know first aid? It's unbelievable. I must ruin her. Make her lose everything. Why does she live better and so happily than me? Zhang Mimi hurried downstairs and spoke to the receptionist. Miss Huangying, the faucet in room 203 is broken. Can you find someone to fix it? The receptionist's name is Huangying. She handles calls and also takes care of plumbing and electrical work. Oh, okay, room 203, right? Huangying confirmed. Yes, Zhang Mimi replied. She picked up the phone and dialed a number skillfully. Wan Yanyan finished calling Nanfang Ju and left the break room. That man must have gone to take a shower again. It's her fault. She can't help but say things to provoke him. Wan Yanyan went to the counter drawer to take the earnings from the past 2 days, then told Ji Yun, "You've worked hard these days. Now that there are no customers, you can finish work early. It's 6:30 now, and Wan Yanyan let her leave half an hour early. Without customers, there's no need to stay. Use the time flexibly." "Okay, shop manager." Ji Yun started tidying the counter. Wan Yanyan said again, "I'm leaving first. Remember to lock the doors and windows." "Got it." "Take care, shop manager." Wan Yanyan was in no rush to go home because it was still early and the sky was not dark yet. She rode her bike to the black market to buy some food and then return home. She didn't like cooking at night, so she preferred to eat ready-made food since she wasn't short of money. At this time, the market didn't sell fresh steamed buns, only old-fashioned bread and paper-wrap snacks. She bought a little of each. Now she no longer stockpiled things. She bought what she needed and ate it right away because she often came to town. Plus, food doesn't stay fresh for long, and bringing some home every time wouldn't raise suspicion about her running a bookstore. Since policies hadn't relaxed yet, she had to be careful. It was late September, close to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the mornings and evenings were cool. Wan Yanyan rode her bike back to the courtyard and met Sister Huang, who she hadn't seen in a long time. Sister Huang was holding a green mesh bag and greeted her warmly. "Yanzi, did you go to town again?" she asked. When Yanyan got off her bike. "Yes, I bought some food." "Why are you out so late?" "I'm going to visit Captain Ding's house to see Linglong. That girl just came back from the hospital and went straight to a performance. I haven't seen her yet." Sister Huang showed her the mesh bag, which had 2 cans of yellow peach. "Right, she's performing too." When Yanyan nodded. "That was good manners." "Yanzi, I heard about your performance today. It was very successful, and the applause was loud. I knew you could do it. You also know first aid. Linglong is lucky to have you." Sister Huang's eyes showed genuine happiness.
Huh?
"I think I did okay." Saving Linglong was just a lucky coincidence when Yanyan tried to stay modest. "You're too humble. Others wouldn't have been able to help if they tried. Anyway, I need to go now. We'll talk more later," Sister Huang said hurriedly, as it was getting dark. When Yanyan watched her leave and then rode her bike home, feeling happy. She didn't expect the news to spread so fast. Just an hour and a half after her performance, Sister Huang in the family courtyard already knew. She was soaring. She was going to become a singer. But becoming a singer wasn't part of her plan. When Yanyan wanted to make big money, she knew that in this era, singers didn't earn much money. It's just an honor, but in the 21st century, it can be meaningful. However, with the rise of idols and the era of making quick money, she is already getting older. Who would want to spend money to support an aging, less attractive woman? She arrived at the wrong time. So, singing can just be a casual hobby. Oh, and it seems that in the 80s and 90s, performers could go on small shows. Back then, they could earn a lot. But now, it's not possible. When Yanyan shakes her head more and more as she thinks. After returning home, when Yanyan boiled some water, mixed in a few scoops of milk powder, and took out some slices of the newly bought cake to soak and eat. The milk powder was bought at Lijiang department store, costing 2 yuan per bag. She bought 5 bags at once. In this era, fresh milk is hard to find. The milk powder has a rich, authentic flavor that lingers in the mouth. When Yanyan feels it was worth it. These milk powders can be given to Nanfang Ju to help him get enough protein. As for Chiu Chiu's food, when Yanyan needed dough, steamed a pot of cornmeal with vegetables, added an egg, and a little salt to make a big pancake. After it was ready, she broke the pancakes into pieces with chopsticks and put them in a small enamel bowl for Chiu Chiu to eat. This was her dog food recipe from her previous life, but it lacked chicken liver. Because in this era, chicken liver was hard to find, but she added eggs. Wan Yanyan wanted to try if Chiu Chiu liked it. It's okay. Chiu Chiu ate it all, and even licked the bowl clean. Alright, this will be the way to feed him from now on. Chiu Chiu was just over a month old when she found him on the mountain, and now he's been with her for over 2 months. Now, Chiu is 4 months old. According to folk calculations, 1 year for a dog is equivalent to 7 human years. So, 4 times 7 equals 28, meaning Chiu is 28 months old. A year has 12 months, so Chiu is roughly 2 years and 4 months old in human terms. He can now digest coarse grains, making him easier to care for. When Yan crouched down, petting his head, and said seriously, Chiu, you've grown up, but you're a wolf with wild instincts. Never bite people in the future. If you do, no one will like you. And don't pounce on people, understand? She should teach him how to get along peacefully with humans. Biting or scaring people is not good. Chiu responded while rubbing his head against her hand, looking very obedient. Okay, I'll go see if Huanxi and Lulu are happy. Have they laid any eggs? When Yan got up and went to the chicken coop to talk about the little hens laying eggs. She casually wove 2 small baskets from willow branches and placed them on the brick platform inside the coop. The baskets were lined with clean weeds, making them warm and soft. So far, the little hens had laid 8 eggs there. When Yan eagerly approached the coop. But she was a bit disappointed to see only 2 eggs. If each hen lays 1 egg a day, then in 2 days there should be 4 eggs, right? When Yan felt disappointed but knew she couldn't check inside the hens' bottoms. 2 eggs are 2 eggs. Adding the previous 8 eggs, there are now 10 eggs. When she collects 30 eggs, she can start incubating them artificially. When Yan placed the eggs into the kitchen's egg basket, then went to the backyard to pick some small cabbages. By the way, there is a large piece of wasteland about 100 square meters behind the house, which she has started to develop. It is now full of vegetables, including green beans and yard-long beans. Sigh. The original owner was quite lazy. The southern weather is good. Vegetables can be grown all year round. If there's land, it shouldn't be left idle. It's better to create benefits. Wasting food is a crime. Wasting land is even worse. Growing some vegetables to eat. Doesn't that sound good? After finishing the chicken feed, when Yan went back inside to get her bathing supplies and took a shower in the makeshift bathroom she built herself. The water was quite warm. After her shower, when Yan returned to her room, and Ball followed her in. In no time, it curled back into its usual nest. Its pair of black eyes kept watching everything when Yan did. Ball, go to sleep. When Yan saw it but didn't chase it away because Ball was very obedient and didn't cause trouble. She closed the door and went back inside to rest. But before resting, when Yan had an important thing to do. She needed to count how much money the bookstore had earned in the past 2 days. When Yan quickly finished the calculation and looked at the account book with joy. They earned 300 yuan in 2 days, that's good. If this continues, she won't be far from becoming a millionaire. Actually, the money when Yan earned could buy a TV she had checked in Lijiang City. A 14-inch black and white TV costs 380 yuan.
But she couldn't buy it.
Because someone might suspect where that money came from. She has only been married to Southern Duke for 5 months, and she couldn't have saved this money without not eating or drinking. Moreover, the original owner was not someone who managed daily expenses well, spending $3 for every one earned. Besides, she wasn't at home during the National Day holiday. She might have gone to Beijing for a performance. So, during the military parade, she could watch it live, making it unnecessary to buy a TV. Then, what should she do with this money? Oh, right. When Yan suddenly had an idea, she could buy a house. A house is a fixed asset, and in the future, property prices will only go up. In this era, house prices shouldn't be too high. Thinking of this, when Yan quickly took out a snack box from under the bed. She opened the lid, and inside were all yuan bills. When Yan has become smarter now, she no longer keeps money in plain sight. She counted that she already had over 1,000 yuan. Yes, that should be enough to buy a house. When Yan made up her mind. Tomorrow is Sunday, so she can take a walk around the town and see if anyone is selling a house. If she finds one, she will buy it. Even if she doesn't live there, it can be an investment. She took the money from the metal box and bundled it into a stack of 1,000 yuan. Then she put it into a green military-style backpack, ready to buy a house tomorrow. Finally, she finished her preparations. Wan Yanyan lay on the bed, reading a novel. When she felt sleepy, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. That night was as lonely and long as every other day. But this night, Wan Yanyan had a sweet dream. In her dream, she was tightly embraced by Southern Duke on a soft, comfortable big bed. Southern Duke gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of deep affection and longing. His kisses and body were as warm as fire, making her heart race as if it would jump out of her chest. His large hand slowly slid down from her hair. The rough palm made her body tingle with pleasure, and her blood seemed to be burning. When Yanyan closed her eyes, immersed in the joy of skin contact. "Husband, why do you keep kissing me? Come in quickly, hee, Southern Duke chuckled. "Baby, are you sure you want me to come in? Be good. Open your eyes and look at me." His voice was like a gentle string of a musical instrument, touching her heart through her ears. Why ask for confirmation? Southern Duke has never been indecisive about such things. When Yanyan slowly opened her eyes. But when she saw the man's face, she let out a loud scream. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The man on her body was not South Duke. When Yanyan felt both shy and angry, she raised her hand to slap him. Before her slap could land, she suddenly woke up from her dream. When Yanyan stared at the dark room, breathing quickly, still shaken. If it had been a stranger's face, she wouldn't have been afraid. Because that face belonged to Chai Shin, her distant cousin from her past life. His charming, fox-like eyes still held a mischievous glint in the night. She touched her forehead, feeling cold sweat, then pressed her hand to her pounding heart. She calmed herself down, telling herself it was just a dream. Not real, not real. But how did she dream of him? It was so strange. After calming down, when Yanyan looked out the window, dawn was breaking. She didn't want to sleep anymore. She was too scared by the dream. She got up, dressed, washed her face, and brushed her teeth. Then she went to the backyard to pick some bok choy to make chicken feed. Besides the nightmare, she was also trying to understand one thing. Why did her 2 hens lay only 2 eggs in 2 days? Because she wasn't home, the chickens weren't eating properly. They were hungry. So, when Yanyan wanted to make it up to the hens, she needed to feed them more, help them lay more eggs, and even plan to start a chicken farm. After preparing the chicken feed, she fed the chickens, then picked some cucumbers and a bunch of perilla leaves from the garden. She planned to cook breakfast with them. Although soaked rice cakes with milk powder tasted good, they couldn't be a regular meal because they lacked vitamins. When Yanyan kneaded dough and made 5 large fried pancakes. She also stir-fried some cucumber slices with eggs and mixed in some salted perilla leaves. She had bought the seeds herself, washed them, and blanched them in hot water. Then she added some salt and MSG. The perilla leaves had a fresh aroma, especially when mixed with spicy chili oil. When Yanyan ate 2 large pancakes in one go. Now, she didn't need to restrict her diet for weight loss. Because her previous obesity was caused by psychological issues, as long as her mind stayed healthy, she wouldn't gain weight back. Of course, exercise is still important, but it doesn't have to be as hard as before. When Yanyan finished breakfast and fed Chiuchiu, she looked at the time and saw it was only 6 o'clock. It's too early to go to the town now. Why does time pass so slowly? She decided to find something to do. So, when Yanyan looked around her room, she gathered a pile of dirty clothes, including bed sheets and pillowcases, and put them in a large wash basin. She sat on a small stool and started washing clothes, thinking as she worked. It would be great if there was a washing machine at home. It would save so much effort. But during her trip to Lijiang, she didn't see a washing machine. It might still be a year or 2 before they get one. After washing the clothes, when Yanyan hung them out to dry in the yard and wiped the clothesline with a damp cloth. Next door, Wang Dahui was climbing over the wall again and saw a big basin of wet clothes on the ground. "Yanzi, you've washed so many clothes early in the morning. You're really diligent." She couldn't praise Wen Yanyan enough because she was so outstanding. Wen Yanyan smiled and replied, I can't sleep once I wake up. I might as well get up and do some work. Sister Dahwai, you woke up early too. It's Sunday today, and the kids don't have school. Why not sleep a little longer? Wen Yanyan responded with a smile. The kids are sick. I didn't sleep well yesterday either. Wang Dahwai looked worried.
Oh,
What kind of illness do they have? Wen Yanyan was startled. They have a cold and a fever. Wang Dahwai looked exhausted, her small eyes even smaller than before. Oh, a cold, I see. Wen Yanyan felt relieved. If it's just a cold, it will be fine in a week. It's not a big deal. She wondered what was wrong. Dahwai, how many days has your child been sick? She still asked with concern. 4 days now. Wang Dahwai held up 4 fingers. Don't worry, it will be better in 3 days. Make sure to give the child plenty of water. Wen Yanyan reminded her. Yes, the town doctor also said to give him more water. Wang Dahwai's eyes lit up again. Yanzi is really impressive, just like the doctor said. A young boy's innocent voice came from inside her house. Oh, the child woke up. I need to go check on him quickly. Wang Dahwai hurriedly went downstairs. Wen Yanyan sighed. As a mother, she is so worried about her child's small cold. If she encounters the new coronavirus in the new century, she would be even more worried. Raising a child is not easy. Today it's hot, tomorrow it's cold, and the day after tomorrow, the child catches a cold again. It's very stressful. Suddenly, Wen Yanyan's mind flashes with 3 chubby little puppies. Why are there 3 big, fat boys again? Wen Yanyan quickly shakes her head to dismiss the thought and continues hanging clothes. After finishing her chores, she checks the time. It's almost 7 o'clock. All right, now it's okay. Wen Yanyan picks up her military-style backpack, slings it over her shoulder, and pushes her bicycle out the door. Unexpectedly, Qiu also comes out this time. She turns around and notices it, then discusses with it. Qiu, I'm going to the town, not up the mountain. You should stay at home. The town is crowded and busy, not safe for it. But Qiu doesn't want to go back. Its eyes are full of pleading. Don't you want to stay at home? Seeing its eager eyes, Wen Yanyan remembers she hasn't been up the mountain for many days since she took over the bookstore. Recently, she's been so busy she hasn't had time to play with Qiu, so it's been kept in the yard. It probably feels bored and lonely. Wen Yanyan knows what loneliness feels like, and today she has a day off. All right, Qiu, I can take you, but you must behave and not bite anyone. Can you do that? She sets a condition. Qiu's bark is short but strong, and its 4 legs bounce on the ground, already eager to go. Okay, I'll ride the bike and you run along. Wen Yanyan thinks the town is only about 10 miles away, which is no problem for Qiu with 4 legs. Qiu is happy, and her voice sounds relaxed. Seeing its happiness, Wen Yanyan also feels inspired. She pedals her bike, hops on, and with a spirited attitude, shouts, "Let's go." Destination, Wushui Town. Yes, that town is called Wushui Town. Under the early morning light, they race down the country road, like the wind. Wen Yanyan occasionally glances down at Qiu, who is running freely beside her. It looks handsome and energetic, with gray-white fur flowing like a dancing spirit, flying freely in the wind. Its 4 legs seem ready to leap into the air, showing incredible strength and speed. The waistline is smooth and graceful, with every movement feeling natural and relaxed. Its bright black eyes sparkle with joy, like burning flames that are warm and eye-catching. When Wen Yanyan first saw it so happy, she felt a strange but warm feeling inside. She realized that her decision was right. Qiu needs to be free to be itself. Keeping it locked in a small home is a very harsh thing to do. Wen Yanyan looked at Qiu with gentle eyes. At that moment, she seemed to feel Qiu's happiness and freedom inside. She smiled softly and made a quiet promise to herself. In the future, she would take Qiu out more often so it could enjoy more happy times. As its owner, she had a duty to give it the best life possible. The short trip of about 10 minutes was over quickly. Wen Yanyan parked her bike and took Qiu into the bookstore, which surprised Jian a lot.
Wow.
Manager, is this your dog? Yes, it's mine. Its name is Chocho. Don't be afraid. It doesn't bite. It's very well behaved. It's only 4 months old, still a puppy, Wen Yan said with a smile.
Oh,
It's already this big at 4 months? Ji Yan asked in surprise. Yes, it's a large breed, Wen Yan replied. Seeing that customers had started to arrive, she was worried about affecting business, so she took Chocho into the break room. Ji Yan wondered why the dog didn't have a tail. What breed could it be? Wan Yan then brought Chocho out again and told Ji Yun, I'm going shopping for some gifts, then I'll take Chocho for a walk. You don't need to wait for me today. When she left the bookstore, she didn't take her military-style bag with money. She locked it in a drawer in the break room. When Yan suddenly felt that buying a house wouldn't be easy. She needed to seize the right opportunity. Carrying so much money around was too risky. If she had a clear goal, she could come back later to get cash. Safety was the most important. Okay, manager, Ji Yun said, watching her leave. When Yan's intuition was correct. After nearly a whole day of walking around the neighborhood, she still hadn't found a house to buy. Luckily, she had her bike. Without it, her legs would be tired from walking so much. Sigh. In this day and age, there are no real estate agents anymore. Buying a house is so difficult. Just when Yan was about to give up, she passed by an alley. She was pleasantly surprised to see a large white paper posted on 2 red wooden doors that opened outward. On it, written with a brush, were 4 big characters. This house is for sale. When Yan's eyes lit up. After searching everywhere, she finally found a house. She noticed that the 2-meter-high courtyard wall was built with green bricks, covered in many green vines, full of life. The red doors had a pair of copper door rings embedded in them. The house looked old and charming, with a sense of history. When Yan felt a little excited, she immediately reached out and tapped the door ring, making a heavy, metallic sound, steady and calm. Hello, is anyone home? After a moment, a heavy wooden door creaked open. A tall young man appeared in front of her. He wore a white shirt and dark blue pants. He had a white cotton mask covering most of his face, with calm eyes showing through. When Yan was a bit surprised. This man wore a clean, spotless white shirt. Very neat. You could see the muscles on his arms through the fabric. She guessed that he was not only tall, but also very strong. Miss, do you need something? His voice was gentle. Yes, I wanted to ask if you're selling this house. When Yan saw the moss on the ground and a few steps of blue stone slabs through the gap between the man and the door, a classical poem suddenly came to her mind. A winding path leads to a quiet retreat, surrounded by flowers and trees. How much do you want for it? When Yan was somewhat interested in the house. Come in and we can talk. The man moved aside to let her in. No, I just want to know the price. When Yan thought the house wouldn't be cheap. If it was too expensive, she wouldn't consider it. She paused for a moment. The price was not cheap, but she could accept it. After all, it had an old, elegant style, and in the future, it could appreciate in value, possibly worth millions. When Yan asked again, how many square meters is it in total? 150 square meters plus a yard. The man finished speaking and added, this price isn't expensive because I need money urgently for my wedding, so I'm selling it cheaply. When Yan felt a little interested. This price was acceptable, and she really wanted to go inside and see, but she felt a bit uneasy. Comrade, why are you wearing a mask? Oh, I have a cold and don't want to infect others. Miss, if you're interested, would you like to come in and see the details? The man invited her. I want to. See if there are others at your home? When Yan looked at the man's build and felt a bit uneasy, he was too strong, just in case. Yes, my mom is at home, but she's not feeling well. Oh, someone is there? When Yan felt relieved. Oh, then I'll take a look inside. But as soon as she entered the yard, the heavy door was closed behind her by the man. Chocho was left outside. When Yan was stunned and quickly looked back at him. My mom is afraid of dogs, the man explained. Oh, his mom is afraid of dogs? When Yan could understand that. She loudly called outside. Chocho, wait for me outside. I'll be out soon. But Chocho's barking changed.
Ow.
Ow. It barked twice more. When Yen Yen sensed that Qiuqiu's barking was unusual. Why wasn't it whining anymore? She accidentally looked down and saw the man wearing a pair of military boots. This man was not an ordinary civilian. Thinking of Qiuqiu's strange barking, she became more worried. I won't look anymore. When Yen Yen decided to change her mind, she turned to leave, but suddenly, a strong arm was around her shoulder. Miss, go inside and take a look. What's there to be afraid of? I don't bite. The man's voice was still gentle, but when Yen Yen felt a cold chill, because his arm pressed so tightly that she couldn't move. Yen Yen was even more sure he had been in the military, because the man's arm was just as strong and firm as a Southern officer's. I won't look anymore. Let me go. At the same time, she stepped back and kicked him hard in the groin, aiming to hit him where it hurt. But he was prepared and caught her ankle with one hand. Then, a large hand grabbed her waist. She stood straight and gently held him in her arms, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. These little tricks can't hurt me. At this moment, Qiuqiu, who was locked outside the door, started scratching it with his claws, making a knocking sound. Qiuqiu. You. When Yen Yen wanted Qiuqiu to find someone quickly. But before she could speak, a large hand covered her mouth. When Yen Yen was surprised. Could he hold her with just one hand? She was once again frightened by this man's strength. Miss, I advise you to save your strength. At this point, it's not just about dogs. People can't help you either. Sleeping with me won't cost you much. Why be afraid? The man carried her past the screen wall into the inner courtyard, then kicked open a door with a casual kick, and a damp smell filled the air. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Only then did he place Yen Yen on an old-fashioned wooden bed at the back of the room. He also tugged at the slightly wrinkled bed sheets, seeming quite relaxed, and said slowly, Aren't you here to see the house? Look, it's been empty for a few years, so it's a bit damp, but the bed is soft. I've laid 2 layers of quilts. Sleeping here will be very comfortable. The more relaxed he seemed, the more pressure Yen Yen felt inside, and her eyes flickered. Who are you? His answer was simple. Who doesn't know you're a bad man? She wasn't blind. Yen Yen cursed silently in her heart, but kept a calm appearance. I'm married. She deliberately reminded him. Don't most men prefer first times? It's okay. Not being is even better. It won't dirty my sheets. The man casually left the bed and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe, tidying his wrinkled white shirt. He didn't seem worried at all that Yen Yen might escape from this room. Tell me, who told you to do this? She tried hard to control her nervousness and kept her voice steady. Seeing how relaxed the man was, this must be a scheme. Definitely not a coincidence.
Could it be
that this man has been following her all day, looking for a house? Finally, the man's attention shifted from his white shirt to Yen Yen. He slowly walked toward the door, locked the latch, and tugged at it twice, but it didn't move. Then why are you targeting me? Yen Yen couldn't believe it. She suspected that Xiaofeng, whom she had just offended, was seeking revenge. This move was too harsh. Because you're pretty, and you have a proud pair of... Which man wouldn't want to touch them? The man leaned lazily against the doorframe, his tone shifting from gentle to flirtatious. Yen Yen's heart was pounding in her chest. These are just small problems, stay calm. She must think of a way out. She comforted herself. Let's talk. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. She wanted to solve this with money because greedy people are also greedy for wealth. Do you have money? The man's eyes behind his mask looked dark and unclear. Tell me a number. Yen Yen said impatiently. But I don't want money. The man, who had been wavering, suddenly refused. Then what do you want? Yen Yen's plan failed, and she felt anxious. Haha, getting anxious makes you look even better when you're angry, the man teased. I don't want money, I want you, because you're more tempting than money. I don't lack money to spend. The man looked at Yen Yen sitting sideways on the bed, her body curves more defined. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He said he didn't need money. Yen Yen started to get a headache. She didn't expect buying a house to lead to this kind of situation. Wan Yanyan looked around and saw that although there was a window, it was blocked by bars. The only way out was the door. But the door was blocked by the man's body. She had to escape. This man was probably a pervert. He was playing a cat-and-mouse game calmly, surely planning something sneaky. Wan Yanyan also saw the hot water bottle on the round table in the middle of the room. Is there water? I'm thirsty. I have water here. Do you dare to drink it? The man flirtatiously pointed at his groin. You rude scoundrel. Can I drink it? Wan Yanyan's face turned pale with anger. She continued, I've been running all day today. I'm really thirsty. Really thirsty? Okay, I can pour you some water. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. This way, I can really feel it. She stared intently at the bulge in the man's pants. The man looked at her in surprise, then suddenly smiled. Just now, you were so shy and hesitant, but as soon as you saw me, you couldn't hold back? Big-breasted women are so flirtatious, no wonder. Are you feeling itchy? Yanyan followed his words. Ha ha, the man suddenly burst into loud laughter. I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. Fine, come on, take off your pants and beg me to do it properly. Come here, he agreed, his eyes shining with. Yanyan slowly walked over, placing her hand on his belt. With a click, the belt loosened. The man placed his hands on her shoulders, gently stroking her smooth neck. Wow, you're really a beauty in the making. Your skin is so smooth. Yanyan closed her eyes. The man let out a loud cry, his eyes bulging and face turning pale. A sharp, unbearable pain suddenly flooded her body from a certain point. The man staggered, trembling all over from the pain. Let go.
Stop.
Even if he had strength now, he couldn't use it, only able to cry out helplessly. Yanyan's eyes flashed with a fierce red. Her gaze was fierce, like a demon from inside. She burned with the desire for revenge. Get ready to be, in your next life. She hated that this man had humiliated her so much. If she wanted to escape, this was the only way, even if it was a risky move. But her shame was not lessened at all. Yanyan looked at him unsteady on his feet, then suddenly kicked him, causing his large body to fall heavily. She still clung tightly, her knees pressing hard against his chest. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? It was. The man was in so much pain, he couldn't speak. Yanyan really wanted to know who had hurt her, so she eased her grip slightly. But, unexpectedly, the man took the chance to try to get up. She couldn't ask anymore. Innocence was more important. Yanyan gritted her teeth and struck again with deadly force. You're done for. Until he fainted from pain, she finally let go and rushed out the door. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past in front of her. When Yanyan, who was already nervous like a frightened bird, was startled again and held onto the doorframe with both hands. Before she could see clearly what was happening, she heard a sound. Woof. She looked closely and saw that it was Qiuqiu, the dog, climbing over a 2-meter-high wall. Qiuqiu? How did you get in? She was both surprised and happy. Just as she wanted to pick it up, her legs suddenly went weak, and she almost fell forward. Luckily, she caught Qiuqiu and steadied herself, then stood up straight. She was too panicked and almost fell. When Yanyan calmed herself and said, Qiuqiu, let's leave here quickly. We can't stay here any longer. That man was only hurt and fainted. He's not dead. He could wake up at any moment. Qiuqiu saw that when Yanyan was unharmed and barked happily. Before running out the gate, it looked back cautiously to check if anyone was there. Only then did Qiuqiu follow her out. This sudden change really scared Wan Yanyan, her hands trembling as she held the steering wheel. She reminded herself that she must never act alone again. Wan Yanyan barely left the alley and found a busy place on the main street to sit down. She couldn't walk anymore and needed to calm down, her whole body trembling. After feeling a bit better, she stood up, still full of fear. Luckily, she stayed calm, or she might have been caught cheating on her partner today. When Yanyan didn't go back to the bookstore, she went straight home while it was still daylight. If it got dark, she wouldn't dare to go out again. If she tried, it would be dangerous. At home, When Yan Yan locked herself in the bathroom, vigorously scrubbing her neck and palms with a washcloth. When she finished, she didn't even eat dinner and just lay down on her bed. The scene from earlier kept replaying in her mind. That night, when Yan Yan couldn't sleep, she kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It wasn't until dawn that she finally drifted into a light sleep. 2 hours later, when Yan Yan got up, she ate a quick breakfast and went to work at the cultural troupe, not even feeding the chickens. Tian Mimi was surprised. Yanzi, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? When Yan Yan has fair skin, so dark circles are very noticeable. Oh, I didn't sleep well last night after reading ghost story novels. She didn't tell her about what happened yesterday because she felt their relationship wasn't that close yet. Moreover, encountering a troublemaker is not a good thing. Let's handle it internally. However, when Yan Yan has been in a bad mood all day, she feels unmotivated to do anything, as if her soul has left her, and she no longer smiles. Tian Mimi sensed something was wrong. As they were about to leave work, she pulled Wen Yan Yan outside. Yan, what's wrong with you today? Your face looks so bad. Did something happen? Did someone bully you? Wen Yan Yan, feeling down, looked unfamiliar to her. Huh? No, no one dares to bully me. I'm so strong. Wen Yan Yan denied it. Yan, are we good friends? Tian Mimi asked seriously. Wen Yan Yan admitted they were good friends. Good friends, then just tell the truth. What exactly happened? Tian Mimi really wanted to know what had happened to make Wen Yan Yan, usually cheerful and lively, become so strange. Wen Yan Yan sighed. She didn't want to say it because it was embarrassing. But since Tian Mimi asked, she felt that not telling her might create a gap between them. Alright, since you really want to know, I'll tell you. Yesterday, I went to the town and was approached by a troublemaker who tried to bother me. He cornered me in a dead-end alley, but I managed to escape. I was really scared. She didn't tell the full story, just the main idea. Even so, Tian Mimi was shocked, her eyes wide open.
What?
Someone tried to bother you? Yesterday? No wonder when Yan Yan was in such a bad mood. No one would feel happy in that situation.
Yes.
Please don't tell anyone about this. It would be terrible if it got out. When Yan Yan warned her seriously. I know, I won't tell anyone. Yan, this is so scary. Luckily you escaped. Tian Mimi felt a bit relieved. Yes, it was very dangerous.
I didn't sleep well last night.
Mimi, I suspect someone ordered that troublemaker. When Yan Yan's bad mood was because she kept thinking about this. Tian Mimi was surprised again. Someone ordered it? Who? Who could hold such a grudge against you? I suspect it was Shi Xiaofang. Look, she didn't come to work today. When Yan Yan thought she might have been too embarrassed to come because she failed to get revenge. Tian Mimi nodded. There is also a possibility. After all, losing face during the performance was quite embarrassing. But I think there is one more person who is more suspicious. She suspects someone else. When Yan Yan was startled. Could there be another culprit who got away? Could it be Shi Xiaoyan? Her ankle was swollen because she deliberately caused it. Zhang Mimi. She probably hates you the most. She is so proud and confident, yet you sent her to a study class. She must hate you deeply. She analyzed carefully and logically. When Yan Yan frowned tightly. Although she had a motive, wasn't she in the capital? Not local either? Suddenly, when Yan Yan had a realization. Zhang Mimi was in the capital, but she could plan this through a phone call. She could contact the attacker or instruct someone else to do so. Although Shi Xiaoyan and Shi Mimi were also suspects, Zhang Mimi's suspicion was greater. When Yan Yan heard that the study class was tough, she must have suffered a lot. When she went to the capital in a few days, she would meet her then. If yesterday's incident was truly her plan, she would fight back. Having found the answer in her heart, when Yan Yan felt much clearer. She smiled and said, Mimi, let's go back. It's almost time to finish work. Tian Mimi was also happy, finally seeing her smile again. They finished work at 4 o'clock, and when Yan Yan took Chio Chio to the bookstore. This time, she didn't stay long, just took the day's earnings and went home. When Yan Yan reminded herself to be extra careful recently. The remaining 5 days, she counted on her fingers. On the 3rd day, Director Zhu held a meeting for all members of the vocal music department. He was very proud and said, "This time, the Southern Border Art Troupe selected 4 performances for the show: a group dance, a solo, a chorus, and a piano solo. This is the best result since the troupe was founded, reaching a new level and making a breakthrough. Our vocal music department secured 3 spots. Congratulations." Especially Comrade Wen Yan. Her performance skills and singing have improved greatly. Her stage presence is steady, her demeanor excellent, her voice beautiful and moving, and her songs deeply touching. Her performance received unanimous praise from the judges at the military district. Comrade Yu Linglong just finished her hospital stay and immediately participated in a performance, showing solid singing skills and strength. Of course, her success is also due to everyone's joint effort. Everyone performed well. There is also Xie Meiyu, who achieved good results after her foot injury began to heal, and she deserves praise.
Huh.
What about Shi Xiaofeng? Has she not come to work again today? Director Zhu frowned. She didn't come. She asked for leave, saying she's not feeling well. Leader Li Chong reported the situation. Director Zhu sighed. If she doesn't come, then so be it. After having a baby, she seems to have become a bit forgetful. Let's end today's meeting here. Wen Yan, please come to my office. I have something I want to understand. Okay, Director. Wen Yan followed the director to the office. Director Zhu poured her a glass of water. Thank you, Director. Wen Yan took the cup, placed it on the desk, and sat in the chair opposite the director. Yanzi, I heard from the secretary that Shi Xiaofeng went behind the curtain while you were singing and even touched an electrical outlet. Is that true? Director Zhu looked focused and serious. Yes, that happened. Tian Mimi saw it and asked Xiaofeng what she was doing. She said she lost her headband. Wen Yan told the truth. Oh, I see. I'll talk to her someday. You should prepare well. In a couple of days, you're going to the capital. Don't let this matter trouble you. Director Zhu comforted her. Okay, I understand. I will prepare well and complete the task. Goodbye, Director. Wen Yan stood up. Director Zhu watched her leave with a big smile. This girl is getting better and better. Not only does she sing well, but she is also becoming more beautiful and very brave, understanding things clearly. The Southern group is truly lucky. Both of them are outstanding people, really good. 2 days passed quickly. On the morning of the 27th at 8 o'clock, the members of the Southern Border Cultural Troupe officially set out from the camp to perform in the capital. An hour later, they successfully boarded the train heading north. The train roared, wheels rolling. Tian Mimi was very excited, looking out the window and talking nonstop. Yanzi, our country is really big. Look at these fields. Rice paddies. That's rice. The fields are full of water. Swallow, you ask. Won't the water cause flooding? Oh, sorghum. That's sorghum. Such a big patch. Wen Yan remains very calm inside, her eyes steady and untroubled. In this era, the scenery is mostly just fields and mountains. There is a kind of raw, natural beauty that hasn't been refined. But when Yan isn't in the mood to enjoy the view, the event from a few days ago still affects her feelings. She didn't manage to buy the house, and it left her with a deep, lasting shadow. Actually, she had a chance to find that man. Because he was injured downstairs, if he didn't want to be castrated, he would definitely go to the hospital for treatment. If when Yan went to the hospital for a checkup, she could catch him, but she didn't do it. Because she was still scared and didn't want to risk her reputation. The helpless feeling in that old house once made her feel hopeless. Even though many days have passed, the shadow still lingers in her memory. She thinks she handled the whole incident well, but her only regret is that she ran away too quickly and forgot to take off her mask to see his face. The only impression she has of him is his military badge. These days, she hasn't been sleeping well. She keeps waking up at night and has nightmares. Now, even though the train carriage is noisy and crowded, she feels safer. Her mind relaxes, and she starts thinking about returning to the army next time. With Nan Fongjue by her side, she feels fearless. Fatigue from many days finally hits her hard. Even with Tian Mimi chattering nearby, She quickly falls asleep leaning on the small table. When Yan wakes up, she rubs her eyes and realizes it's already late at night. The clock on the train points to 1:10 a.m. Most passengers in the carriage are leaning and dozing off. Tion Mimi is also resting her eyes against the seat back, looking drowsy. She might be asleep or not. When Yan doesn't disturb her, turns her head to look out the window at the rushing night. She hears the clattering sound of the train hitting the rails. This familiar noise makes her think of sitting on a train 6 months ago. It's a memory belonging to the original owner. That time, Nan Fangju went to pick up the original owner from her parents' house to register for marriage at the army. They were sitting on the train, and suddenly, everyone in the carriage noticed them. Not because Nan Fangju was tall and handsome, or because the original owner was too fat or unattractive. The difference between them is so great, like heaven and earth. However, the original owner didn't realize how big the gap was. She was very shy all along and didn't dare look at the man who was about to become her husband. So, only Lord Nanfong had to endure the awkwardness and gossip from others. He was a soldier, strong-willed, and unaffected by it. Thinking about it, the original owner was naive, but that also had its benefits. Not understanding the evil in people meant fewer worries. Now, when Yan recalls those past events, she feels very sad for the original owner. She did nothing wrong, so why didn't her parents love her? Raising a child like that, wasn't it their fault? When Yan suppresses her thoughts and continues to look out the window. The night is truly dark. On this train route, almost no lights can be seen along the way. Only when the train passes by a small red brick house at the railway crossing can she see a faint glow from a light bulb under the rain-drenched roof. It's fleeting, warm, yet lonely. She feels like the endless night is a big, open-mouthed monster. Inside, there's fear of the unknown and darkness. The train she's on keeps moving inside this monster's body, with no end in sight. But she still has hope. She really wants to know what the capital was like in the 1970s. Was it more prosperous than Lijiang? When Yan looked for a while but lost interest because she couldn't see anything. She lowered her head and took a storybook from her bag to pass the time. She no longer needs to buy books because there are plenty in the shop. She can read whatever she wants. This time, when Yan brought 10 storybooks. She has become fond of stories because they are very interesting, especially folk tales. For example, the great immortal transformed into a young, beautiful woman. To repay a life-saving kindness, she married a hard-working and kind young man from the countryside. But good times didn't last. One drunken night, the great immortal accidentally revealed her fairy tale. It scared the young man to death. The great immortal was heartbroken and transferred her 1,000-year cultivation to the young man, saving his life. But she could never become human again, so she went into the mountains and was never heard from again. Isn't that very interesting? The story also includes tales about young educated urban residents who responded to government policies by moving to the countryside and falling in love with rural girls. One young man was willing to settle in the countryside for love. He worked hard and earned over 1,000 work points in a year, eventually becoming the village head. He led the villagers to earn work points together. Isn't this story very inspiring? It shows love and career success at the same time. It proves that with hard work, honesty, and bravery, even stones can bloom into beautiful flowers. Every story in the collection is simple, easy to understand, and familiar. There is also a serial story about embroidered shoes, which is suspenseful and exciting. The best-selling book at the Patriotic Bookstore is the story collection. Compared to foreign novels, which often don't reflect Chinese life, these stories feel more real and relatable. Books like these better show the spirit of young people today. They are lighthearted, not heavy, and enjoyable to read. When Yan suddenly felt a jolt of excitement. Has her literary knowledge improved? Or has she truly made progress? Because the train that the Southern Border Art Troupe took was the same as the one that Jiang and others took earlier. So, they arrived at the capital train station at 6:30 the next morning. The difference was, they stayed in different guest houses. The soldiers participating in the parade stayed at the first guest house in the west part of the city, while the Southern Border Art Troupe stayed at the third guest house in the north. This time, more members from the Southern Border Art Troupe came because they had 2 group performances. Plus, when Yen Yen and Su Meiyu each had individual performances, making a total of 40 people. To make management easier, the leaders arranged for those performing solo to stay in the same dormitory. The members of the group performances stayed in rooms with 4 people each because of limited space. However, Tion Mimi didn't mind sharing a room with several people. She just wanted to stay in the same room as Wen Yen Yen. So, in the corridor, she whispered to Su Meiyu, "Meiyu, can we switch rooms?" "No, you can't. You're 4 in a room, and it's not comfortable for just 2 people to share." Su Meiyu refused. "But Meiyu, don't you dislike Yen Yen? Isn't it awkward to share a room with her? It's not just for a day or 2. Tion Mimi explained her situation. No, I won't. I don't like her, and I won't talk to her. I don't talk much, anyway. Du Meiyu repeatedly refused, with a very firm attitude. All right then. Unable to persuade her, Tion Mimi gave up and moved into the neighboring 4-person room. When Yen Yen entered the room, first placing her luggage in the wardrobe by the door, then casually looked around. The double room had 2 standard single beds, arranged east and west. To the south was a bright window. A ray of morning light shone through the transparent glass, like a golden arrow shooting into the room. The warm, soft light made the room bright and lively, making everything look clear and charming. On the windowsill, where an 8 treasure plant was placed, there was a large rectangular table. It was covered with a clean tablecloth, with a porcelain tray decorated with peony patterns on top. There was a bamboo-wrapped thermos and 2 glass cups. The floor was made of beige wooden planks, and the walls were pure white, very clean. While Wen Yen Yen was inspecting the room, Du Meiyu had already taken the east bed. So, she moved to the west bed. Wen Yen Yen didn't expect the leader to arrange things this way, putting her and Du Meiyu in the same dormitory. Since Du Meiyu returned to work, she looked at Wen Yen Yen as if she saw an enemy. Her face was tight, like a mountain of white snow, full of struggle. Her slender, fair neck looked stiff, as if she had a lot of energy, but no one knew where she got it from. Wen Yen Yen thought of her as a strange person. She wondered why her older brother, Su Yanbei, wasn't like her, so understanding, gentle, and kind. Old sayings are true. One mother gives birth to 9 children, and each is different. Recently, when Yen Yen noticed another thing, whenever something involved her, Du Meiyu never took the lead. Like the fuss over the itching powder during the Southern Theater performance, which caused a lot of noise. But it seemed she didn't notice or care. When Yen Yen didn't mind these things, it was okay. She remembered a line from the 9 manual. Let him be wild, the breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Let him be bold, the bright moon shines over the great river. As long as Du Meiyu didn't provoke her, Wen Yen Yen could stand firm like a mountain ridge and be as calm as a flowing river. She quickly tidied up her bed and left the room. She planned to call Nan Fongjue downstairs. If she went late, he would be in military training. It was not yet 7:30, so he should still be in the dorm. But Wen Yen Yen went happily but returned disappointed, because Nan Fongjue and the others had already left for military practice. Why did they leave so early? Wen Yen Yen didn't expect that his daily training was so hard. All right, she would call him again at night. She returned to her dormitory. Wen Yen Yen didn't even look at Su Meiyu and picked up a story magazine to read in bed. Before long, the door opened. Tion Mimi came in and said, "Yenzi, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast." Wen Yen Yen hadn't spoken yet, but Su Meiyu frowned and said first, "Tion Mimi, do you have any manners? Don't you knock on the door? What's wrong with not knocking? We're all in the same art troupe. Do we need to be so polite?" Tion Mimi looked displeased. "What's wrong with being in the same troupe? We're like family. You should knock too." Su Meiyu insisted on her opinion. "You're really nosy. Come on, Yenzi." Tion Mimi didn't want to argue with her anymore. Wen Yen Yen put down her novel and got up to go out with Mimi. "This person is really particular. Yenzi, I'm worried about you. Tian Mimi looked unhappy. When Yen Yen held her hand to comfort her. It's okay. I can handle my relationship with her. Don't be angry. She's just a bit stubborn. She thought that people like Su Meiyu, who show their emotions on their faces, are not necessarily malicious. It's the two-faced, insincere Zhang Mimi that she should be most careful of. At the guest house cafeteria, when Yen Yen found that breakfast was very diverse. There were steamed buns, eggs, buns, fried dough, and many other kinds. She finally chose fried dough sticks with soybean juice. Mimi also chose fried dough sticks, dipping the fried dough sticks in soybean juice. When Yen Yen took a bite, and tears almost welled up. Although she had eaten fried dough sticks once before in the Southern Army, it was with tofu pudding. The fried dough sticks soaked in soybean juice instantly brought back her memories of her diet in the last century. When Yen Yen missed her mother again because her mother knew she loved fried dough sticks. So every weekend, her mother would wake up early to buy fresh fried dough sticks from the market for her. Now, does her mother still go to the market to buy fried dough sticks? Thinking of this, tears filled her eyes instantly. She turned around and wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. When she looked back, she was already smiling like a flower. Her moist eyes shimmered like clear water flowing through the mountains. Mimi, you dip it in bean juice to eat. It's crispy and soft, and it helps with the richness. When Yen Yen used this to shift her sadness. She couldn't easily cry in public or show her true feelings. Oh, is it really tasty this way? Tian Mimi followed her method and took a bite of the fried dough stick. Yes, it's quite good. I didn't realize that drinking bean juice alone isn't tasty, but dipping the fried dough makes it better. She nodded repeatedly. Yen Yen smiled and said, It's delicious. Eat more. The army was especially thoughtful for her. The meals were free, and no matter what she ate or how much, she didn't have to pay. When Yen Yen ate 4 fried dough sticks and 2 cups of soy milk in one go, Tian Mimi kept watching her after finishing her meal. Seeing her finally put down her chopsticks, she asked, Yen, are you not dieting anymore, huh? Well, it depends on my mood. If I want to lose weight, I do. If not, I don't. I'll tell you. When Yen Yen leaned closer and said, weight loss is most important at dinner. As long as you eat less or skip dinner, you can lose weight. But breakfast is essential because the morning sets the tone for the day. If you have a good breakfast, you'll have energy all day. She shared her dieting tips. Huh? Yen, why do you talk so differently? Where did you learn that? Tian Mimi had thought this more than once. Since they became friends, she had learned a lot of knowledge she normally wouldn't have access to. When Yen Yen smiled sweetly. There are treasures in books and gold in books too. Knowledge is power. Let's go. After eating, we'll go back to rest. Traveling by train is tiring. They returned to the guest house. At the dormitory door, Tian Mimi said to her, Yen, the director said we can have free time today. Rest at home in the morning and in the afternoon let's go out for a walk. It turned out Tian Mimi was also someone who couldn't stay still. Her suggestion was just what she wanted. Okay, we'll go in the afternoon. Bye. When Yen Yen agreed immediately. When she returned to her room, she found that Du Meiyu hadn't come back from eating yet. She couldn't help but shake her head. Living in the same room with her was indeed awkward, but there was nothing she could do. That was how the leader arranged it. When Yen Yen was lying on the bed reading a book, but after eating, she was easily sleepy. Moreover, she was also lacking sleep, so she soon fell asleep. Not long after, Tu Meiyu finished breakfast and returned. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Wen Yen Yen sleeping soundly, with a storybook placed beside her pillow. She made a face and muttered, "Eat until you're full, and then sleep. What's the difference from a pig?" But after Tu Meiyu lay down, she also quickly fell asleep. During a short break at the military parade training ground in the capital square, Lin Sinan quietly approached Nan Fongjue and asked, "Boss, do you have any plans for tonight?" The sweat on Nan Fongjue's face reflected rainbow colors in the sunlight. "Really nothing." Lin Sinan's eyes, like peach blossoms, carried a teasing smile. "Why would I lie to you?" Nan Fongjue's lips pressed tightly. "Today, your little sister-in-law came to the capital. You wouldn't be unaware, right?" Lin Xinan's smile deepened, and the corners of his mouth curved further. How do you know that? Nan Fengjue's tone suddenly grew heavier. Because Wen Yanyan didn't call last night. He wasn't sure if she would come today. Could Lin Xinan know something again? I have my sources. Don't ask anymore, Lin Xinan said mysteriously, giving a little tease. Never mind, I won't ask. Nan Fengjue stood up and left. Hey? Why are you leaving? The instructor will whistle for assembly soon, Lin Xinan reminded him. But Nan Fengjue heard him and didn't look back. Wen Yanyan was sleeping peacefully in the dorm. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. She woke up startled and sleepily asked, Who is it? Is Wen Yanyan here? There's a call downstairs for you. Can you answer it? A stranger's voice asked. Wen Yanyan's drowsiness immediately disappeared. Who could be calling just as she arrived? Who was it? Her first thought was her neighbor, Wang Dahua. Because before leaving, Wen Yanyan asked Dahua's wife to help take care of Qiuqiu and the 3 chickens. Could something have happened to Qiuqiu at home? Wen Yanyan didn't have time to think much. Okay, I'll go right away. She got out of bed, opened the door, and rushed out. Wen Yanyan knew that phone signals were poor in the 1970s, and calls often dropped if they lasted too long, especially long-distance calls. She quickly went downstairs, grabbed the phone receiver from the desk at the front desk, and put it to her ear. Hello? Who's there? She was eager and out of breath from running so fast. To her surprise, the voice on the other end was the South gentleman she had been thinking about day and night. South gentleman? Oh. It's you? Wen Yanyan was both surprised and happy. How do you know this phone number? Aren't you in training now? Do they have phones where you're training? She responded quickly, asking 7 or 8 questions in a row. But all she heard from the receiver was, Who do you want to talk to? Why was the response so awkward? Wen Yanyan frowned and asked, Boss, why don't you seem happy? His tone was clearly emotional. You're becoming more independent. You don't tell me anything, and now you're in the capital without telling me. How can I be happy? The purpose of South Gentleman's call was to confirm whether Wen Yanyan was in the capital. Unexpectedly, the operator said there was indeed someone with that name at the 3rd guest house. Considering it might be a common name, South Gentleman asked the operator to connect him to her. When he heard her voice, he was sure it was her. Wen Yanyan was really in the capital. South Gentleman felt frustrated. Even Lin Xinan knew that Wen Yanyan had come to the capital. But her husband, he seemed clueless about everything. And the incident where Wen Yanyan saved someone last time, he didn't know about that either. Was he upset about that? Wen Yanyan hurried to explain. I called you this morning, but you wanted training. I wanted to call again tonight. That's just one thing. Let's talk about it tonight. I still have training, he interrupted. South Gentleman hung up. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. He couldn't let personal matters affect his training progress. Earlier, calling 114 to check the phone number had also taken some time. Wen Yanyan on the other end looked at the receiver in her hand, confused and puzzled. It was all so strange. Did he call just to scold her? And he said there was more than one thing? What else could there be? Wen Yanyan paused and thought carefully, feeling a bit ashamed. She didn't tell Southern Duke about 3 important things. The first was saving Yulin. The second was taking over Wen Sahan's bookstore. The third was being bullied by a man when she bought her house. So, which of these 3 things did Southern Duke mean? Using elimination. Because only the first event, saving someone, was made public. The other 2 were private and unknown to outsiders. In the end, Wen Yanyan was sure that Southern Duke was referring to the event of saving Yulin. Why would he be angry about such a small matter? If she had the chance, she would tell him. But wasn't there a chance? Then she decided to wait and talk about it tonight. When Yanyan returned to her dormitory, checked the time, almost 11 o'clock. Forget it, she had already slept for about 3 hours, which was enough. Plus, sleeping too much during the day would make it hard to sleep at night. She turned her head to look at Su Meiyu. Why was this woman still sleeping? She didn't wake up even with such a loud knock earlier. How could she sleep better than a pig? But Su Meiyu slept so soundly and was so thin. Could it be some kind of genetic mutation? Humph, who cares about her? When Yen Yen walked to the bed, pulled out a story magazine from under the pillow, and started reading happily.
Suddenly, she saw a joke.
One day, Xiao Ming and his friends were playing outside when the ball accidentally fell into a hole. Everyone tried many ways, but couldn't get the ball out. Then Xiao Ming suggested everyone into the hole, and finally, the ball floated up. Xiao Ming then said seriously to everyone, "Stay calm when facing problems and think more." The next day, they were playing again, and this time, Xiao Ming fell into the hole. Ha ha ha, when Yen Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud. So funny. Now Xiao Ming had fallen in. Should they try the same trick again? But her laughter woke Su Meiyu, who was sleeping. She was about to protest but saw the time and instantly calmed down. It was now 11:30, just in time for lunch. Waking up now was perfect. Su Meiyu washed her face, grabbed her lunchbox, and went out. Seeing her leave, when Yen Yen finally realized it was time to eat, she quickly hid the storybook under her pillow and left the dorm to find Mimi. After eating, they planned to go shopping. After lunch, they left the guest house and went to the main street. They found a bus stop and randomly took a bus. They had no specific destination, just wanted to explore and get a feel for the city. At this time, buses still had ticket sellers, so they bought tickets before boarding. As the bus slowly moved, when Yen Yen looked out the window at the orderly street, she frowned slightly, feeling very unfamiliar. Most buildings in the city now were low-rise structures. All these scenes didn't match her memories at all. Where is this? I don't recognize anything anymore. When Yen Yen sincerely sighed. The capital city had developed so quickly over the past few decades, it was like a whole new world, changing completely. So, where should they go shopping today? When Yen Yen looked at the station map inside the bus and brightened up, she thought of Wangfujing, a 100-year-old famous shopping street in the capital. It should be very lively. Going there would probably fill their afternoon. After getting off the bus, they asked passers-by and found Wangfujing, heading straight to the department store. In the 1970s, when Yen Yen loved department stores the most, she couldn't help herself and bought 2 watches at the clock section. One was a Southern Duke watch, and the other was her own, costing over 200 yuan in total. Tian Mimi watched when Yen Yen finished choosing the watches and paid happily. She was stunned. "Yenzi, how are you so rich? Where did you get so much money?" Tian Mimi remembered clearly. 10 days ago, when Yen Yen performed in Lijiang, she spent over 100 yuan. She bought 2 big ugly watches, which cost 70 yuan, probably the military allowance for 2 months for the southern troop. Tian Mimi thought that after buying these, when Yen Yen should have no money left. But this time, she spent even more, over 200 yuan at once. How is Yenzi so rich? Faced with Tian Mimi's surprise, when Yen Yen remained calm and composed. "My family is wealthy. I received 500 yuan as dowry when I got married. I've always wanted to buy a gift for the southern troop, but never had the chance. Today I saw these 2 watches and thought they looked nice. Do they look like couples' watches?" When Yen Yen talks about money, she starts talking nonsense. No, more accurately, she just babbles. Because her original family didn't give her any dowry at all. The only things sent with her at marriage were old blankets, old quilts, old bed sheets, old clothes, and old pillowcases. The dowry was shipped, and the shipping cost was probably more than these old items. Now, all those old things have been reused by her, and there's not a single piece left. "So, your family gave you the dowry? 500 yuan, that's a lot. Yen, your mom is really kind to you." Tian Mimi was very jealous. A dowry of 500 yuan is not a small amount. "Yes, it's pretty good. Now I keep thinking about her." When Yen Yen put away her watch and then walked toward the wardrobe. Don't say, the styles of clothes in the capital are more fashionable than those in Lijiang, and there's even a red dress that can be seen from 8 meters away. As when Yen Yen was walking, she suddenly stopped, pointing at a large-brimmed round hat with white lace and a big red bow on the shelf. "Mimi, this hat looks nice." No. "Master, can you take it down?" She almost called the clerk the boss. The clerk was a middle-aged man, and he reached out and took down the hat. When Yen Yen took it and put it directly on Tian Mimi's head, carefully examining the effect before nodding. Mimi, you look good with a hat. Because your forehead is a bit wide, it just covers it. Of course, you shouldn't wear military uniforms. A dress would match better. Unfortunately, today she was wearing a military uniform. Tian Mimi's face slightly reddened from Wen Yanyan's gaze, and she carefully held the hat. Does it look good? Master, do you have a mirror? I want to see the effect. The clerk quickly brought a mirror. Tian Mimi stood in front of it, looking left and right. Yes, Yen, you're right. This hat looks great. Master, how much is it? She was tempted and reached into her pocket for money. Ah, no need. When Yen Yen hurriedly stopped her hand. Mimi, this is a gift from me. Master, how much is this hat? 350. The clerk looked at the price and said, 350? Master, 3 yuan. Okay, I'll buy it. When Yen Yen almost said, will you sell it for 3 yuan? Suddenly remembering that in the 1970s, you couldn't haggle over prices, she quickly stopped herself. Swallow, I feel a bit embarrassed asking you to buy me a gift. I'll buy it myself. I have 3 yuan and 50 cents. Tian Mimi hesitated a little. You can keep your money. When you get married in the future, save it for your dowry. Giving you a gift is my way of showing I care. Isn't this hat perfect for you? You must take it. When Yen Yen handed 7 yuan to the shopkeeper. Sir, I want to buy 2 hats. Honestly, she liked this hat very much. It looked nice, with a wide brim to block the sun. Since it's autumn, the afternoon sun can be quite strong. But the 2 hats she bought were slightly different in color. When Yen Yen chose a white hat with lace and a pink butterfly bow. She didn't want to buy 2 identical hats, as matching hats wouldn't feel special. Thank you, Yen Yen. You really touched me. It's the first time someone has given me a gift. Tian Mimi's eyes started to turn red. Why are you so touched? We're good friends. If I get rich someday, I'll buy you even better gifts. When Yen Yen felt very grateful to her. Last time at the Southern Military District performance, if Mimi hadn't watched over Shi Xiaofeng, she wouldn't be performing in the capital today. She is someone who remembers kindness and wants to repay it. Oh, when will you get rich? Tian Mimi asked eagerly. When Yen Yen's charming fox-like eyes sparkled. She lowered her voice. Next year around this time, I'll be rich. Let's keep shopping. This place is so fun. She noticed that today's Wangfujing had some similarities to the new century Wangfujing. When Yen Yen felt a sense of returning home, they wandered around for a while. When Yen Yen bought a beige trench coat and a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes. Her new watch was already on her wrist, small and delicate. When Yen Yen looked at the time and sighed quietly, it was already 4 o'clock. Because the art troupe had rules, they had to return to the guest house before 4:30 p.m. when Yen Yen put on her new hat. Her originally beautiful and delicate face now looked even more charming. Let's go back. It's getting late, she said. She raised her chin to look at Tian Mimi. The wide brim of her hat slightly blocked her eyes. Tian Mimi held her hat in her hand, not wearing it. As Yen Yen said, wearing a hat with a military uniform didn't match. They took the bus home. Traveling in the capital is very convenient, with many bus routes everywhere. But as soon as they entered the guest house, Ma Xiaoli from the dance team saw them. Oh, these 2 beautiful girls are finally back. Did you buy that hat recently? It looks great. Mimi, let me try it. Before Tian Mimi could speak, the hat she just put on flew off. Ma Xiaoli loudly shouted, drawing others to look and praise. This hat is really nice, and it even has a big bow on it. Yeah, I like it too. The bow shape is pretty, cute, romantic, and cheerful. Most girls like it. Oh, don't fight over it. Yen Yen gave me this hat. If I break it, I'll be angry. Tian Mimi quickly grabbed the hat back. Oh, so Yen Yen gave you that hat? You 2 are really good friends. Some people envied. Others felt jealous. When Yen Yen smoothly said yes because today is Yen Yen's birthday and I gave her this as a gift. She made an excuse to explain the gift's meaning. At the same time, when Yen Yen gave Tian Mimi a meaningful look and she understood immediately. Yes, it's a birthday gift. Tian Mimi cooperated perfectly. Oh, So Mimi's birthday is today. Happy birthday. Yen Yen, where did you buy this hat? Ma Xiaoli spoke again. At Wang Fujing department store. You should go see it sometime. It's even better than Li Jiang. When Yen Yen enthusiastically introduced. Okay, I'll definitely go see it when I have time. Ma Xiaoli agreed. Well, we're going upstairs now. Dinner will be ready soon. When Yen Yen and Tian Mimi went upstairs. At the dormitory door, Tian Mimi said, Yen Yen, I'll come find you for dinner later. When Yen Yen carried her bag back to the dorm, Ru Meiyu said sarcastically, buying gifts is fine, but lying about Mimi's birthday, so fake. When Yen Yen paused slightly. Could it be that Ru Meiyu heard them talking upstairs? You're not ignoring me anymore? Why do you suddenly care? I've eaten enough today. I'm full, okay? Su Meiyu emphasized the word support strongly. Was her pronunciation so harsh? Was it intentional? Like someone constipated. When Yen Yen felt uncomfortable listening. You're a soldier, so you should act like one. Can't you speak properly? Why are you being so strange? Since learning that Su Meiyu was also in the military, she had been curious about how she joined. How did she become a soldier? Her behavior is so different. Not to mention, take Nanju as an example. Speaking clearly, being strict with herself, yet kind to others. Both are soldiers, so why is there such a big difference? Su Meiyu snorted, sneering at her words. Why am I not speaking properly? Today isn't Tian Mimi's birthday. Don't you check the calendar before lying? From her tone, it seemed she knew when Tian Mimi's birthday was. You're really interesting. When Yen Yen raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Why do you keep bothering about Mimi's birthday? Is that question so important? She said that just to keep her psychological balance. As long as her goal was reached, it was fine. Why isn't it important? That proves you're lying. Su Meiyu clung to her point. What's wrong with me lying? Do you have to control everything? Mind your own business. If you like to lecture others so much, why not become a teacher? When Yen Yen stopped paying attention to her and placed the items she bought on the bed one by one. Cracking sunflower seeds. What kind of person is that? Do you know what a white lie is? Not all lies are malicious. Su Meiyu was so angry she stomped her feet, the floor thumping loudly. This woman is really good at arguing, lying so confidently. Haha, no more words to say, right? When Yen Yen secretly felt pleased inside, she had to make her angry. Let her cause trouble for no reason. And she even said Mimi was impolite. Yes, you always lie. Last time, you deliberately twisted my ankle and then falsely accused me. I had to apologize. With your attitude, you think you're right no matter what. Unexpectedly, Su Meiyu stomped again, sounding the alarm for her self-defense counterattack, bringing up old issues. When Yen Yen remained calm, ready to respond with a water and earth defense, blocking her attack. I just chuckled. She was busy sorting the items she bought, placing snacks aside. Comrade Su Meiyu, please don't always pick on others' faults. You have your own problems too. That day, you were the one who first insulted me. When Yen Yen remembers clearly, she still remembers everything. If it hadn't been for Su Meiyu calling her fat like a pig and attacking her personally, she wouldn't have gotten angry. At that time, she was already not fat anymore. Isn't Su Meiyu twisting the facts and turning black into white? That's why when Yen Yen couldn't stand it. Although I scolded you, it's because you started by touching my piano. Su Meiyu's eyes flashed with anger. No one had ever dared to touch her things before. It's all your fault. Holding a bag of roasted prawns, when Yen Yen shook her head and sang a song, then continued speaking. First, the piano isn't yours. It's from the art troupe. Second, I am also a member of the art troupe, so I have the right to use it. Third, I play better than you. When Yen Yen was very confident. She considered herself a genius of the 21st century.
Just joking.
Su Meiyu rolled her eyes and said, just brag. She smiled lightly and easily. That's your opinion. You can ask others. Don't always live in your own world. Besides snacks on the bed, when Yen Yen kept everything else in the wardrobe, including that men's watch. I won't take others' opinions as my own, and I won't follow the crowd. Su Meiyu was very stubborn. When Yen Yen felt tired. Then do as you like. If we can't agree, There's no need to talk. She locked the wardrobe and went back to her bed to read, not wanting to speak anymore. Because when Yen Yen was holding a book and looking at it, Su Meiyu saw her watch on her wrist. Su Meiyu was very surprised. She wanted to say something, but didn't. She also lay down to read. When Yen Yen glanced sideways. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the guest house officially started serving dinner. Tian Mai came to find Wen Yen Yen, and they went to the dining hall together. However, Su Meiyu wasn't in a hurry to eat. She had been thinking about one question during this time. Where did Wen Yen Yen get the money to buy the watch? She also bought so many clothes and snacks. That bag of roasted prawns wasn't cheap. It cost at least 5 yuan. And from what she knew, the monthly military allowance for the southern group was 35 yuan. After working in the cultural troupe, Wen Yen Yen's monthly salary was 20 yuan. So, in total, she earned 55 yuan. However, Wen Yen Yen had only been with the troupe for a month and hadn't spent any money yet. This means her living expenses are only 35 yuan per month. Wen Yen Yen and Nantuan have been married for less than half a year. Based on this, she has earned about 200 yuan. Tu Meiyu also heard that Wen Yen Yen spends money freely and that her monthly expenses are not enough. She doesn't even save money. So, how does Wen Yen Yen have enough money to buy a watch worth over 100 yuan? Tu Meiyu suddenly had a bright idea. Could it be that Wen Yen Yen stole the money to buy the watch? Her reputation wasn't very good before. She even fought over small candies with children. Thinking of this, Tu Meiyu quickly got up, went to her wardrobe, took the key, and checked her wallet. She wondered if she had enough money. She was confused. Where did Wen Yen Yen get her money? After dinner, Wen Yen Yen returned to the guest house and told Mimi, I need to call Nantuan. You know what I mean. She was worried her meaning might not be clear, so she gave Tian Mimi a quick wink. Okay, go ahead and call. Tian Mimi understood immediately and promised to go upstairs to her dorm. Wen Yen Yen picked up the phone. Since the operator was not nearby, she thought it was a good chance to make a call. But she overlooked one problem. She didn't have an operator on her side, so maybe the other side didn't either. When the call connected, the person on the other end wasn't the operator Huang Ying but Zhang Mimi, the big troublemaker. Wen Yen Yen was very angry. Although voices can be distorted over the phone, she remembered Zhang Mimi's voice clearly. Hello. Why are you answering the phone? Where's Sister Huang? Wen Yen Yen's good mood instantly disappeared. She went to eat. I am happy to help. Zhang Mimi was also very angry because she was about to make a call when she suddenly received Wen Yen Yen's call. Such a coincidence. Are you just trying to cause trouble? You really think you're clever. Shameless. Thinking of the incident a few days ago when she accidentally entered the Zen room and saw the lush plants, Wen Yen Yen felt a surge of hatred. Bah! You're the shameless one. A petty person who repays kindness with evil. Zhang Mimi's face turned red with anger. Humph. You really are good at pretending to be innocent. By the way, can you use some new words? You keep saying the same things so much that my ears are getting sore. Do you think I'm stupid? Wen Yen Yen said sarcastically. You really have changed. How did that happen? Zhang Mimi's eyes darkened. She was eager to know the answer. How did Wen Yen Yen suddenly become a different person? It was unbelievable. Do you understand the principle that things tend to reverse? I was so foolish that I became smart. Wen Yen Yen wouldn't tell her the truth. She just said something random for her to guess. Oh, I was just looking for you. I want to ask, did you secretly plot against me a few days ago? Knowing she wouldn't admit it, Wen Yen Yen still asked. She wouldn't be taken for a fool. Are you talking nonsense? We're so far apart. How could I harm you? So, you also know you did something wrong and feel guilty? Zhang Mimi not only denied it but also turned the tables. Ha! I did something wrong? Are you out of your mind? It's okay if you don't admit it. Just wait. I will find that man. Wen Yen Yen secretly vowed. You're the one out of your mind. I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhang Mimi continued to deny. Fine, you'd better keep your mouth shut. By the way, I'm here to tell you. Pay back the money. Wen Yen Yen had a plan in mind. Pay back the money? I don't owe you anything. What are you talking about? Zhang Mimi frowned in confusion. Humph. Still saying your head isn't full of nonsense? Selective amnesia? I once gave you 4 cloth tickets, 4 oil tickets, 2 egg tickets, 50 jin of national grain coupons, and spent 50 yuan on shopping. Now, pay me back. Those things were given to me by you. I didn't ask for them. Why should I return them? Zhang Mimi's face turned pale with anger. You didn't ask? Who was crying and saying there were thieves at home? That the grain coupons and money were stolen? That the family was about to go hungry? When Yen Yen started to dig deeper. You're scamming me. Trying to get my sympathy. Now I regret it. Hurry up and return these things. If you don't, I'll go to the authorities. She became angrier as she spoke. This cruel woman had money and connections. Could she find accomplices? The kind original owner surprisingly used money to feed a greedy snake. No, I must get that money back. It's so frustrating. I didn't ask you for it. You gave it to me voluntarily. How can I ask for something back that was given freely? Find whoever you want. Zhang Mimi decided not to return the money. I told you, you were lying to me back then, when Yen Yen said firmly. Enough, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Zhang Mimi suddenly hung up the phone. When Yen Yen put down the receiver, feeling upset. She originally called Nan Fongjue, but after wasting time talking, she hadn't accomplished anything. Should she keep calling? Suddenly, the phone rang again. When Yen Yen quickly picked up the receiver, held it to her ear, and asked sweetly, Hello? This is the 3rd guest house of the military district. Who are you looking for? Since the operator wasn't available here, she decided to pretend to be one, trying to sound professional. When Yen Yen? Soon, a familiar voice came from the phone. When Yen Yen was surprised and happy, Are you the boss? Yeah, it's me. On the other end, Nan Fongjue looked at Zhang Mimi walking away, a hint of understanding in his deep eyes. So, she was talking to Wen Yen Yen just now, and as soon as he arrived, she hung up. Hey, it's really you. I was just about to call you, he said. When Yen Yen felt happy. Yeah, what a coincidence, she replied softly. Do you have time? Nan Fongjue asked her. When Yen Yen didn't hesitate. She had time, but she needed to ask her boss for leave. Then I'll treat you to coffee, he offered again. Thinking about coffee? When Yen Yen was a bit surprised but agreed. Sure. Where shall we meet? I'll come pick you up, Nan Fongjue said, glancing out the window. Night was falling. How will you pick me up? When Yen Yen wondered, knowing the 2 guest houses weren't close. Don't worry, just wait outside, he said with a plan. When Yen Yen put down the phone, feeling a little excited, like she was falling in love. Coffee? This man had only been in the capital for a few days, but already seemed to understand things, and even arranged to meet her for coffee. He adapts quickly to his surroundings. When Yen Yen turned around first to ask her supervisor for leave. This time, the team leader was Captain Yu, and she explained the situation to him. I'm relieved that you're with Nantan. Just make sure it doesn't affect tomorrow's rehearsal. Thank you, Captain. I won't affect the training. I'll go now. After requesting leave, when Yen Yen returned to her dormitory, she took her watch from the wardrobe, put it in her pocket, and stepped outside the dorm. She waited quietly at the gate of the guest house. At this moment, night had just fallen. The sky was dotted with faint stars, as if countless eyes were watching the world. The moon hung high, casting a cool, pale light over the land, like a silver veil. The city lights shone brightly, neon signs flickered, and busy streets were filled with people rushing to their destinations. In less than half an hour, when Yen Yen saw a soldier riding a bicycle rush past on the sidewalk, she chuckled softly. No need to guess, this man, with his feet on the pedals and under the bright night sky, was definitely Nantan-ju. But where did he get the bicycle? Because Nantan-ju approached from the backlight, his clear outline was more visible than the details. Broad shoulders, a slim waist, long legs, perfect proportions, a strong aura, and smooth, confident riding skills. For the first time, when Yen Yen realized that a man riding a bicycle like this could be so handsome and impressive. Hey, I'm here. When Yen Yen waved her hand to him, worried he might not see her, Nantan-ju stopped, confidently planting one foot on the ground. Getting impatient, his deep, Dark eyes beneath sharp eyebrows flickered with a faint, elusive smile. No rush, husband. Where did you get the bicycle? When Yanyan's face turned slightly red. Why was he smiling? She was used to seeing him with a cold face, and it felt a bit strange. It's from the station troops, borrowed. Can you get on? Nantan-ju looked at her legs with concern. Who do you think I am? With my long legs, I can get on a 2-story building, when Yan said, grabbing his coat and lightly jumping onto the back seat, sitting steadily. Is it possible to jump onto a 2-story small building? She thought that sounded a bit unlikely. With such long legs, isn't she a giraffe? Nanfang-ju slightly smiled and asked, Are you seated comfortably? Yes, I'm sitting well, when Yan replied, adjusting her sitting position. Only then did Nanfang-ju stretch out his long legs and ride away on his bike. The night sky was deep blue, with a bright moon hanging high, pouring gentle moonlight over the bustling city. The night breeze was soft and playful, like a shy lover gently touching every part of the land. Yan sat relaxed on the back of the bicycle. Riding in second class feels pretty good. She remembered a funny joke from the 21st century about bicycles. Bro just bought a new car, a convertible off-road mini SUV with dual crank engines, panoramic sunroof, 0 fuel consumption per 100 kilometers, and leather seats. It has a small turning radius, perfect for city, suburban, and mountain roads, and no major accidents have happened, especially the panoramic sunroof, no doubt about it, huh? Very clever. In a good mood, when Yan tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear and looked at Nanfang-ju's perfect side profile. Boss, where are we going for coffee? Nanfang-ju's pleasant voice sounded like it was coming from his chest, echoing warmly. Husband, how do you know about this coffee shop? Have you been there? When Yan felt curious. She thought Nanfang-ju wasn't a romantic person and wouldn't usually go to coffee shops on his own. Lin Sinan took me there, Nanfang-ju explained. When Yan nodded, that made sense. He's full of tricks. If he weren't in the military, he'd be a carefree in society. He loves new trends and small luxuries. Yan, do you like coffee? Nanfang-ju asked her. No, I've never drunk it, she replied. When Yan couldn't tell him the truth. Of course, she had drunk coffee before, but she didn't like it. It tasted like overly sweet syrup, and drinking it felt the same. She preferred their country's tea, tasty, beautiful, and fragrant. Boss, aren't you busy with training? How do you have time for coffee? She asked, confused. Tonight I took a day off, Nanfang-ju explained. Yan blinked her eyes, as if she had just been pricked. Husband, I wasn't talking about today, but about the time you and Lin Sinan had coffee. That time because I just arrived in the capital and hadn't had formal training yet, so I had some free time. Today, Nanfang-ju spoke more than usual, no longer so brief. Oh, I see. Lin Sinan just came to the capital and had coffee. From this, it seems this man is not simple. If there were nightclubs in this era, he could take Nanfang-ju to visit. In the future, I must be careful not to let him influence Nanfang-ju. Yan already considered Lin Sinan a risky person. She looked at the neon lights of the city along the way, feeling the cool night breeze. She couldn't help but feel happy. The psychological shadow caused by the recent house purchase had disappeared. Although the capital in this era is much smaller than in the new century, it is still the country's economic and political center. City civilization is everywhere, with some ancient buildings grand and magnificent. No wonder it's a 1,000-year-old city. As she sat, Yan grew tired and relaxed her body, resting her face on Nanfang-ju's back. She slightly sniffed the familiar tobacco smell, along with a faint scent of soap from him. She couldn't help but ask, Boss, did you just take a shower? Yes, I was sweating too much from training, so I had to. Yan, I know you're a bit tired, but can you hold on a little longer? My body is a bit sensitive. Nanfang-ju spoke honestly, without hiding. Just a touch makes him sensitive? Yan immediately sat up straight, then quickly made a suggestion. Boss, maybe we shouldn't go for coffee anymore. Huh? Why not? Nanfang-ju held the brake, slowing down the ride. Let's go to a guest house and get a room. Yan had an idea. She thought that the best way to deal with her own sensitivity was to fight fire with fire. If Nan Fongjue is always so sensitive, she couldn't stand it. Finally seeing her longed for husband, and she can't even touch him? Isn't that torture? Getting a room for just the two of them is much better than a flashy but empty coffee date. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the bike shake violently. She quickly hugged Nan Fongjue's waist to avoid being knocked over. What happened to him? Why did he react so strongly to the idea of booking a room? Wen Yanyan also heard Nan Fongjue say, "Not very good, right? If we can't finish soon, it might delay tomorrow's training." He always put work first, feeling second. Not finishing soon? Suddenly, Wen Yanyan's mind was filled with some inappropriate and indescribable images. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Indeed, they couldn't finish quickly. Moreover, his training was very important and couldn't be compared to her stage performance. If it affected his condition, it would be a big loss, especially since he made it so clear. All right then, Wen Yanyan didn't insist anymore. Since the plan to book a room fell through, she decided to stay a bit farther from him and avoid physical contact. She could flirt casually, but Nan Fongjue couldn't stand it. He was the kind of man who would rush to take a shower after hearing a few affectionate words. After a while, when Yan pointed to a corner of the dimly lit street where a Star and Moon coffee shop was located. "Boss, we don't have to go to a fancy place. Look, there's a coffee shop right there." That spot was away from the road and very quiet. Nan Fongjue looked up and agreed. As long as it was a coffee shop, it was fine, not necessarily a fancy one. In the dimly lit, music-filled coffee shop, even the air seemed sweetened by the rich aroma of coffee. When Yanyan's coffee cup in front of her was slowly steaming, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Nan Fongjue with a faint smile on her lips. "What are you thinking?" Nan Fongjue suddenly suggested they have coffee because he thought she would like it. "I haven't seen a real person in a long time. Shouldn't I look more?" When Yan withdrew her gaze. She liked sweet coffee, so she added several sugar cubes. Latte was too bitter. Girls usually prefer creamy cappuccino, and since Nan Fongjue was new to coffee, he probably didn't know much about it. "Have I changed?" Nan Fongjue cared about her feelings. When Yan stirred her coffee and said, "You're a bit darker than before." Previously, his skin was not very fair. It was wheat-colored, which is related to his military career in the south. He has been training under the sun for many years, so it's no surprise that he's darker. Except for Lin Sinan, who has fair skin, likely inherited from his family, and only turns red in the sun, not dark. Moreover, he has been exposed to the sun recently, so it's normal for him to be darker. South Ju is handsome, and his darker skin makes him look more masculine and confident. Appearance really is a strong skill. "Do you dislike me?" He looked at her small face, which was pinkish white, and felt a bit unsure. When Yan suddenly smiled and leaned forward, whispering softly, "You are my husband. Even if you're as dark as a clown, I wouldn't dislike you. Your other parts are even darker, but I like that very much." She smiled mischievously. South Ju almost spat out his coffee. He quickly grabbed a tissue to cover his mouth and warned in a deep voice, "Speak properly. What's wrong with this little woman? She's not behaving well in public." When Yan obediently agreed, but she was secretly laughing inside. It's so fun to tease him. South Ju quickly returned to normal and asked, "Why have you lost weight again? Are you still dieting?" He also made a new discovery. "I didn't intentionally lose weight. I just got thinner on my own." When Yan remembered, she hadn't slept well these days and touched her ear nervously. "How did you lose weight? Not eating well? Or was the performance too tiring?" South Ju glanced at her chest, and maybe because of her mind, it seemed a bit smaller. When Yan shook her head. "No, I had a little trouble a few days ago." She didn't want to hide the incident with the troublemaker, but she didn't know how to explain it well. When Yan took a sip of coffee, but it was bitter, and she frowned. "What's going on? She added sugar earlier, so why is it still so bitter?" She quickly added a few more spoonfuls of sugar. "What trouble?" South Ju's deep, handsome eyes flickered with waves of emotion. "I met a bad person in town." When Yan was still choosing her words carefully, she couldn't mention the house buying issue. "Met a bad person? You encountered one again?" South Jew asked hurriedly. Tell me more, what happened? Okay, but don't get too excited when I tell you. When Yen Yen had already thought about how to explain, but she wanted to give a warning first. Do I look like someone who is not calm? Nanfang Ju is very confident. Yes, you're very calm. When Yen Yen blinked and spoke. One day, I went to the town to buy eggs and was followed by a bad person. Suddenly, a man appeared and blocked my way. His arms were so thick, he was so tall, and his legs were like big trees. He looked fierce and trapped me in a dead-end alley. His pants were down, trying to bully me. I was so scared I couldn't call for help, and nothing seemed to work. So, when Yen Yen stopped suddenly and looked at Nanfang Ju. So, what happened next? Nanfang Ju's face turned visibly pale. Don't worry, don't get upset, be careful with your words. When Yen Yen looked around, some people were already watching. His eyes seemed to shoot fire, and he said in a deep voice, If you went through something like that, how could I not be upset? Keep going. Nothing much happened. I grabbed him there and squeezed as hard as I could. He screamed loudly, then fainted. I ran away when Yen Yen finally finished her story. But she left out many details, so the story was less exciting. She felt a little regretful. Nanfang Ju's stomach relaxed. You must have been very scared, right? Yes, I haven't slept well these days. I keep having nightmares. You wouldn't believe it, I was grabbing him like catching a toad. Oh, it was so uncomfortable. When Yen Yen finally found someone to complain to, and she looked disgusted. She saw the coffee and, busy talking, almost let it get cold. But even though it was bitter, she didn't want to waste it, so she drank it all in one go. I have to say, this stuff really helps wake me up. I feel much more alert now, and my clear, bright eyes look even shinier. Nanfang Ju looked unhappy. He also finished his coffee in one sip. When Yen Yen hadn't finished her complaints yet, suddenly, he took 10 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, Let's go. When Yen Yen nodded and stood up, wondering to herself, where did he get so much money? They left the coffee shop. Nanfang Ju kept walking without stopping. He kept heading north, even ignoring the bicycle parked next to the shop. Hey, boss, where are you going? When Yen Yen hurriedly asked. What's wrong with this man? Why does he keep walking alone like that? Southern Jew turned back and said, There is a guest house ahead. He changed his mind and decided to book a room. Do you still want your bicycle? When Yen Yen didn't have time to feel happy, she was busy reminding him about the bicycle. It's okay to leave it there for now. Southern Jew came back, holding her hand. Let's go. Aren't you going to get a room? When Yen Yen felt his warm hand in hers and couldn't help but smile. She followed his steps, tilting her head to look at him. She wondered why this man suddenly changed his mind. At the reception of the Shunfeng Inn, Southern Jew took out his military ID to register a room. Room 206. That's the 6th room on the 2nd floor. When Yen Yen watched him take the key and open the door, and she asked cautiously, Boss, do you still have training tomorrow? Is that okay? I have it under control. This was Southern Jew's most common answer. He went inside the room and suddenly turned on the light. When Yen Yen saw the bright light and also saw the familiar lamp cord in his hand, she was a little surprised. Turns out, even in the 1970s, the capital's ghost houses used lamp cords to turn on the lights. The room was simple, with 2 beds, a table, a small desk, and a lamp. The big bed was narrow, with plain white sheets, and the mattress was hard. Even the ceiling light was dim. When Yen Yen immediately lost interest. What was this? It didn't feel as cozy as her own home. She was feeling a bit dissatisfied. Suddenly, Southern Jew hugged her from behind, his firm chin resting on her head. When Yen Yen's body tensed. In that moment, she had no objections anymore. No matter how simple the room was, as long as he was there, it was the most beautiful scenery in the world. She turned around and hugged his waist, pressing her face tightly against his chest. When Yen Yen softly whispered. In this embrace, she had dreamed about it many times. Now it was finally real. So warm. Her eyes grew a little moist. Southern Jew's breathing paused for a second, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his deep eyes. It's my fault. I made you suffer. Don't worry, I will find this man when I go back and get revenge for you. If we talk about the first time when Yen Yen encountered some troublemakers in town, Southern Jew did not pursue the matter further because she was not hurt. But this time was different. One Yen Yen couldn't eat or sleep well and was getting thinner each day. This showed that her injury was very serious. He had to find out what happened and make the bully pay for hurting her. A warm feeling flowed through Yen Yen's heart. Husband, you don't need to feel guilty. It was my own mistake this time, and it has nothing to do with you. She didn't want Southern Jew to feel guilty. It's not your fault. If I had been with you, you wouldn't have been in danger, she said. Southern Jew still felt guilty. One Yen Yen didn't know what to say, so she changed the subject. Husband, I want to take a shower, she said. She hadn't showered on the train yesterday. This isn't a hotel. There's no shower here. Where will you wash? At the bathhouse? Southern Jew reminded her. There was no shower here? When Yen Yen scratched her head, realizing that in the 1970s, ordinary inns didn't have such facilities. What should I do? Isn't that unhygienic? She looked at Southern Jew with a worried expression. You can wash your face and hands, he said. Southern Jew let go of her and went to get a basin and soap from the shelf. All right, wait for me, when Yen Yen said, taking the basin and leaving the room. She knew the water room was in the bathroom, and she had just passed by it earlier. I'll go with you, Southern Jew said, worried about her being alone. He waited outside the bathroom. Soon, when Yen Yen came out holding the basin, looking sad and upset as she looked at Southern Jew. What's wrong? He asked, noticing her mood change. Husband, I have 2 bad news and 1 good news. Which one do you want to hear first? When Yen Yen asked. Southern Jew was confused. How come you came out with so many messages after just a short time inside? What's the good news? He asked. The good news is I don't need to wash anymore, she said, but her mood was still unhappy, with a worried look on her face. What was the good news about not needing to wash? And the bad news? Southern Jew asked again. The first bad news is that my period has started, she said. When Yen Yen's mood became even worse. Just now I was about to wash up when I noticed blood on my waistband. My mood instantly sank to the bottom. Why is it so unpredictable? My period didn't come early or late, but it just arrived today? What? Your period is here? Where is it? Nanfang Ju was confused. When Yen Yen kept quiet. The term, period, was unfamiliar to men from the 1970s. Okay, it's not my period. I misspoke earlier. I got my period. Hopefully, he understood what I meant now. What? My period has started? Nanfang Ju's heart sank even more. That was definitely bad news. Second bad news. Do you want to hear it? When Yen Yen felt a bit embarrassed. What's the second one? Nanfang Ju's mood was complicated now. I don't have any sanitary products and I feel uncomfortable. When Yen Yen finished explaining all 3 pieces of news. Nanfang Ju was silent for a moment before saying, All right, I understand. What kind of sanitary product do you need? Toilet paper. In this era, women used large rolls of toilet paper as there were no sanitary pads yet. Okay, I'll buy some for you. As he spoke, Nanfang Ju gently picked her up around the waist. What are you doing? When Yen Yen held a basin in one hand and soap in the other, looking suspicious. Can you walk with blood on you? I'll carry you back to your room to rest, Nanfang Ju explained. When Yen Yen felt warm inside. I didn't expect him to be so considerate. Nanfang Ju returned to the room, placed her on the bed, and pulled the blanket over her. Lie down and don't move.
Close your eyes and rest.
I'll go buy some paper. When Yen Yen obediently closed her eyes, her pupils flickering beneath her eyelids. A genuine feeling of happiness blossomed like a flower about to bloom, covering her earlier disappointment. What is happiness? If there's a moment in life when someone cares for and loves you, that must be happiness, right? After about half an hour, Nanfang Ju finally came back. When Yen Yen saw him put down a large roll of toilet paper and then take out a strange object from his pocket, she was stunned. It had 3 big characters written on it. She was shocked. Could this be the legendary? When Yen Yen was so excited, she immediately sat up. Suddenly, she felt a warm wave surge in her lower abdomen. Oh no! She quickly jumped out of bed and touched her bottom. Her pants were see-through. She needed to put on a pad right away. When Yan snatched the item from his hand and quickly opened the paper packaging outside. Sure enough, it was a red menstrual pad. Her nostrils twitched slightly, and she could smell disinfectant. Very clean. Where did you buy this? When Yan had wanted to buy menstrual pads before but never found the chance. Seeing this today, she felt very close. Nan Fongjue said with empty hands. I saw it at the place that sells tissues. I thought it would be convenient for your period, so I bought it. Try it and see if it's comfortable. He bought it just because he saw it. She remembered the clerk's strange look at that moment. Nan Fongjue paid no attention to that. When Yan was a bit impatient because her flood was about to break. She didn't go to the bathroom, but handled it right there. The man beside her was her husband, so no need to hide. When Yan first placed thick layers of tissue inside the menstrual pad, then held Nan Fongjue's arm to take off his outer pants and underwear. Finally, she put on the menstrual pad. She wobbled her waist a little to feel it. It fit well and wouldn't shift around. When Yan felt relieved and smiled gratefully. Feels pretty good. Thank you, husband. She stretched out her arms to hug his neck and jumped up. When Yan seemed like a big baby hanging on Nan Fongjue. Her feelings weren't fake. Because since she entered puberty at 16, she had always used convenient and hygienic menstrual pads. If she had had a menstrual pad before, she wouldn't have suffered for half a year. Every time her period came, the bed would be messy and sticky. She didn't dare to move much while sleeping. She never expected Nan Fongjue to buy this for her after seeing it. Men who buy such things for women were rare in the 1970s. Most were macho and ashamed. When Yan also knew that in the early 2000s, some men still refused to buy sanitary pads for women. She looked at Nan Fongjue, his eyes shining with affection, and his carefree smile was like a beautiful peach blossom blooming in the breeze. Why thank me? As long as you like it. Nan Fongjue supported her hips with both hands, worried she might fall, and then hugged her into his arms. He noticed a change. Since he found out she was on her period earlier, her body no longer felt sensitive. This close contact felt like holding a child. When Yan also noticed his change. No, she thought, with her beauty and charm, how could this man not have naughty thoughts? She lifted her chin and kissed his cool lips. Just one kiss, and when Yan felt a tingling sensation like an electric current spreading from her lips to her heart. That was the feeling of being electrified. She closed her eyes, slightly parted her tongue, and gently licked, and a faint coffee scent intertwined with her tongue, blending and rubbing together. When Yan was so happy kissing that she even bit him a few times. Nan Fongjue didn't refuse, but his lips hurt a little. What are you doing? Are you craving some affection? He finally spoke. When Yan couldn't kiss anymore and pouted sadly. Kissing, we're in a room together. We can't just do nothing, right? Her lips looked like soft, sweet berries, shiny with moisture. But your body isn't feeling well, so let's just leave it at that, he said. Nan Fongjue didn't want to hurt her. Although he was a man, he knew that during her period, women shouldn't have intimacy to avoid health issues. Yan swung her long, white legs and said sweetly, "It's okay, I have a way. Husband, hold me and turn off the light?" Nan Fongjue went over and pulled the light cord, plunging the room into darkness. "Get back to bed," he said. When Yan bit his ear playfully, smiling with mischievous eyes, like a naughty little fox. Tonight's night was tempting, but what was even more tempting was the reunion of this couple in bed. The moonlight outside was calm and flowing through the window, spilling onto the messy wooden bed inside, like a thin layer of blue mist. When Yan's face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, her eyes full of autumn waves, her clothes gone. Her white skin was like snow, and she wore only a red menstrual belt, like a red plum blooming in the snow. Her charming face was painted with a gorgeous blush. When Yan smiled like a beautiful, enchanting flower, both alluring and mysterious, full of charm. I want to be with you, he said, his voice soaked in desire, carrying a lazy, carefree tone that was different from usual. His words deeply stimulated Wen Yanyan's ears. The adult world is so raw and honest. There is no need for reason or restraint, only sensory pleasure and mutual giving. Originally, the bright moon hung high, and the night sky was filled with water-like moonlight. Perhaps the moon princess felt shy, so she quickly pulled a cloud over her eyes. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. When Yan finally grew tired, and her mouth felt very dry. The lingering feelings of love hadn't faded. She pressed her face against Nan Fengjue's six-pack abs like a cute cat, exhaling softly. "Husband, do you love me?" She really wanted to know the answer. "Love? What is that?" "I like you very much." Nan Fengjue's voice was deep and husky. She didn't expect their meeting today to start in this way. "He is a charming little devil." When Yan's tongue gently brushed his abs, feeling the muscles twitch. Although she knew that people in the 1970s often said they liked someone rather than loved them, she believed that liking was not the same as loving. For example, she liked Qiu a lot, but that wasn't love. But she also couldn't deny that in Nan Fengjue's heart, liking someone might mean love. "Do you like me?" Nan Fengjue asked her again. When Yan answered, without hesitation. For months ago, when she first traveled here, she only cared about his good looks and his masculine body. But now, her attitude has changed. Just because he bought her a menstrual pad today, Nan Fengjue's good man image is forever fixed in her heart. At this moment, when Yan suddenly thought of a question. "Husband, how did you have money to buy me coffee today?" Why had she never seen him use pocket money, yet he never seemed to run out of money? Does he have a secret stash? This national day, the country provided subsidies for the selection process, and I have 20 yuan left. "Do you need money?" The subsidy was given after Nan Fengjue arrived in the capital, so when Yan didn't know about it. "You're still getting subsidies? The military treatment is really good. I don't need money. Keep it for yourself." "Oh, husband, I also bought you a gift when I went to Wangfujing." When Yan said as she picked up her clothes from the floor, took a small box from her pocket, and handed it to him. Southern Jew opened his watch and suddenly his eyes brightened, then quickly darkened again. His lips curled slightly upward, and his smile carried a hint of teasing. "Are you going to say this watch was bought with money earned from selling chicken feet or herbal medicine? When Yan is good at making money, but not to that extent, right?" When Yan smiled in reply, thinking that this brave and clever man had already shut down her words before she could speak. "Boss, you really know me. But this time I didn't buy it with that money." Luckily, she had another excuse. "There's something I haven't told you. When I got married, my mother gave me 500 yuan as dowry. This watch and the one on my wrist were bought with that money." When Yan bought the watch, she told Tian Mimi like this. She guessed this story might also fool him because it sounded reasonable. "Your dowry? Giving 500 yuan is quite a lot." Southern Jew didn't quite believe her. 500 yuan isn't a small amount for an ordinary family. "Yes, 500 yuan. I'm not lying to you." When Yan's eyes were clear and pure, like a peaceful stream, transparent and straightforward. "My parents are both working, earning 35 yuan a month. They also embezzle money, so my family isn't short of cash." When Yan blinked. "Yes," she said, "embezzlement just to make up a story."
What?
"Embezzlement? Isn't that illegal?" Southern Jew frowned. "The police haven't caught them, so what's illegal about it?" When Yan deliberately set a trap for her unfaithful parents, who made them irresponsible. So she was also irresponsible. Southern Jew was speechless. Her words sounded so unbelievable. "Boss, I told you this. Would you report them?" When Yan asked him seriously. "Me? That doesn't seem appropriate." Southern Jew thought he probably couldn't report his in-laws to the authorities. What's inappropriate about it? This is a righteous act to cut off family ties. Maybe you'll even get promoted to deputy division commander. When Yan was delighted. "Yan, are they really your biological parents?" Southern Jew was truly confused. Her words sounded a bit strange and unreasonable. When Yan lifted her chin. "Of course, they are. Otherwise, How could they give me 500 yuan as dowry? She kept talking nonsense. Actually, when Yan Yan has doubted whether she is truly their biological daughter. The reason is the same as Hu Suozhen's attitude toward Nan Fongjue. They are too cold and unkind. When Yan Yan remembers a saying, there are only ruthless children in the world, not ruthless parents. Nan Fongjue really can't see through Wen Yan anymore. If she is really their biological daughter, why would she report her parents for corruption? Yan, you told me today, but tomorrow you shouldn't say anything. Do you have proof that your parents are corrupt? I don't have any. When Yan shakes her head. She was just talking nonsense. There's no proof. Nan Fongjue feels helpless. You say all this without proof. How can you be so loud about it? Even without proof, it doesn't mean they are innocent. When Yan is determined. All right. Nan Fongjue doesn't want to discuss this anymore. He suggests, Yan, when you have time, let's go back home to visit our parents together. When Yan immediately looks at him sharply. Why should we go back? She doesn't want to go back. That place isn't her home. Nan Fongjue's eyes darken suddenly. Yan, they are your biological parents who raised you. Don't you want to see them? She is still young and not very mature. When Yan stays silent, Nan Fongjue gently pulls her into his arms. What's wrong? Are you angry? When Yan bites his chin, her tongue curling softly, like a newborn kitten, extremely delicate and tender, teasing his heart little by little. Nan Fongjue changes his tone. Then don't go home if you don't want to. He doesn't want to force her to do something she dislikes. Wan Yan also doesn't want him to think she is an unfilial woman. But her mood is complicated. She didn't expect that giving him a watch would cause such a big fuss. Don't force yourself. Nan Fongjue gently lifts her body, burying his handsome face into her soft, large pillow, leaving bright peach blossoms on her fair skin. For her, he can abandon principles. No, I won't be forced. I do want to go back once, after all. That is also my home. When Yan's cheeks turned tender red, her breath slightly unsteady. Thinking of the grievances the original owner suffered, she must seek justice for her. It's too frustrating. Yan, are you feeling uncomfortable? Nan Fongjue suddenly asks her. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Can you still come in? When Yan felt a bit helpless. She is a doctor and knows that having during can seriously harm a woman's health and cause gynecological problems. Nan Fongjue stopped. How many days until you're fully recovered? Nan Fongjue calculated the time and spoke. Then let's do it at home later. Yan, do you have any impression of that man? He was a soldier wearing military boots and his belt was also made of pure leather, similar to yours. When Yan said this while thinking, hoping she wouldn't accidentally reveal too much, since she was the one who unfastened that man's belt. A soldier? Nan Fongjue's dark eyes narrowed sharply, and a cold, fierce aura appeared on his face. When Yan suddenly felt cold all over her body. She reached into a box to take out her watch and changed the subject. Husband, I'll put your watch on first so you can check the time anytime. Nan Fongjue cooperated and extended his hand, allowing her to put the watch on. Look, this is a couple's watch. You can't forget me for a minute. Wan Yan proudly showed off her watch on her wrist. Only then did Nan Fongjue realize she had bought 2 watches. Your 500 yuan dowry is almost gone, isn't it? He noticed that the ever-changing Wan Yan still had her habit of spending freely. No, her habit of being extravagant. Nope, I still have 250 yuan left. These 2 watches cost 250 yuan. Wan Yan said proudly. After a lot of nonsense, she finally convinced Nan Fongjue that her 500 yuan dowry was real. Exactly 250. Nan Fongjue thought this number was not very lucky. Do they add up to 250? When Yan happily laughed. Not exactly 250, it's 246. I rounded it. A smile that couldn't be hidden appeared in Nan Fongjue's eyes. This girl was really interesting. Talking so amusingly, he felt himself growing younger, as if he had returned to his 18th year. All the fatigue from days of tough training disappeared. Thinking of training, Nan Fongjue looked at his watch. It was 8:50. He got up to pick up clothes. Earlier, when Yan had playfully thrown his clothes everywhere. Yan, it's getting late. We should go back. We have training tomorrow. Oh, okay. When Yen Yen started looking for clothes, Nan Fongjue bent down to pick up her clothes and placed them on the bed. When Yen Yen put on her top, looked at her pants, and started to daydream. What's wrong? Nan Fongjue noticed something unusual. My pants are dirty. The pants had blood on them. Although it was dark outside, the guest house was bright. Would it be embarrassing? Nan Fongjue glanced at her, then took off his shirt. Put this on first, then tie this shirt around your waist. When Yen Yen put on her pants and, following his instructions, tied the shirt sleeves around her waist. She turned to look and saw that the dirt was gone from her pants. She smiled and said, "Good, you're very clever. This way, she wouldn't feel embarrassed." Nan Fongjue finished dressing in his military uniform, put on his cap, and walked toward the door. Yen Yen quickly hid her soiled underwear in her pocket, then grabbed his hand, and they both left the room. At the 1st Military District Guest House, room 205, Zhang Mimi had a daily routine of measuring her blood pressure every morning and evening. But this time, she noticed Nan Fongjue wasn't in the room, so she asked Lin Sinan. Where did Captain Nan go? He went to meet his little wife at the Qiao Bridge, Lin Sinan said with a long tone.
Zhang Mimi was surprised. Yenzi.
Is she also in the capital? So, the phone call she received that evening was from Wen Yen Yen in the capital?
Why?
If you can come, she can come too. Lin Sinan's attitude was a bit harsh. I didn't say that. Zhang Mimi sat on the bed and started measuring his blood pressure. You're probably feeling pretty disappointed, right? Lin Sinan asked, looking into her eyes.
Stop talking nonsense.
I'm not disappointed. If anyone should be disappointed, it's probably you. You're always clingy like a sticky bean cake. Zhang Mimi fastened the cuff on his arm. Lin Sinan raised his sharp eyebrows and looked at her with a rebellious tilt. Nan Fongjue and I are friends and comrades. The purest friendship. He's dating his little wife. I just wish them happiness. Dr. Zhang, I think your thoughts are more complicated than they seem. He wasn't stupid. He could hear the hidden meaning in her words. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Do you know how Yen Yen came here? Zhang Mimi put the stethoscope back into her bag. She came by train, Lin Sinan replied. Zhang Mimi rolled her eyes and glared at him, then began to measure his blood pressure properly. Since she couldn't speak during the measurement, she only spoke again after it was done. Do I need to tell you? If she didn't take the train, could she have taken a donkey cart? Did she come to the capital just to see the southern group? Doesn't she have to work? Zhang Mimi didn't understand what Wen Yen Yen's goal was. Could she be deliberately causing trouble for her? Because just now on the phone, Wen Yen Yen not only suspected she was scheming against her, but also vaguely asked her to pay back money. She came to the capital because of work. She participated in the National Day performance. Lin Sinan was well informed. There was nothing he didn't know.
What?
A National Day performance? Just her? Zhang Mimi spoke with disdain. Is Wen Yen Yen really that good at singing? Singing in the army is one thing, but coming to the capital to embarrass herself is another. Hearing her words, Lin Sinan couldn't stand it anymore. It's not her, it's you. Dr. Zhang, don't always see things with old-fashioned eyes, don't look down on her. When Yen Yen was selected through her own strength by the judges to come to the capital, he had heard about it. At the performance stage, when Yen Yen moved all the officers and soldiers of the Southern Military District with just one song. She also brought honor to the Southern Border Art Troupe. 4 programs from the district were selected for this year's National Day Gala. You misunderstood. I don't look down on her. Anyway, your blood pressure is normal. Zhang Mimi packed up the blood pressure monitor and left. Lin Sinan looked at her back and said, Don't come back later. I'm going to turn off the lights and rest. No, the southern group hasn't measured their blood pressure yet, she said without turning around. He's just reunited with Wen Yen Yen, like a couple lost in their own world. Are you stupid? Come back. Lin Sinan's handsome face was full of impatience. Zhang Mimi said nothing, walked quickly with a serious face, returned to her room, put down the blood pressure monitor, and immediately left to call downstairs at the front desk. The front desk was just empty. After the call connected, Hello, how are you? Zhang Mimi's face was clouded with gloom, her expression serious. Not very good. One side of his is ruptured. The man on the other end of the line was the male lead in the deep garden of flowers. He was not wearing a mask and had a noticeable scar on his left cheek, which made his already rugged features look even more fierce. Zhang Mimi took a deep breath and asked, "Are you seriously hurt?" The scarred man at the nurse's station was frowning and holding his head, clearly in pain. His voice was loud and strained. Did the surgery succeed? Zhang Mimi felt anxious. The scarred man touched his forehead and looked worried. "What do you mean by still okay?" "What did the doctor say?" she asked. "Depends on how well I recover later," he replied. "How can you be so stupid? You're tall and strong with lots of muscle, but you can't even handle a little woman? Even a flying duck can escape." Zhang Mimi suddenly became sharp and her eyes flashed with madness. If that time had gone well, when Yan Yan, who lost her innocence, would have sung beautifully. Would she even dare to meet in the capital with the South Group? Maybe she would have been beaten to death long ago. She would have taken revenge. But she was always lucky, gaining all kinds of honors. Don't just sit there and complain about your pain. That woman is clever and sneaky, with 180 tricks. How can I defend against her? Who knows how vicious she can be? The scarred man looked around cautiously as he spoke. She's so stupid. How can she be clever and sneaky with 180 tricks? Zhang Mimi couldn't stand anyone speaking well of Wen Yanyan now.
She's not stupid.
I think you underestimated her. By the way, I don't have enough money for the medical bills. The scarred man asked for money. Zhang Mimi angrily said, "I'm not running a bank. Where do I have that kind of money? Don't forget, I got hurt because of you. Don't you want to take responsibility? Believe it or not, I'll tell everyone about this," he threatened her. "All right, don't worry. I'll think of a way." She quickly changed her tone. "Hurry up," the scarred man urged in a deep voice. "Got it," Zhang Mimi snapped and hung up angrily. This fool, losing both wife and army. Things didn't go well, and he still wants money for medicine? Dream on. As soon as she put down the phone, she saw Nan Fongjue walking in from outside. She paused for a moment. Hadn't he come back? Didn't Lin Sinan say he wouldn't come back today? Is it because Wen Yanyan isn't that charming? If it weren't for her giving Wen Yanyan that idea last time, Nantuan wouldn't have even touched her. This ungrateful woman. She took advantage and then turned her back on him. She even sent her to a study class where she suffered so much. If not for. As Zhang Mimi was thinking this, she saw Nan Fongjue walking right in front of her. She quickly composed herself and smiled sweetly. "Nantuan, Lin Sinan said you wouldn't come back? Well, since you're here, I haven't checked your blood pressure today. Come to my place first." Nan Fongjue looked down deeply, a clear sign of dislike flashing in his eyes. "No need. Just add a normal number to the record." He coldly refused. While speaking, Nan Fongjue didn't stop walking. He bypassed the reception desk and went upstairs. Earlier, on the way back from taking Wen Yanyan to the guest house, Nan Fongjue listened carefully as she analyzed the dangerous incident in town. Wen Yanyan believed there was a mastermind behind it, not just a coincidence. She said the man in the mask didn't seem like a usual. Wen Yanyan also said only Zhang Mimi had a motive to do it, because they had a grudge after the last drug incident. Although Nan Fongjue had no proof that Zhang Mimi was behind it, he chose to believe it. After all, Wen Yanyan was seriously hurt because of this. She also said she was afraid to go to town now, feeling like someone was following her. So, Nan Fongjue wouldn't let any suspicious person go. "Nantuan, this is my job, please." Zhang Mimi didn't want to record casually and also wanted to check his blood pressure. But before she finished speaking, she saw Nan Fongjue had already disappeared. Zhang Mimi's face instantly darkened, her jealousy biting her like a snake, gnawing at her heart. It must be that when Yanyan told Nan Fongjue something, which made him so cold. He used to cooperate with her work very well. Nan Fongjue reached the upstairs dorm and knocked on the door. When Lin Sinan opened it and saw him, he looked surprised.
"Huh?
You're back? Tomorrow's training is still on. Why did you come in today?" Nan Fongjue stepped inside and closed the door behind him. They had been living here for many days, and it was the first time they saw him enter suddenly. I'm here to prevent Zhang Mimi from bothering us again. She's so annoying, Lin Sinan explained. Southern Jew took off his military cap and hung it on the wall.
I saw her downstairs just now.
I already told her not to come tonight, he said. TSK, this woman is really sneaky. Lin Sinan thought Zhang Mimi was deliberately waiting downstairs for Southern Jew. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Southern Jew walked to the bed, took off his uniform. What happened to Nurse Zhang? Did she say anything else? She said. Huh. Lin Sinan noticed something. Boss, where's your shirt? He started to imagine other things. Southern Jew ignored him and found a green shirt to wear. But as he reached for a sleeve, Lin Sinan had a new discovery. Huh? When did you buy that watch? His attention was caught by the watch on Southern Jew's wrist, so he forgot about the shirt issue. Lin Sinan got up and came over, grabbing Southern Jew's wrist to look at it again and again.
Why?
Don't you have one? He asked. Southern Jew looked a bit surprised. He had worn a watch before. My watch was a hand-me-down from my dad. It's old and I don't wear it anymore. This one is new, he explained. Lin Sinan, feeling a bit wronged, asked again. Did you just go out to buy the watch? No, the department store closed early at this time. This watch wasn't bought by me. She gave it to me, Southern Jew answered. Who is she? Lin Sinan pressed. Are you crazy? Besides your little sister-in-law, who else could it be? Southern Jew snapped. 1 yen? Did she get rich? This watch costs over 100 yuan. Would she really give it to you? Lin Sinan was surprised and a little skeptical. Why do you care so much? Anyway, I didn't steal it. Southern Jew pulled his arm back and continued dressing. Are you sure? It's not stolen. Lin Sinan's eyes flickered uncertainly. He knew Wen Yan had a history of being dishonest. Not only did she steal chickens and dogs, but she also snatched peanuts from children to eat. Southern Jew's eyes turned cold. Lin Sinan, if you dare to think badly of her again, I will really deal with you. His threat made Lin Sinan take a step back. Alright, isn't she good enough? Why has it turned into being a protective husband fanatic? He started to envy Wen Yan. I don't protect her. I protect you. Nanfang Ju gave a cold side glance. Yes, you're right, boss. I have a bad feeling that you will become a wife in the future. Your little sister-in-law asks you to go west, but you won't go east. When she asks you to do something, you won't complain. He's starting to defend her, not allowing anyone to say anything bad about Wen Yan. What wife? That sounds so harsh. Nanfang Ju lowered his head to fasten his buttons. But you only have that feeling because I bought you a gift? Isn't that too hasty? But this gift is special. It's not only expensive, but also meaningful. It makes you think of her all the time. Honestly, when you receive a gift, aren't you very happy? Lin Sinan is very thoughtful and analyzes everything clearly. Of course I'm happy to receive a gift. I'm not a block of wood. If you like watches, you can save up for 5 months of military coupons and buy one. Nanfang Ju wasn't always short of money before, but he sent all his coupons to the Chung family, so he had no chance to buy. Can a gift I buy be the same as one someone else gives? Lin Sinan doesn't want to buy a watch. He's waiting for his future girlfriend to buy it for him. She's not just anyone, we are family. Nanfang Ju put on his shirt and returned to the bed, sitting down. TSK, as if you don't know your family. By the way, how can the little sister-in-law be so extravagant that she can save money to buy a watch? Lin Sinan came back again. The watch was bought with her dowry. Nanfang Ju leaned against his luggage, and the neatly folded tofu block suddenly sagged. Dowry? Did the little sister-in-law's family give her money for the wedding? Lin Sinan was very curious tonight, fully embracing his gossip spirit. Why are you so nagging every day? When a daughter gets married, her family gives her money. What's there to ask about? Nanfang Ju was annoyed by him. Since he returned, his ears hadn't been quiet. How much did they give? Lin Sinan kept asking persistently. Nanfang Ju closed his eyes, feeling a bit sleepy. Huh? So much dowry? I've never heard you mention it before. Lin Sinan leaned on the bed with one hand, tilting his body toward him. Southern Jew opened his eyes alertly and pushed him away. Why are you so close? Stay back. Why are men afraid of anything? I wouldn't do anything inappropriate to you. Although he complained, Lin Sinan moved a bit farther away. I'm just curious. Is your sister-in-law's family very rich? What do her parents do? I don't know the details. She said they are a two-working parent family. You should go back now. We can talk more tomorrow. Southern Jew got up and took a wash basin from under the bed. Lin Sinan returned to his own bed, lost in thought, then suddenly looked up and spoke again.
Hey? So, stop.
I don't want to satisfy your curiosity anymore. I also don't know much about her family. Southern Jew didn't want him to ask further. If he did, he wouldn't know how to answer. When Yen Yen had just mentioned her parents' corruption, whether true or not, he couldn't say anything. All right, I won't ask. That woman's sister-in-law is good. Big brother, do you think this is a perfect match? At this moment, when Yen Yen had completely cleared Lin Sinan's name. No flaws, only advantages. He decided that in the future, he would find a wife like Wen Yen Yen. Not only beautiful, capable, good at cooking, caring for men, but also artistic. Most importantly, she must have a pair of large. That Ching-Yin, no. Lin Sinan completely rejected her. Southern Jew took the wash basin to the bathroom. After washing up and returning, he saw Lin Sinan lying on the bed, staring at the lamp in a daze, eyes wide open. Hey, what are you thinking? Close your eyes and sleep. Lin Sinan quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Okay, then turn off the light. Southern Jew pulled the lamp cord and lay down, opening his suitcase by the moonlight. Just as he closed his eyes, Lin Sinan spoke again. Big brother, why are you back so soon? Is there a problem? What problem? Southern Jew didn't understand. It's about men's issues. Although only moonlight filled the room, his pair of charming eyes still shimmered brightly. Southern Jew's eyes instantly turned cold, deep and dark. Wanna try? Lin Sinan pretended to be shocked. You? How can you have such thoughts about me? Hey, you're turning the tables. I was just asking you to show your face to me. Southern Jew suddenly jumped up from his spot, moving quickly like a leopard onto Lin Sinan. He covered his face with a blanket and punched him in the chin. The captain is hitting someone. Lin Sinan hadn't reacted yet, and he already felt a sharp pain in his chin. If you call out again, I will hit you again. Be quiet, Southern Jew warned him. Okay, I won't call out. Big brother, please go back. My chin is almost broken. Lin Sinan begged for mercy. The attack was too fast. He didn't want any more trouble. Without giving you some lessons, you just keep talking nonsense. Southern Jew left. That wasn't funny at all. Can't you joke a little? Lin Sinan touched his chin. Ouch, it really hurt. It's probably bruised. Are you joking? Do you doubt my ability as a man? Southern Jew closed his eyes. Although he was angry earlier, he didn't use much force. He just wanted to show a little attitude. Then why didn't you stay with little sister-in-law? Coming back early means you miss each other. Isn't it exciting to meet a few times? Lin Sinan thought this didn't make sense. She came for that, Southern Jew said vaguely. For that? Wow. So she's famous now. Lin Sinan understood immediately. Bad luck. She came today of all days. Could have come earlier or later. Lin Sinan sighed.
Don't worry about it. Go to sleep.
Does your chin still hurt? Southern Jew still cared about him. It hurts a little. I'll sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the cafeteria and get a hot-boiled egg, Lin Sinan said. He closed his eyes. What could he do? He was just a worried person. They had already gone to rest, but when Yen Yen was still washing clothes alone in the empty laundry room, she felt upset. Being a woman is really troublesome, not to mention doing laundry, cooking, or having children. Every month she also had her period. When it comes, it comes. Sometimes she gets dirty, and it's hard to wash off. When Yen Yen's hands were almost raw from scrubbing, and bloodstains were still on her hands. Is it easy to be a woman? When Yen Yen worked so hard to wash the bloodstains from her pants. She looked around, but there was nowhere to hang them. So she had to take her wet pants back to her dorm and hang them on a chair in her room. When Yen Yen was making noise inside the room, and Du Meiyu, hiding in her blanket, was unhappy. What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping? What time is it? Her nose and face were getting angry and upset. When Yan was already annoyed, and then she ran into someone who was being difficult. She really didn't like her bad habits. You've slept so much during the day, isn't that enough? Are you a pig? What's wrong with a little noise when she's hanging clothes? Does that mean she shouldn't hang clothes at all?
Who are you calling a pig?
Su Meiyu looked unhappy. Anyone who argues with me is a pig. When Yan didn't back down. It's late. Why aren't you sleeping? This room isn't only yours. Can't I say anything? Su Meiyu suddenly sat up. I won't let you talk. Have you said enough? I haven't finished my work, so I can't sleep. Everyone knows lying down is comfortable. When Yan angrily opened her suitcase. If you disturb my rest, you should listen when I talk, she said confidently. Yan didn't know if Su Meiyu was a princess, but she definitely had princess-like habits. Who do you think you are? Why should I follow your orders? Can't you speak nicely? Your loud voice could wake up the people next door. She pulled the lamp cord to turn off the light and go to sleep. Bad luck for her. Everything seemed to go wrong. I'm several years older than you. Is it wrong to listen to me? My voice isn't loud at all. Su Meiyu was very upset. You know you're older? I thought you didn't. Fine, go to sleep and don't talk anymore. Somehow, when she said this, her eyes looked a little moist. Su Meiyu was 3 years older than her, and she still wanted her to be polite? What nonsense! Without thinking, when Yan suddenly turned over and faced the wall, not wanting to see Su Meiyu across from her. Just as she closed her eyes, she remembered something. She quickly checked her waistband and felt her menstrual pad inside. Good, it was all in place. A faint blush appeared on Wen Yan's beautiful, smooth face. This handsome soldier not only paid attention to detail, but was also very manly. When Yan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, then she finally calmed down as her steady breathing resumed. She opened her eyes as usual and saw the morning light outside the window, smiling. Her mood was a little better last night. She didn't have any nightmares. When Yan looked at the time, it was only 5:30. After thinking for a moment, she got up, put on her clothes, and quietly left the room. She wanted to go outside for some fresh air and to experience the early morning in the capital up close. Soon, when Yan was walking happily along the clean and wide streets of the city, she glanced around. Besides the cleaning lady, there weren't many pedestrians or cars. Life in this era really isn't very stressful. Since she had no specific destination, she just wandered around freely, going wherever she felt like. She was feeling quite relaxed. Gradually, more people appeared on the street. Suddenly, when Yan saw a bus stop sign by the roadside, a station name caught her attention on the sign. Lianbo Road, August 1st Square? She stopped under the sign, her eyes showing a hint of confusion.
She remembered something.
In her previous life, her grandmother's house was in the alley of number 32 August 1st Square. It was now 1977. Her mother was born in 1969, so she was only 8 years old this year. A sudden thought came to Wen Yan's mind. What if she went to August 1st Square now? Would she meet her mother there? She quickly looked at her watch, 6 o'clock. There was enough time, as long as she returned before 8. Just then, the bus arrived. When Yan stepped on the bus, bought a ticket, and sat at a seat near the door, carefully studying the route map. There were 8 stops in total. Her heart suddenly felt a little nervous. She was calculating in her mind. Her mother, at 8 years old, should be in 2nd grade. Wen Yan also knew that her mother attended the 2nd primary school in the capital. It seemed her grandmother took her to and from school every day, so her mother should be waking up now. And her grandmother was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. If she saw her grandmother, how should she greet her? Call her aunt? Or call her older lady? Maybe just call her aunt. Women, regardless of age, like to hear young titles. When Yan was sure of her choice. August 1st Square, at Lijiang Road. Please prepare to get off. Stand properly, hold on tight, and watch your step when leaving the bus. The sweet voice of the ticket seller announced her stop. She stood up from her seat, walked to the door, and waited for the bus to stop and open its doors before getting off. When Yen Yen didn't go to her grandmother's house. After all, she didn't know the way well. She only remembered the house number, but not how to get there. When Yen Yen carefully waits at the usual crossing where her mother goes to school. As long as she waits here, she will definitely see her mother when she was 8 years old. Time passes second by second. Yen Yen sits patiently on a bench by the road. Because she doesn't know what her mother looked like as a child, she carefully watches every child passing by. At this moment, when Yen Yen sees 2 children crossing the street with backpacks. One is a boy about 8 or 9 years old, and the other is a girl with 2 ponytails, each tied with a red ribbon. Under the sunlight, they look like 2 beautiful flowers blooming. The boy intentionally steps in front of the girl while crossing. When Yen Yen can't help but smile. Not only does the boy look handsome, but he is also very caring towards the girl. She keeps watching them cross safely before she looks away. But then, the boy says something. Li Tingting, your braids look really nice today. When Yen Yen's mind goes blank.
Li Tingting.
That's her mother's name. The girl who just crossed the street is her mother at 8 years old. When Yen Yen quickly stands up and chases after them. She wants to say sorry to her mother. When Yen Yen thought about the caring southern lord and the lively, adorable Chio at home. She couldn't leave them behind, nor did she want to be reborn again. If she ended up back in primitive times, she would really be in trouble. After thinking carefully, when Yen Yen decided to step aside, Li Tingting's eyes flickered uncertainly. Andy, you don't feel well, do you? I'm only 8 years old, not your mom. Yi Fun run. This person is sick. Li Tingting finished speaking and grabbed the boy's hand, then ran away quickly. Her twin braids swung wildly behind her. Did Mom think she was mentally ill? No wonder she shouted, Mom, without thinking. Mom just left like that? When Yen Yen watched her mother's distant figure, tears slipping down her cheeks. This was the closest she had been to her mother since crossing over. She really wanted to hug her, even though her mother was only 8. Though sad, she felt comforted knowing that the boy who had been with her mother just now was her father, when Yi Fun. Mom called him earlier, saying, Yi Fun run, so they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Girl, why are you crying? An old lady passing by saw her and came over to ask with concern. It's nothing, Grandma. My eyes are blurry. When Yen Yen quickly wiped her tears and hurried away. Despite her emotional ups and downs, she couldn't help but complain. Why did her dad look so delicate as a child, but after growing up, he had a full beard? He looked completely different. When Yen Yen comforted herself again, it's okay, don't be sad. Since she knew her mom was still here, she could just watch her from afar when she missed her, without saying anything. Looking at the time, it was almost 7:30. She hurried to the bus stop and took the bus back to the guest house. When she got off, she saw some steamed buns for sale by the roadside. Remembering she hadn't eaten breakfast, she bought 3 trays. When Yen Yen returned and went upstairs, she heard Tian Mimi and Su Miyu arguing in the dorm. Su Miyu, I've never liked you.
You have so many bad habits.
It's okay if you bully me sometimes, but you even bully Yen Yen. She's younger than you. If you don't treat her well, that's one thing, but you shouldn't bully her. From where she stood, Yen Yen could tell Tian Mimi was very emotional. Who bullied her? She's so fierce. If anyone's bullying me, it's more like it. Zhu Miyu defended herself. You didn't bully her, so where did she go? I can't find her anywhere. Tian Mimi was sure Zhu Miyu had bullied Yen Yen. How would I know? This morning, when I opened my eyes, she was gone. It's none of my business. Tian Mimi, are you okay? You're picking on me early in the morning. Zhu Miyu looked quite angry. Alright, I'm back. Don't argue anymore. When Yen Yen walked through the crowd into the dorm, stood between them, and tried to calm things down. Yenzi, where did you go this morning? You scared me to death. Tian Mimi immediately hugged her. Mimi, I woke up this morning and couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Nothing's wrong. Yen Yen was breathing a little hard because she was holding on too tight. Yenzi, why didn't you call me when you went out? It's dangerous to be alone in a new place. What if something happened again? Tian Mimi was just talking without thinking carefully. It's okay, Mimi. This is the capital, it's safe here. Seeing that things might get worse, when Yen Yen quickly stopped her. I got up at 5:30 this morning. How could I call you? There are 4 of you in the dorm and I didn't want to disturb your sleep.
She really thought about it that way.
Alright, as long as you're okay. Tian Mimi finally calmed down. She's fine now, what about me? Tian Mimi. Zhu Miyu had been holding back for a long time. Meiyu, don't be angry. This whole thing started because of me. If you want to get back at someone, just find me. When Yen Yen took responsibility willingly. Don't take everything on yourself.
Why would I look for you?
She falsely accused me early this morning. Zhu Miyu looked very wronged. Can I apologize for her? You probably didn't eat breakfast well, right? Here, I bought some steamed buns with beef filling from the street. They're hot and delicious. When Yen Yen put down the steamed buns and went to the door. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. She was about to close the door.
Huh.
Beef-filled steamed buns? Let me try one. Yu Linglong squeezed in through the door like a loach, went straight to the desk, grabbed a bun, and put it in her mouth, nodding repeatedly. Delicious, really tasty. When Yen Yen continued to close the door, Yu Linglong ate a bun, and then started to get busy. Hey? Why is everyone just standing around?
Sit down. Sit.
There are chairs. She pushed Tian Mimi onto a chair. Then she handed chopsticks to Su Meiyu and said, Meiyu, you should eat a little too. Rehearsal is coming up soon. The National Day performance is a big event, and no one can make mistakes. Where's Yanzi? Baozi, you bought it, eat more. Yu Linglong, as her name suggests, is very clever and quick to arrange everything. But the atmosphere at the scene was still tense. Su Meiyu, holding chopsticks, kept glaring at Tian Mimi. Cough. When Yen Yen walked over to Tian Mimi and gently tugged at her sleeve. Then she looked at Su Meiyu again. Tian Mimi understood. Meiyu, sorry. I misunderstood you earlier. I was just borrowing something to give as a gift. Don't be angry. She picked up a small steamed bun and offered it to Su Meiyu's mouth. But Su Meiyu remained still, her face dark and unhappy. Meiyu, enough now. Living together in a group can cause misunderstandings. We've had misunderstandings before, and we've forgiven you. Just eat the bun, and this will be over. Yu Linglong once again played the peacemaker. Her words worked. Alright, just this once. If it happens again, I won't forgive you. Su Meiyu finally took a bite. Good, there won't be a next time. Tian Mimi also felt she was too impulsive. Earlier in the morning, she couldn't find Wen Yen Yen and thought Su Meiyu had upset her. They had argued before. The first time was mild, but the second time was more intense. Seeing that they finally made peace, Yu Linglong clapped her hands. That's right. We are a big team, and we need to show unity and friendship everywhere. We should always think of the bigger picture. Suddenly, a small steamed bun appeared in her mouth. Yu Linglong couldn't say a word. Eat in silence, sleep in silence. When Yen Yen picked up another small steamed bun and ate it herself. She wasn't speaking properly and even sounded a bit formal. Yu Linglong's eyes widened as she quickly swallowed her bun. What do you mean? Eat in silence, sleep in silence. You're out of line and you're scolding me? I'm your older sister, understand? You're older than me, so you're my older sister? When Yen Yen refused to admit it, such a childish little girl. Of course. Who told you you're the younger one? If I hadn't been here earlier, do you think they would have made peace so quickly? Yu Linglong took credit. Yes, your contribution is big, so I'll treat you to some buns. When Yen Yen acknowledged her positive energy. That's more like it. Yanzi, how much did you spend on these small steamed buns? Yu Linglong thought the buns were very tasty. 3 yuan in total, when Yen Yen thought the price was quite affordable because they were beef-filled. 3 yuan, not bad. Okay, you can eat now. I have to go back. As Yu Linglong reached the door, she turned back to remind them. Hurry up and eat. It's already 8 o'clock. Meet downstairs at 8:30, and we'll take the bus to the nearby auditorium for the first rehearsal. No one is allowed to be late. Got it, Tian Mimi promised, and then asked Wen Yen Yen again. Yanzi, what song are you planning to sing this time? I've prepared 2 songs, but I don't know which one I'll sing yet. Wen Yen Yen had already chosen. The results would be clear after today's first rehearsal. Yenzi, why was the song you sang last time so unfamiliar? We've never heard it before. How did you learn it? Tian Mimi was deeply moved by Wen Yanyan's last song. She even asked Wen Yanyan for the lyrics. After reading the lyrics, she liked it even more because the words were very touching. In response to Tian Mimi's question, Wen Yanyan spoke quickly. Our country is so big, with regional restrictions and limited information. My family is from Xinjiang, and there's no cultural exchange with the inland areas. There are many ethnic minorities there, with strong ethnic styles. It's normal that you haven't heard it. Wen Yanyan was used to making up stories. Oh, so you're from Xinjiang? I heard the Hami melons there are very sweet. Tian Mimi was hearing about her hometown for the first time. Yes, I live in the capital of Xinjiang. The sun shines strongly there. Grapes, red grapes, and raisins are local specialties, because Wen Yanyan's previous life was in the capital and didn't know much about Xinjiang. Although the main character was a local, her life revolved around her family and the neighborhood market, with simple thoughts and limited knowledge. I don't know much about Xinjiang, but luckily she has some knowledge to share. Wen Yanyan hopes Tian Mimi won't mention Xinjiang again and quickly changes the subject. Mimi, I heard that rice from the Northeast is quite famous. Northeastern rice is very tasty. In the new century, rice from the Northeast is well known, and Southern tourists often send it home as a gift. Yes, rice from the Northeast makes great meals. I can eat a big bowl without any vegetables, but I can't get used to Southern rice. Tian Mimi smoothly shifts the conversation. It'll be better in the future. Wen Yanyan casually says this. Yes, I've also gotten used to Southern rice. Yenzi, today is the 29th, and we have 2 days before the performance. I feel a bit nervous. Tian Mimi is performing in the capital for the first time during National Day, and she feels unsure. Don't be nervous. Just perform like usual, but there will be more people watching. Wen Yanyan remains calm. The audience in the capital are just people, soldiers are just people, they're no different. Yenzi, the southern troupe will also watch our performance. You need to do your best. Tian Mimi suddenly feels more hopeful. If her memory is correct, the southern troupe hasn't heard Wen Yanyan sing yet. It's just a small matter. Okay, no problem. Wen Yanyan is very confident. They talk enthusiastically. Rumayu seems not to hear and eats a few steamed buns before going back to her bed to read. They exchange smiles. Wen Yanyan then says, there are 4 more, so each of us can clean 2. Tian Mimi obediently eats 2 buns and stands up. Yenzi, I have to go back. My bed is still messy. You clean up yourself. Okay, go ahead. Tian Mimi leaves, and Wen Yanyan throws the trash from the table into the bin. She then goes back to her bed, finds some tissue, and wipes her hands. Your song, Hua Feng Xing Wanli, isn't a folk song from Xinjiang, Rumayu suddenly says with a sinister tone. Wen Yanyan looks back at her, feeling helpless. Is Rumayu a bit of a quirky girl? She keeps overthinking in cycles. Just when she gets a little better, she starts obsessing again. Big sister, I didn't say it was a folk song from Xinjiang. I said it was a folk style. Although Wen Yanyan doesn't want to bother with her, she still explains, even if it's a vague explanation. There's no such thing as a folk style either. Wen Yanyan is very serious. How many questions do you understand about playing the piano? Is this song sung by you or me? If I say it is, then it is. When Wen Yanyan couldn't explain further, she started acting silly. You're too arrogant. Mayu's face turned pale. I'm just like this, do whatever you want. Wen Yanyan said this and then took a basin to the water room. She hadn't even washed her face after waking up. After washing her face and returning to the dorm, she found Mayu leaning against the wall reading a novel. Her face looked calm as usual, and she didn't seem angry. Wen Yanyan's lips curled slightly. There's a saying, the tough are afraid of the stubborn. Mayu is just afraid of the stubborn, so she doesn't argue with her. Wen Yanyan placed the basin under the bed and started changing clothes. Because it was a uniform, to keep the team united and harmonious. The art troupe specially issued a new set of military uniforms to members who weren't soldiers. They required everyone to wear military uniforms whenever they traveled as a group. Wen Yanyan was very happy when she received the uniform. She never thought she would wear a military uniform one day. In her previous life, she also liked military uniforms, so cool, so heroic, so spirited. Finally, she had the chance to wear one. After dressing, when Yen Yen looked in the mirror, since there was no full-length mirror in the room, only a small round mirror on the wall, she looked for a long time but couldn't see her whole reflection. However, when Meiyu saw Wen Yen Yen in her uniform, her eyes were full of surprise. Wen Yen Yen finished dressing and left the room to find Tian Mai next door. It was 8:20. Time to go downstairs. The door of the next door dorm was open. Yu Linglong, who shared the room with Tian Mai, saw Wen Yen Yen at a glance. Her expression was serious and focused. Yenzi, did you modify the uniform without permission? Uniforms are sacred. They can't be changed just for looks. I didn't modify it. When Yen Yen looked down and checked, everything was original. Yu Linglong examined her carefully. No modifications? Then why does it fit so well? Look at my uniform. It's very loose. Her uniform was indeed loose, no lie. Anyway, I didn't change it. When Yen Yen glanced at Yu Linglong, and suddenly everything became clear. Could it be that her figure is too flat so the uniform looks like it doesn't fit? But when Yen Yen couldn't say that, she was very emotionally intelligent. Did she really change? Although Yu Linglong still didn't believe it, she didn't keep paying attention. After all, when Yen Yen had saved her once. At this moment, Tian Mai came over, looked her up and down, and nodded in admiration. Yenzi, you look so good in your military uniform, even more beautiful than a flower in the army. A flower in the army? When Yen Yen had never heard that before. She asked, who is a flower in the army? Chai Xiaodai. She is the darling of the Southern Military District Commander. Tian Mai told her. When Yen Yen's pupils suddenly contracted. Is her surname also Chai? Why does it sound similar to Chai Shin? Because that surname isn't common, but she had heard 2 people with the surname Chai within 10 days. When Yen Yen was a bit stunned, Tian Mai noticed her unusual reaction and asked, Yenzi, do you know Chai Xiaodai? No, I've never met her. She's a flower in the army, so she must be very pretty, right? Yes, very pretty. It's normal that you haven't seen her. You've only been in the army for a few months. Tian Mai went to the mirror to put on her military cap. Yenzi, you probably don't know either. Chai Xiaodai is also your romantic rival. Unwilling to be lonely, Yu Linglong revealed a shocking secret. What romantic rival? She already withdrew, Tian Mai added. She only pretended to withdraw, but deep down, she still cares about the Southern group. Yenzi, you only have a prior engagement with a Southern group, otherwise there wouldn't be any drama. You don't know how popular the Southern group was back then. Yu Linglong couldn't help but gossip. When Yen Yen had been listening silently, but her heart was stirred. How could there be such a thing? She remembered a few months ago, when she first traveled here, going to town with a military wife. The military wife only told her about a nearby female educated youth, not about this. One Yen Yen didn't expect that before her wedding, she was involved with Nan Fongjue and the daughter of the military district commander. This woman was also a flower in the army. TSK, Nan Fongjue was quite lucky in love. Fortunately, she had transformed herself perfectly. Otherwise, she would have felt very inferior. Linglong, are you talking about yourself? That's fate. If you're not convinced, then fine.
Let's go, Yenzi.
Tian Mai grabbed Wen Yen Yen's wrist and led her out of the dormitory. Tian Mai is getting more and more annoying. Who said that about herself? I am telling the truth. Yu Linglong whispered to herself and casually grabbed her military cap before leaving. 2 days passed quickly. The National Day celebration organized by the military district was held at the famous National Grand Theater in the capital. Choosing this location showed how much the country valued the soldiers. The National Grand Theater is grand and uniquely shaped. It looks like a shining pearl standing in the west side of the city square, radiating special artistic charm. Inside, the theater is very spacious, with a large opera house that can hold thousands of people. There is also a dedicated theater for ballet and other elegant arts, along with several concert halls for symphony performances. The National Grand Theater is not only a top performance arts center, but also an important platform for cultural exchange between China and the world. The Military National Day show was performed in the large opera house on the second floor, which can seat thousands. The show was scheduled for 8 p.m. the night before National Day, and performers were asked to arrive by 6 p.m. Even Wen Yanyan, who had seen many big events, kept praising the place. The environment was excellent, the facilities top-notch, and the high ceiling was filled with lights. It was magnificent and dazzling with bright lighting. This was a high-standard national building, truly impressive. For her, coming here for the first time in both her past and present, she felt very excited. She never thought she would perform here someday. Fate was truly amazing. At 7:30 p.m., the audience lined up in order to enter with their tickets. Most were residents of the capital. Most seats were reserved for soldiers and officers participating in the National Day parade that day, because this was a cultural performance organized by the Capital Military District. Commander Liu from the Southern Border Garrison, Southern Gentlemen, Lin Xinan, Wu Ming, Su Yang, and Zhang Mimi all participated. As the audience gradually entered, Wen Yanyan, who was in makeup, looked down from the backstage corridor on the second floor, trying to find someone. She had called last night, and Southern Gentleman said he would come to watch the show. Wen Yanyan was eager to know where he was sitting. Gosh, so many people, all seats were full. Where was Southern Gentleman? He should be easy to find in the soldiers' area, right? Not in front. Not on the left. She was searching everywhere, when suddenly she felt someone pull her. She quickly turned around and blinked in surprise. Who was this person? Until she spoke, "Swallow, Zhang Mimi is here. She must be hiding something bad." When Yanyan suddenly realized, "Mimi? Is that me?" She laughed softly. "Swallow, what are you laughing at? Did you hear what I said?" Tian Mimi was confused. "I heard everything. Mimi, why is your face so red?" Tian Mimi's face was not only painted white, with red cheeks on each side, but her eyes also had heavy black eyeliner. This stage makeup was too much, too damaging. When Yanyan hadn't recognized her at all earlier. Stage makeup is like that. If you don't wear blush or wear too little, your face looks pale and ugly, like a dead person. Yes, I know. Where is Zhang Mimi? When Yanyan stopped smiling. Indeed, stage makeup in this era was all like that. But she would never wear such makeup herself. "She's talking to you, Linglong," Tian Mimi whispered. "Oh, it's fine. No need to pay attention to her." At this moment, when Yanyan also saw Zhang Mimi, and her lips curled in disdain. This woman was really good at sneaking around, even coming backstage. Was she just here to chat with friends?
No ruse.
She would observe first. She was confident, because Wen Yanyan now had backstage experience and carried her secret weapon. Whoever wanted to harm her, she would do the opposite. If someone tried to pull her down, she wouldn't let them succeed, and she wouldn't be called one. Wen Yanyan checked the time on her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. The main performance of the evening was about to start. Tian Mimi said again, "Swallow, I have to go over there. Be careful alone." When Yanyan left the corridor and returned to her makeup area. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Mimi walked over with a smile. A friendly face always helps, especially backstage with so many people watching. When Yanyan asked coldly, "What are you here for?" Zhang Mimi gently flicked her hair, revealing a small part of her white neck and delicate jawline, and smiled as she said, "I came to see you. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding now, still able to perform in the capital. Just okay." When Yanyan remained as modest as ever. I have to say, Zhang Mimi is quite attractive. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have been so easily fooled by her, unable to tell what was real or fake. "Yanzi, about the money and grain coupons you asked me to return the other day, I thought about it. You're right. I'll give you 2 egg coupons first," Zhang Mimi said, taking out 2 coupons from her pocket. When Yanyan glanced at them, they were indeed egg coupons. But why was she returning them now? She said, "Just leave them on the table." When Yanyan was very cautious, worried that Zhang Mimi might tamper with the coupons. If any mischievous powder got on them, it would be trouble. Zhang Mimi put down the coupons, but didn't seem ready to leave. Capital City really lives up to its name. Even the backstage of the theater is so fancy. Are there so many cosmetics? She lazily leaned on the edge of the table, carefully looking at the various professional makeup products and tools on the dressing table. When Yen Yen stood up, "I'm going to the bathroom," Zhang Mimi watched her leave. But when Yen Yen didn't go to the bathroom, instead, she stopped at a corner, a very secret spot where she could see Zhang Mimi, but Zhang Mimi couldn't see her. When Yen Yen deliberately pretended to leave, because she had a performance later, she didn't have time to stay and watch Zhang Mimi play tricks. She wanted to quickly find out what she was up to. Her tale was soon exposed. When Yen Yen saw Zhang Mimi sneakingly open a small paper packet and pour something into her water cup when no one was around, she was so angry she laughed. What does that saying go? Dog can't change its habit of eating feces, and it was true. This fool really had a wicked heart and was still trying to harm her. But she just used a small trick to reveal her true nature. After returning from the study class, she hadn't improved at all and was still up to her old drugging tricks. Alright, since that's the case, let's see how she handles it. When Yen Yen left the corner, pretending to be unbothered, and took out a piece of milk candy from her pocket. "Mimi, I saw white rabbit milk candies at Wangfujing the other day. I know you like them, so I got you one." The original owner knew Zhang Mimi loved white rabbit milk candies. Although she liked them too, to please Zhang Mimi, she was willing to skip her own share and give it to her. This action by Wen Yen Yen perfectly reflects the scene of flattery and fawning at that time. Zhang Mimi was clearly stunned, surprised that Wen Yen Yen would actually offer her candy. She thought of something, hesitated, and did not take it. Wen Yen Yen asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid the candy is poison?" Then she took out a piece from her pocket, peeled the wrapper to show it was safe, and ate it without hesitation. "See, I ate it, and am fine. Candy is sweet, and misunderstandings can be easily resolved. Since you're willing to return my egg ticket, I should also show sincerity and give you some." Wen Yen Yen pushed the candy forward again. Perhaps her poison test eased Zhang Mimi's doubts, so she took it this time. But she didn't eat it, just held it in her hand. Wen Yen Yen continued, "Why not eat it? Do you doubt my sincerity? I haven't had much money lately, so you should pay me back soon." "No, it's not that." Zhang Mimi's eyes flickered. "Then eat it, really, it's very sweet." Wen Yen Yen's smile was pure and bright, as if she hadn't just made a threatening remark. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mimi finally unwrapped the candy and put the milk candy in her mouth. Wen Yen Yen's smile grew even brighter. She liked to chew her candy and soon finished it, saying with a smack, "The candy is a bit salty." When Yen Yen picked up her water cup, about to drink, she frowned again and muttered to herself, "There's a flying insect in the cup? The water's dirty. I can't drink it." When Yen Yen carried her cup and walked away, heading to the corner where a cleaning bucket was being used to mop the floor, and poured the water out with a splash. Then she went to the hot water area to get more water, rinsing her cup before filling it. When Yen Yen returned and placed the hot water cup on the dressing table with a bang. Her self-defense was complete. Zhang Mimi watched the whole process in almost stunned silence, her eyes nearly shooting fire. When Yen Yen pretended not to see and sat down heavily in a chair, starting to touch up her makeup in the mirror. She dabbed her face here and there. Zhang Mimi gritted her teeth and said, "Yenzi, you go ahead." Seeing she had no chance to slip any more poison, she had no choice but to leave in frustration. When Yen Yen watched her retreating figure happily, secretly pleased, as the candies she had given Zhang Mimi had already been tampered with in advance. The caramel candy was hollow, filled with some castor bean powder. It was enough to give Zhang Mimi stomach trouble and cause her to have diarrhea all night. Wan Yen Yen prepared this piece of candy just in case, so it might not be needed. Unexpectedly, it was used simply perfect. It's true, one should always be cautious. Earlier, art director Li Xiaoliang informed Wen Yen Yen that her performance was scheduled for around 9 o'clock and she should arrive 20 minutes early to wait backstage. When Yen Yen checked the time, 8:30, and realized the show had already been going on for half an hour. She had been busy trying to outsmart Zhang Mimi and hadn't paid attention to the stage. Today, when Yen Yen was going to sing a popular new song from the 21st century called You of Youth, the song has a lively rhythm, positive lyrics, easy to sing along with, and its theme fits perfectly with the military National Day celebration. It expresses young people's thoughts and feelings about youth, dreams, growth, and emotions. The song's protagonist was young with a pure, passionate, and determined heart. He believed the future was full of possibilities and bravely chased his dreams. To perform this song, when Yen Yen chose a red dress as her stage outfit. Because she thought the dress was too long, she secretly cut the hem, leaving an inch above her knees. She also found the sleeves too plain, so she added a long beige trench coat she bought at Wang Fujing. To match the festive National Day atmosphere, she wore a red headband that coordinated with her dress. Her shoes were her own, white Reebok sneakers she bought in Wushui Town, a popular casual style in the new century. When Yen Yen's overall look was quite modest, with only her calves exposed. But her presence was striking, especially with the beige trench coat as the finishing touch. On stage, she looked very confident and bold. As she waited backstage, she carefully outlined her lips with a red lip liner and applied bright red lipstick. She drew her eyeliner with a slight upward flick at the inner corners and a more pronounced wing at the outer corners. This made her eyes look larger, more charming, and full of life. Although her eyeliner was quite heavy, it didn't look old-fashioned. When Yen Yen took a final look in the mirror, saw no problems, and then left the makeup table to wait in the backstage area for her turn to perform. The troupe's accompanying leaders, Director Yu and Artistic Director Li Xiaoliang, were standing nearby in the waiting area. When they saw Wen Yen Yen, their eyes lit up and they hurried over. Yanzi, your performance is coming up soon. Are you nervous? Perhaps because Yu Linglong was bitten by a snake, Director Yu looked a bit tired, but he still seemed energetic. When Yen Yen was still nervous, and her heart started beating faster. I can't do it. Director Yu glared at her. That's not good. Don't be nervous. If you get too nervous, you might forget your lines. Okay, I won't be nervous. Wen Yen Yen quickly agreed, feeling that Director Yu seemed more nervous than she was. Yanzi, did you do your own makeup? Li Xiaoliang adjusted his glasses.
Yes.
Is there a problem? Wen Yen Yen shyly touched her chin. She knew her lipstick looked a bit messy, like she had bitten into a bad apple, but as Tian Mimi said, it was for stage effect. Looks good, very nice, Li Xiaoliang nodded repeatedly. At the back center of the stage, in the military formation, Lin Sinan suddenly elbowed Nanfang Ju and whispered, Hey, I wonder when little sister-in-law will come out? The group dance on stage was a performance from the Northern Theater Command. Nanfang Ju watched carefully. I don't know either. Just watch. She'll come out eventually. Hey, what's going on with Zhang Yuhu? She's gone to the bathroom several times, and the last time, she didn't come back. Lin Sinan wasn't paying full attention. Are you worried about her? Nanfang Ju frowned. Lin Sinan pouted. Who cares about her? I just find it strange. Why so many trips? Did she get a stomach ache? Then go ask her. Nanfang Ju didn't want to hear about Zhang Mimi. I won't ask. It's none of my business if she's okay or not. I already said it's strange. Lin Sinan turned to look at the stage, eyes suddenly bright. Hey, that girl is so pretty. Big eyes, looks like a fairy. What's her name? Although they were seated toward the back, their position was still fairly central, so the view was okay. But he didn't recognize that beautiful girl was Wen Yen Yen. She was completely different from her usual self, full of confidence. I don't know, I didn't hear anything. I just heard you chattering earlier. Nanfang Jue was also surprised. This girl's outfit was really eye-catching. She looked different from the actresses he had seen before, but her hair looked a bit familiar. Hey, the intro of the song sounds nice. Nanfang Jue's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lin Sinan's cheer. He focused his attention because he had never heard this song before. The melody was lively and exciting. The youth bus crosses the wilderness and hills, chasing the dreams of young people, shining as the freest light. The ideal look wears simple clothes, crossing city gates and high walls, taking the most free journey. You, borrowing the wind across the strait, must experience the bumps along the way. We, crossing mountains at sunset, seeking flowers no one knows about. You, even in darkness, don't be afraid. Fireflies and moonlight will guide you like a lighthouse. We, with the wind as our companion and dreams as our horses, chase and welcome the most passionate years. Wow, it's beautiful, very beautiful. Nan Fongjue listened carefully, deeply moved. On stage, when Yen Yen was not just quietly singing, she was also actively engaging with the audience. If you think this song is nice, clap along with me.
Come on.
Do it like this. Clap, clap, clap. During a break in the melody, when Yen Yen taught the audience how to clap along with the music.
Yes.
Great job. Clap, clap, clap. Keep going. After singing a short verse, when Yen Yen sparked a small interactive high point among the audience. Although the military area was relatively quiet, the ordinary audience was already clapping and participating. The 1-minute musical interlude ended. When Yen Yen picked up the microphone again and continued singing, and the applause from the audience gradually stopped. The youth bus crosses the wilderness and hills, chasing the dreams of young people, shining as the freest light. The ideal look wears simple clothes, crossing city gates and high walls, taking the most free journey. You, borrowing the wind across the strait, must experience the bumps along the way. We, crossing mountains at sunset, seeking flowers no one knows about. You, even in darkness, don't be afraid. Fireflies and moonlight will guide you like a lighthouse. We, with the wind as our companion and dreams as our horses, chase and welcome the most passionate years. You, crossing the strait with the wind, must go through many hardships to experience it. We, climbing over mountains at sunset, seek flowers no one knows about. You, even in darkness, don't be afraid. Fireflies and moonlight will guide you like a lighthouse. We, accompanied by the wind and dreaming on horses, chase and welcome the most passionate years of youth. Every step when Yen Yen takes is in rhythm with lively music. Her energetic dance combines singing and movement perfectly. Her actions are smooth and natural, with every spin and jump so flawless. She wears a red skirt, with fair, delicate ankles and slender legs, and her coat flutters and spins like butterfly wings. Bright colors clash, lively dance steps, and music and singing with a jumping rhythm all blend together. These elements make the stage shine brightly, full of energy and vitality in the eyes of the audience. When Yen Yen's wonderful performance captures everyone's full attention, and they listen with all their hearts. You, crossing the strait with the wind, must go through many hardships to experience it. We, climbing over mountains at sunset, seek flowers no one knows about. You, even in darkness, don't be afraid. Fireflies and moonlight will guide you like a lighthouse. We, accompanied by the wind and dreaming on horses, chase and welcome the most passionate years of youth. After her song ends, the applause from the audience becomes even more enthusiastic, like a surging tide that never stops. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. She holds the microphone and bows deeply 90 degrees to the audience. When she lifts her head, her smile is as bright as sunshine. Southern Jew, watching her smile, has a deep, misty look in his dark eyes. This girl who sings with her heart is really Yen Yen. I didn't expect her to be like this. Excellent.
So beautiful.
Lin Sinan, whose heart is moved by her singing, can't help but stand and clap. He still isn't satisfied and shouts to the stage. Sing another song.
Encore, encore, encore.
Being a soldier, his voice is strong and loud. His shout immediately draws everyone's attention to him. But Lin Sinan's eyes are only on the beautiful stage, who looks like a fairy. When Yen Yen hears him and sees him too, she waves at Lin Sinan. Then she puts her small hand to her mouth and blows a kiss to him, making a flying gesture towards him. Lin Sinan misunderstood and asked, "Huh? What does this girl mean?" Nanfang Ju pulled him back and firmly sat him down in his chair. "Sit down quickly. The team leader will scold you if you go back now." Nanfang Ju's handsome face was slightly red. The last playful kiss from Wen Yan was too obvious. Boss, do you think this girl is interested in me? Why does she keep doing that? Lin Sinan felt a little excited. Don't flatter yourself. Do you even recognize who she is? Nanfangju wondered if his eyesight was a bit off. He had just finished a song, so why hadn't he recognized her yet?
Who is she?
Do you know her? Lin Sinan was still distracted. She's Wen Yan. That gesture just now was for me. Don't misunderstand. Nanfangju needed to clarify, just in case there was a misunderstanding. What? Lin Sinan's eyes nearly popped out. You say she's my little sister-in-law? The girl in the red dress singing and jumping around just now. Nanfangju felt a headache coming on. Yes, it's her. Can I be wrong? We're so far from the stage, maybe you're not seeing clearly. Lin Sinan couldn't sit still anymore. No, I need to check backstage. I must find out for sure. Hey, discipline. Nanfangju tried to stop him, but he couldn't hold on. He left his seat and went backstage. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the event was very lively. The audience below was still talking about the singer, who just performed. Not only was she beautiful, but she also sang well and danced energetically. They weren't tired of watching. The soldier who spoke earlier was right. They should have another song. The host, who was announcing the program, was trying to keep order. Everyone quiet, quiet. The next program is Encore. Encore. The female host was interrupted by the audience before she could finish. Dear audience, please keep the order. The next performance will follow the plan. Encore. We want to hear the singer again. Seeing they couldn't continue, the announcer had to go backstage to discuss with the director. The director looked worried as he watched the audience below.
It was a complete mess. To keep the show going, he went to find team leader Yu.
Old Yu quickly arranged for Wen Yan to come back on stage and sing another song. The audience's reaction is very strong. Okay, I'll talk to Wen Yan. Team leader Yu immediately went to find Wen Yan, who was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. I didn't expect Wen Yan to be so popular. She sang so well. Wen Yan was sitting at the makeup table, about to remove her makeup. The makeup on stage looked fine, but in real life, it was a bit scary. Suddenly, she saw Lin Sinan coming over. Why did he come here? Wen Yan looked behind Lin Sinan to check, but he was alone. She thought for a moment, and it made sense. A disciplined soldier, like Lin Sinan, wouldn't wander around randomly. Lin Sinan approached her and looked at her carefully, with disappointment in his eyes. Little sister-in-law? Is that really you? Why? It's me. Are you unhappy about that? Wen Yan was confused by his reaction. Didn't he like her singing earlier? Didn't he ask her to come back on stage? Lin Sinan leaned against the makeup table. Yeah, I'm not happy. I thought I was going to meet my true love, but it turns out to be you. He was captivated by the girl singing on stage. She met all his strict criteria for a partner. 1 in a million, no, 1 in 10,000. What a pity. Wen Yan looked at herself in the mirror. So Lin Sinan liked women like this? She looked at him and said, Hee, I have to apologize. There's only me, no other options. Women like her were hard to find. She had to be lucky. Lin Sinan looked disappointed, but also a bit surprised. Little sister-in-law, you sing so well. The audience is going crazy. Before Wen Yan could reply, she heard someone shouting, Yanzi! Yanzi! She looked in the direction of the voice and saw team leader Yu rushing over. Leader Yu, what's the matter? Wen Yan stood up. Why was the leader so anxious? Yanzi, the audience is demanding you come back on stage. Otherwise, you should go up and sing another song. The director of the show just asked me to talk to you. Team leader Yu looked a bit worried. Let me come back on stage? Okay, I can sing another song. The wind travels thousands of miles. Saving the show was like putting out a fire. Wen Yan chose the song again because the band didn't have sheet music for other songs. Okay, any song is fine. Just make the audience happy. Let's go quickly and tell the director. Captain Yu was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to Lin Sinan beside her. Wen Yan followed the captain and left. Lin Sinan quickly adjusted his military cap and went back, ready to listen to the song. It is said that this song is also very beautiful. Before going on stage, When Yan Yan took off her coat and handed it to the captain because the coat didn't match the style of the song she was about to sing. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the restless audience immediately quieted down. Thank you all for liking my singing. I will sing another song. This song tells the story of a father searching for his separated daughter, expressing the deep bond between them. After she finished introducing, the melody started. Since it was her second time singing this song on stage, she was more relaxed than before. I traveled thousands of miles, crossing the sea to find you. You are like a rainstorm, falling into my heart. Everything about me is sunny because of you. How could you be so cruel, leaving me in the dark night? Zhang Mimi, who had been running to the bathroom after eating a candy, came out just as when Yan Yan's heartfelt singing began. She froze in place. Zhang Mimi stood still, watching when Yan Yan sing passionately on stage. Her mind went blank, her heart felt hopeless. If she hadn't seen and heard it herself, she wouldn't believe it. Such a beautiful, moving voice, and it was really the same when Yan Yan, who used to be fat, clumsy, and silly. Zhang Mimi felt more and more despair. Forget it, forget it. She inwardly admitted that when Yan Yan was now on a level she couldn't reach. When Yan Yan was like a phoenix reborn, soaring to new heights. Someone mentioned your name. I pretended not to care, but the hurt in my heart can't be erased. In the cold season when flowers wither, I can't wait for your return. You can't see my tears turning red. The first time Zhang Mimi heard such a beautiful voice and touching lyrics, her eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach again. Zhang Mimi didn't want to go to the bathroom and wanted to keep listening to when Yan Yan sing. But she had no choice and had to run to the bathroom again. She thought maybe the candy she ate earlier was the problem. At that moment, a burst of loud applause came from behind. Great! So wonderful! When Yan Yan, the audience cheered in sync, and her weak legs almost gave out from exhaustion. It proved that when Yan Yan's performance was a huge success. The director of the show was stunned. This girl was extraordinary. In his 20 years of experience, he had never seen such a crazy scene. This was the Capitol Grand Theater, and the audience was quite refined. Lin Sinan was moved to tears by the music. Afraid of crying in public and losing face, he quickly pulled Nan Fongjue away from the theater. They stopped in a quiet place. Lin Sinan wiped his tears and felt very excited. Listening to music that makes you cry? He had never experienced that before in his life. Nan Fongjue didn't laugh at him, because he almost cried too while listening. He didn't expect Wen Yanyan's performance today to cause such a sensation. Nan Fongjue felt proud of her. She was really impressive. Lin Sinan sighed. She sang so well. What good karma did you accumulate in your past life to find such a good woman? His attitude toward Wen Yanyan changed completely and even reached a new level. You're saying she's not good, Nan Fongjue teased. I was mistaken. Lin Sinan regretted it and asked, Boss, are you still planning to divorce her? What do you mean? Nan Fongjue's eyes suddenly turned cold. I want to marry her, Lin Sinan blurted out. Looks like your skin is getting tighter again. Nan Fongjue was speaking through his back teeth, and a faint grinding sound could be heard.
I'm joking.
Why can't you take a joke? Lin Sinan explained. Besides, my mom wouldn't agree for me to marry a woman who has been married twice. Old folks are old-fashioned. Better not joke about that, or you'll get beaten. Nan Fongjue's face returned to normal. Sigh, just thinking about it is enough to make him feel uneasy. Lin Sinan felt bored and lit a cigarette. He was in a bad mood. The show isn't over yet. Let's go back, Nan Fongjue suggested. I don't want to watch anymore. It's not interesting at all, Lin Sinan said, not wanting to leave. Our art troupe still has other performances. Let's support them. Nan Fongjue pulled him. Let them support themselves. Are we really needed here? In the end, Lin Sinan couldn't argue with Nan Fongjue, so they returned to the theater. On their way back to their seats, they passed by Instructor Liu. Instructor Liu tugged at Lin Sinan's clothes and whispered, Can you be a little more focused during the show? Teacher Liu, why don't you say something to Zhang the nurse? She has gone out many times already. You're still arguing. Wait until the parade is over, Liu Zhendong warned him. Lin Sinan ignored the noise in his ears and sat back down to watch the performance. On stage, Xiaomiyu was playing the piano, performing My Motherland. After the encore, when Yen Yen was backstage removing her makeup, Tian Mimi hurried over, cheeks flushed with excitement. Yenzi, I admire you so much. The whole audience is cheering for you and shouting your name. You've become a singer. People from the 1970s didn't call singers pop stars. Calling her a singer was the highest praise. Not bad, Mimi. When will your group perform? When Yen Yen was also very excited, her eyes shining. She didn't expect to be so popular. Our big group performance is the finale. We're the last to go on. Sigh, solo singing is better. No need for a bunch of people waiting backstage. Tian Mimi complained. Don't worry, it won't be long now. When Yen Yen comforted her. More than half of the program had already been performed. There's no rush. You sang so well. Everyone liked listening. While they were talking, Xiaomiyu, dressed in a white performance outfit, stormed back, looking furious. Hey, look at her. She definitely messed up her performance, Tian Mimi whispered. Yeah, don't look at her. When Yen Yen also saw her frustration. She didn't want to care about Xiaomiyu. With her bad temper, she might become a punching bag. Unexpectedly, Xiaomiyu suddenly stormed over to her, furious. One Yen Yen. It's all your fault, she shouted, pointing at her. Meiyu, are you crazy? Tian Mimi couldn't stand it anymore. Go away, don't think everything revolves around you. If when Yen Yen hadn't come back, would I have made a mistake today? While Yumei was performing on stage, she accidentally played a wrong note. Although the audience might not have noticed, it didn't affect the performance, but for the performer, it was a serious mistake. Especially since she was so confident and proud. Tian Mimi felt upset. You made a mistake in your performance. What does that have to do with Yen Yen coming back? Why drag someone down at the last moment? Didn't you see? The audience was talking because they liked her singing, and that disturbed me.
Yumei was emotional.
When Yen Yen gently took Mimi's hand and said slowly, Are you saying the audience talking affected you? If that's true, it just shows you have weak concentration and poor playing skills. You're not familiar with the music, and it has nothing to do with me. You just want to steal the spotlight first. Yumei continued to blame. I'm not trying to steal the spotlight. It's normal interaction. When Yen Yen explained. Why did you come back on stage? Everyone else performed once, but you performed twice. Why are you so special? Yumei's words revealed her jealousy. She was envious of Yen Yen. When Yen Yen's confidence made her feel deeply threatened. Yumei, I don't want to argue with you. Go talk to Director Yu. It was the director who asked me to come back. When Yen Yen was no longer invisible, she had strength now. These small issues didn't bother her. You're just shifting the blame. Yumei stomped her feet angrily and left, her white dress like a fierce battle robe. Yen Yen was sure she wouldn't cause trouble with the director. Because playing one wrong note, maybe only a few people noticed. But if she caused a fuss, everyone would see that her musical skills were not good enough. Who is this person? Like a mad dog, so annoying. Tian Mimi was very upset with Yumei. When Yen Yen just smiled indifferently. Some people just can't take responsibility, always blaming the world for not being attractive enough, never looking at themselves. We shouldn't get angry about it. She turned back to remove her makeup, feeling relaxed and happy. Tonight's task was done. Tomorrow, she could go to the square to watch the National Day Parade. She was so excited. In her past life, she didn't have the chance to watch the parade in person. At the Capital Army General Hospital, Su Yende finished a heart surgery on a patient and was tired as he returned to his office. Just as he sat down, a female nurse came in to tell him, Director Su, 5 minutes ago, you received a call. Someone left a phone number and said you must call back when you have time. Is it urgent? Are you sure? There are only 2 people who can speak to Su Yenbei in such a strong tone. Yes, Director, the nurse confirmed. All right, give me the phone number. Su Yenbei took the note with the phone number on it. After watching the nurse leave, he picked up the phone and dialed the number. A voice came through the receiver, calling, Big Brother. The eyes behind Su Yenbei's glasses flickered with a hint of disappointment. It wasn't Wen Yan. His tone was calm. Big brother, I told you yesterday. Why didn't you come to the Grand Theater to watch my performance? Tian Meiyu was on the phone at the front desk of the Capitol Grand Theater. I happen to have a surgery to do, I can't leave. Really? I'm just a sister, and you're so indifferent. You can't miss an important surgery for my performance. Tian Meiyu complained. Su Yenbei's expression grew serious. I'm a doctor. Saving lives is my job. I can't ignore my patients' lives just to watch your show. Okay, you're a doctor. Big brother, I'm in a bad mood. My performance today was a mess. I missed a note. Tian Meiyu started to complain. Oh, you made a mistake during your performance. Su Yenbei's tone softened a bit. It's okay. Practice more when you get back. Pay attention next time and don't make similar mistakes again. You make it sound so easy. I don't want to lose to that big guy. Tian Meiyu was upset and sad because she was overshadowed by Wen Yan.
Susan B. frowned deeply. What?
Big guy? Who are you talking about? Wen Yan, that annoying woman. Whenever Tian Meiyu thought of her, she got angry. She dressed like a fairy, singing and dancing on stage, disturbing the audience. Wen Yan?
She's not even fat.
Meiyu, you shouldn't attack people personally, Su Yenbei reminded her. Big brother, how do you know she's not fat? Have you seen her?
Du Meiyu felt suspicious.
I haven't seen her, but I've heard about her. Meiyu, why do you dislike her? Su Yenbei couldn't tell her about his suicide attempt. It would be too embarrassing. Because she used to be as fat as a pig. And she was really stupid.
Du Meiyu.
How can you talk like that? Always so sharp and mean. No one wants to be friends with you. Su Yenbei was really angry. Du Meiyu was stunned on the phone. Why are you shouting at me? Du Meiyu, you're not a kid anymore. Be careful with what you say and do. What does Wen Yan have to do with her weight or her character? You're being unfair. Su Yenbei took this chance to teach her. How am I being unfair? Last time, she touched my piano and twisted my ankle, making me stay home for half a month. I couldn't practice, so of course I'm out of shape. Du Meiyu still blamed Wen Yan. Don't make excuses if you fail. Playing the piano is mainly about finger technique. Does it have anything to do with your ankle? The piano belongs to the art troupe, not you. If you're not skilled, don't blame external factors. Su Yenbei corrected her harshly. Are you still my real brother? If others don't support me, you don't treat me like a sister.
Du Meiyu looked sad.
I'm doing this for your own good. If you have problems, look at yourself. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up. Su Yenbei didn't want to argue anymore. Du Meiyu hurriedly said, Big brother, tomorrow is National Day. Are you free? Come to our guest house? I want them to see I have a brother who's a chief surgeon at the Capitol Hospital. Today was so embarrassing. Su Yenbei felt helpless. You're always so competitive. When will you change your vanity? I have nothing to show off.
Du Meiyu begged.
All right, give me the address, Su Yenbei agreed. Thanks, big brother. Du Meiyu gave him the address. Big brother, come early tomorrow, or they'll all go out to play. Okay, I'll hang up now. Su Yenbei ended the call and looked thoughtfully at the address on the note. It turns out Wen Yan also performed in the Capitol. She must sing very well, right? Why didn't Meiyu say anything yesterday? Su Yenbei felt a bit regretful. Actually, tonight's surgery didn't have to be only him. The evening show, originally lasting 2.5 hours, was extended by 20 minutes because Wen Yan returned to the stage. Finally, the Daejingang song and dance troupe's grand chorus ended perfectly. The National Day Gala of the Military District announced its official end. As all the performers took their bows, colorful ribbons and paper confetti floated down from above, creating a beautiful and lively atmosphere. When Yan appeared without makeup, and everyone in the audience recognized her immediately, standing up and clapping enthusiastically. Yan, some people even called her by name. One Yan saw Nanjiang from the audience clearly. He was tall and stood out among the crowd. She smiled, noticing for the first time that his eyes shone with light. The audience gradually left, and the lively noise settled down. The performers from the Daejingang song and dance troupe took the bus back to the guest house. On the bus, Everyone except Su Meiyu congratulated Wen Yanyan kindly. Even Yu Linglong, who is usually proud, was impressed. Yanzi, you're the pride of our troupe. You did great. Not only singing beautifully, but your stage presence was amazing. Where did you learn all those moves? Leader Yu and director Li Xiaoyang praised her endlessly. Receiving so many compliments, Wen Yanyan felt like she was floating. Could this be her moment of glory? Absolutely. The Xingyao Capital Grand Theater. But this was only a small part of her life. Wen Yanyan had bigger goals ahead. Next, she aimed to become a 10,000 yuan household, then a millionaire, then a billionaire. Finally, a top celebrity. Thinking about it made Wen Yanyan excited and full of energy. Money, yes, money. Yanzi, why are you holding your hands so tightly? Aren't your nails digging into your skin? Tian Mimi looked at her clenched fists, veins clearly visible on the back of her hands. Wen Yanyan quickly snapped out of her thoughts. Just moving my joints. Before getting off, Leader Yu said, tonight's performance was very successful. Everyone worked hard. Rest well at home. Tomorrow is National Day, so enjoy the day off. Be sure to stay safe when you go out. Thank you, Leader. The applause was enthusiastic. Yanzi, let's go see the parade together tomorrow morning. I'll find you then. Mimi Tian stood at the dormitory door and greeted Wen Yanyan. Wen Yanyan checked the time when she returned to the dorm. It was almost 11 o'clock. She hurried to wash up and go to bed. She had been nervous all day. Wen Yanyan took a basin to the water room to fetch water, preparing to wash her feet. Because she was on her period, she couldn't take a shower, which she felt was unfortunate. Although the climate in the capital is cool, and she sweats less, she was used to washing at home. Not washing for a day made her uncomfortable. When it came to bathing, Wen Yanyan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. On the 28th, Wen Yanyan got her period, right? The next day, she felt unwell. She wanted to go to the nearby public bathhouse for a shower. She went, bought a shower ticket, but was so frightened by what she saw that she ran back without even changing clothes. She saw many women, older and younger, all soaking in a large pool. Was this kind of bathing hygienic? Could it prevent cross-infection or gynecological issues? Most importantly, Wen Yanyan looked everywhere but couldn't find a shower head in the public bathhouse. Good grief, how come bathing in the 1970s is all in one big tub? No, she didn't like it. So, Wen Yanyan decided she would give up on showering altogether. She would just wash her feet and wipe her body with a damp towel. She thought to herself, I'll wait until I get home to shower. Just a few more days. That night, Wen Yanyan was wiping herself and washing her feet in the dorm when Chu Meiyu saw her. You're so dirty. You don't even shower, just wipe yourself. How can you be clean? She said with disgust. Wen Yanyan's face darkened. Chu Meiyu, your mouth is so rude. Does no one at home teach you manners? This woman was really annoying, never speaking properly. I have no one at home to tell me I'm rude. They say I'm just being honest. Chu Meiyu shook her head and teased her. Your parents don't care about you. Do you think that's a good thing? I don't have as many problems as you do. You have mental issues, so you see problems everywhere. I got my period. How can I take a shower? Although Wen Yanyan didn't like to pay attention to her, she still needed to be clear. Su Meiyu was surprised again. What period? Why can't I shower when I have my period? It's just an excuse. Just an excuse. Ha! Don't you understand anything? Period means a woman's monthly cycle. Do you think it's good to make a pool of blood while showering? Wen Yanyan never missed a chance to mock her. Does period also mean Big Aunt's visit? She has her period now? Su Meiyu understood, but she had one more question she really wanted to know the answer to. You used to be so naive. How did you change now? Recent events made Su Meiyu admit that Wen Yanyan had indeed changed. Some of her words she couldn't even understand. Hit rock bottom and bounce back. Wen Yanyan answered with her usual line, because she had been very foolish before. Bounce back from rock bottom? Su Meiyu didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. You must be possessed by a clever ghost. You're a ghost. Her initial thought, like Yu Linglong's, was that she was possessed by a ghost. Wen Yanyan shot her a cold look. If I were a ghost, could you still stand in front of me? Say a spell, and I would disappear. I'm just an ordinary person, maybe a little better than you. Huh? What's so great about being better than me? Su Meiyu took a basin and a towel and left. When Yen Yen was stunned, Su Meiyu admitted she was better? Strange, why was she being so modest? Shouldn't she be the best in the world? The answer to this question was revealed at 8 a.m. the next morning. When Yen Yen, this is my older brother, my real older brother. Su Meiyu hugged Su Yanbei's arm proudly. He is the director of cardiac surgery at the Capital Military General Hospital. You only sing well. Can your overall ability and quality compare to his? Huh? Su Yanbei. When Yen Yen never expected that her idol of the new century would come in person. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, tall and slim, with bright, deep eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. His fair face carried a gentle, jade-like smile. Hello, Wen Yen Yen. Nice to see you again. Su Yanbei took down the arm hanging on his shoulder and stepped forward to shake hands with Wen Yen Yen. Big brother Su, you're too polite. Still shaking hands. She hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, Chu Meiyu shouted angrily, when did you two meet? She originally wanted to show off to Wen Yen Yen that she had a brother who was a doctor. But unexpectedly, this situation appeared. They actually knew each other. When Yen Yen looked at Su Yanbei, she wasn't sure if she should say anything. Meiyu, I met him by chance a few days ago when I went home. Wen Yen Yen is my teacher. She knows about traditional Chinese medicine, Su Yanbei explained.
What?
Teacher? Big brother, you're so knowledgeable, and you call her your teacher? Chu Meiyu's face twisted in surprise. Her eyebrows almost shot up. Learning never ends, Su Yanbei said calmly.
Humph.
You make me so angry. Chu Meiyu turned and walked away, disappointed that her hoped-for situation didn't happen. She was proud that her big brother called Wen Yen Yen her teacher. Shouldn't you go and comfort her? Wen Yen Yen suggested. Teacher Wen, there's no need. She's spoiled by her parents, Su Yanbei said without even glancing at Chu Meiyu. Big brother Su, please just call me by my name. I'm only 18, and I really don't qualify to be your teacher, Wen Yen Yen politely declined. Although her current medical skills were better than Su Yanbei's, her mother in the 1970s was only 9 years old. She hadn't even been born yet. She couldn't compare herself to Su Yanbei, who was already a director of surgery at a major hospital at such a young age. And for him to call her teacher? No, that felt a bit like disrespecting her ancestors.
Su Yanbei sợ Mai Phai Ly.
You're too modest. I think you are qualified to be my teacher. But if that title makes you uncomfortable, I can just call you by your name. Yen Zi, why didn't you call me before coming to the capital? Let me show you some hospitality. He smiled gently, perfectly warm and kind. When Yen Yen returned a polite smile. Big brother Su, I didn't know if I had time before I came. Last night, the performance ended, and the group leader said we could take a day off. I was just about to call you, but then you arrived. She hadn't planned to call him, but she couldn't say that outright. Hearing her words, Su Yanbei's smile deepened. That's so lucky. I happen to have the day off today. Where do you want to go? I can be your guide. Not only because Wen Yen Yen is beautiful, but also because of their relationship as savior and grateful person, he would do his best. Really? Then you won't be with your sister? Wen Yen Yen was surprised. It seemed Su Yanbei was like a proud display for her. She looks like a tomboy, so she doesn't need company. As a girl, you need someone to protect you. Su Yanbei came just to see Wen Yen Yen. At that moment, Tian Mimi came to find her and said something at the door. Wen Yen Yen's eyes lit up when she saw her. Today, Mimi was dressed very beautifully. She wasn't in her military uniform, but wore a white dress with lotus flower lace. Her long black hair flowed naturally like a waterfall, creating a charming scene. The most eye-catching thing was her large-brimmed round red bow hat, like a blooming flower, bright and striking. This hat was a gift carefully chosen by Wen Yen Yen, matching her temperament perfectly. The red bow looked like a dancing butterfly resting in her hair, adding a playful and lively touch. Her delicate cheeks were lightly blushed, with a soft, elegant color, like a newly blooming pink petal, fresh and charming. Su Yanbei also saw her. Hey, Mimi, come here. Let me introduce you to a friend. Wen Yanyan let her in and spoke to Su Yanbei. Brother Su, this is my good friend Tian Mimi. We plan to watch the parade at the capital square today. Are you coming? Yen, is there a parade at the square today? Su Yanbei asked happily. When Yen Yen was surprised. Yes, don't you know? Don't you read the newspaper? Su Yanbei looked a bit embarrassed, adjusting his glasses. I've been busy with studying and work lately, so I haven't had time to read the newspaper. Of course, I want to watch the National Day Parade. Let's go. All right, Mimi, this is my friend Su Yanbei, a chief doctor at the Capital Hospital. You should meet him. Wen Yanyan didn't forget to introduce Tian Mimi. Hello, Dr. Su. Tian Mimi felt a bit shy and spoke softly. Hello, let's go downstairs, Su Yanbei said politely with a smile. Okay, let's go, Mimu. Wen Yanyan took Tian Mimi's hand and led her out of the guest house. Su Yanbei walked straight toward a black car. Tian Mimi whispered to Wen Yanyan, Hey, why does he have a car? She was also surprised. It seems so. When Su Yanbei opened the car door and turned back to them, he said, Come on, get in. Wen Yanyan suddenly had an idea. Brother Su, why do you have a car? Was it given by the hospital? In her memory, private cars didn't seem to exist in this era. Cars were usually owned by the government.
What?
The hospital gives out cars. Su Yanbei was caught off guard. He wondered if hospitals really had that kind of treatment. He didn't know. I didn't mean the hospital gave the car. I mean, is this the car assigned to you by the hospital? Wen Yanyan clarified.
Su Yanbei understood.
This car isn't mine, it's my dad's. So, it was his dad's car. Who was his dad? And what about the car? It was an old Shanghai license plate car, round and chubby, quite cute. In recent years, his dad was quite wealthy. Why wasn't he affected by the economic downturn? Despite her doubts, Wen Yanyan still got into the car. This was her third time riding in a car since her time travel. The first 2 times were in off-road jeeps. She and Tian Mimi sat in the back seat. Just as they settled in, the car door on the assistant's side suddenly opened. A woman, who had been somewhere else earlier, twisted her waist and sat in, speaking to Su Yanbei. I want to go too. Mayu, you know where we're going and you still want to come along? Su Yanbei frowned slightly. No matter where you're going, I want to go too. Mayu was in a terrible mood. Originally, her brother had specially invited her to meet Wen Yanyan. But instead of causing trouble, she ended up riding in her brother's car, which was a lucky break for them. Fine, come along, but don't cause trouble, Su Yanbei warned her. Mayu looked disappointed from her eyes down to her pointed chin. When have I caused trouble? Are you still my brother? You're always trying to get your way. When I get home, I'll tell Mom and Dad. Just wait and see. She decided to go home and complain. Fine, go ahead and complain, Su Yanbei said as he started the engine. Only then did Tian Mimi realize that Su Yanbei and Xie Meiyu were siblings. She couldn't help but glance at him again. It seemed that Wen Yanyan had very high expectations for the military parade. The celebration for the 70th anniversary of the founding of the country was truly impressive. The neat formations, proud posture, and determined eyes all made people's blood boil with excitement. At the parade, various new weapons and equipment appeared, showing the country's strong military and technological power. Watching fighter jets roar past, tanks rumbling forward, and missiles standing tall, she thought the parade in the 1970s was similar. But unfortunately, it was not. The scale and grandeur were far different. Wen Yanyan regretted not waiting to watch the news broadcast in the evening. The news would have clearer footage than being there in person. There were security barriers at the scene, so they could only stand far away on the roadside to watch. Although Wen Yanyan saw the neat formations of the troops and the large weapons on vehicles, she didn't see even a single figure of Nanfangjua. She didn't know which formation he was in. The sky was filled with the roar of fighter jets, and on the ground, cars, tanks, and armored vehicles rumbled loudly. Dust was flying everywhere. Besides the loud music played on the square, almost no other sounds could be heard. Most importantly, Wen Yanyan was also feeling very annoyed. Whenever Su Yanbei spoke to her, she responded sarcastically. Some women are already married. They need to watch their words and actions. Women should behave themselves after marriage. In the old days, if they didn't, they'd be punished. When Yen Yen didn't care much, just thinking it was nonsense. But Su Yanbei got angry. He pulled Xiaomeiyu aside and whispered sternly, "What are you saying, girl? Is this how you waste your education? How can you have no manners?" "I'll call Mom tonight and tell her to teach you properly," Xiaomeiyu was defiant. "Then I'll tell Mom that you're thinking about married women. All you do is embarrass me every day. Do you understand social manners? You girls should get along peacefully." Demei suspected that her older brother was interested in Wen Yan Yan. Tian Mai didn't know when she had come over, but she heard their conversation and interrupted. "Mr. Su, your sister really needs to be better managed. She has been targeting Wen Yan Yan. Yesterday, she messed up her performance and even insisted on a second show." Su Yanbei looked back at Tian Mai and nodded, saying, "Okay, I understand." "Tian Mai, what did I do to offend you?" Demeiyu's eyes flashed with anger. "I'm just telling the truth. You always blame Yanzi for everything. Only Yanzi has a good temper, unlike you." Tian Mai was very annoyed with her. Demeiyu blushed and raised her voice. "Tian Mai, are you saying she has a good temper? That's nonsense. Wen Yan Yan was definitely the most gentle and kind person in the art troupe. If she had a good temper, why was her ankle swollen?" Tian Mai chose to stay silent because some things shouldn't be said in front of Su Yanbei. In her heart, she was thinking, if you didn't bully Yanzi, she wouldn't retaliate. "All right, Meiyu, today your brother finally has some free time. Don't argue anymore. There are so many people outside. It's not good to cause a scene." When Yan Yan came to mediate again, seeing her smiling face, Demeiyu clenched her teeth in anger. "Fine, you three are all looking down on me, huh? Okay, I'm leaving." She turned and walked away without looking back. "Is Demeiyu so hot-tempered?" Wan Yan Yan looked at Su Yanbei and said, "Brother Su, go find her. No need. She's an adult. She can handle herself," Su Yanbei replied. Of course, Su Yanbei knew her well. Mei was spoiled and immature in life. Today, her behavior was especially obvious. A little lesson might do her good. If she doesn't suffer, she won't remember. But when Yan Yan felt uneasy inside, Mei was still a girl unaware of the darker sides of society. What if she met a bad person? But then she thought the capital is under the emperor's watch, and today is National Day. Everywhere there were police officers. She felt reassured. The parade didn't last long. It ended in 2 hours. Su Yanbei drove them back to the guest house. When they returned, Wen Yan Yan found the dormitory empty.
Where was the Meiyu?
Why hadn't she come back? When Yan Yan looked at her watch, it was 11:30. She left her room to find Mimi next door. "Mimi, Meiyu hasn't come back yet. I hope she's okay." Although they sometimes had small disagreements, when Yan Yan didn't want anything to happen to her. "Yanzi, she can't be that fast. She'll need to find a bus stop. Wait for the bus and then take it," Mimi comforted her. When Yan Yan thought about it and agreed. They had taken a direct ride back. It was probably faster. "Mimi, it's mealtime. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." When Yan Yan had other plans in the afternoon. Earlier, while watching the military parade, Su Yanbei invited her to visit his workplace, the Capital Army General Hospital. When Yan Yan didn't refuse, she was eager to see it. Because, in her previous life, she was a well-known medical student. So, working at a large top-tier hospital was her dream. But she hadn't started working yet, and her dream had faded away. After the National Day parade ended, the soldiers from the Southern Border Army returned to their guest house by bus. Back at the dorm, Lin Sinan threw his weapon belt onto the foot of the bed. He lay down on the bed like a dead fish, feeling relieved. Finally, the parade is over. Even fighting is easier than practicing marching in the sun. Lin Sinan sighed deeply. Was the training that tough? Nan Fongjue felt it was quite easy. He didn't even sweat during the parade this morning. Who can compare to you? Someone cares and worries about you. They call you every night. Lin Sinan felt mentally exhausted, more than physically. What about Qingyin? Did you forget her? Nan Fongjue took off his parade uniform and reminded him. Stop mentioning her. Just go back to the army. I never want to drink coffee again in my life. Thinking of Qingyin gave Lin Sinan a headache. And it was coffee that caused this trouble. He even disliked coffee now. Having high standards isn't always good, but Nan Fongjue thought they suited each other well. My standards aren't high. I just haven't met the right person. When I like someone, I will pursue her. Lin Sinan didn't think his standards were too high. He just didn't have feelings for Chingyin. Nan Fongjue changed into his usual military pants and shirt, then sat on the bed leaning against the wall, reading a book. The sunlight outside is just right, shining on him. His neat, short haircut highlights his strong, three-dimensional features as if carved by a master artist. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, a firm jawline, and healthy pink lips that look very attractive. Nan Fongjue reads slowly. The book at home, Gone with the Wind, has taken him 2 months to nearly finish. Lin Sinan speaks but gets no reply. He turns his head and frowns. What's so interesting about a boring, thick novel? You haven't read it, so how do you know it's boring? Nan Fongjue thinks the author writes quite well. Surely My Picture magazine is more fun. Lin Sinan loves to look at magazines. Everyone has their own taste. Nan Fongjue isn't interested in magazines. Lin Sinan asks again. Can we do whatever we want this afternoon? Do you have plans? He has an idea. Before Nan Fongjue can answer, there's a sudden sound outside the door. Nan Tuan, your phone, says a sweet voice from the operator. Okay, I'll get it right away. Nan Fongjue closes his book. Your little wife is sending you some warmth again. Lin Sinan envies him. Nan Fongjue ignores him, puts down his book, and leaves the dorm. Lin Sinan gets out of bed and picks up the book, Gone with the Wind, to look at it. He's curious about what kind of book it is that makes Nan Fongjue so serious about reading. He looks at the summary. Wow, it's a foreign book. Where did Nan Fongjue get it? Nan Fongjue goes downstairs, picks up the phone on the table, and puts it to his ear. He thought it was Wen Yanyan calling, but instead, a familiar yet strange woman's voice comes through. Nan Fongjue frowns. Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Who are you? I'm Chai Xiaodai, she says her name. Nan Fongjue's expression darkens, cold as a mountain. Do you need something? It's been a long time. Can we meet this afternoon? Chai Xiaodai's eyes are full of sadness. No, Nan Fongjue is about to refuse. Their past is over. There's no need to meet. But before he can finish, another voice interrupts from the phone. Fongju, I knew you had come to the capital a long time ago. I didn't contact you because I was worried it might affect your work. This morning, the parade ended and your task was completed, so I decided to call you. Please don't refuse me, okay? Chai Xiaodai spoke quickly and nervously. She was very afraid that Nan Fongjue would refuse, so she explained a lot. Her cautious tone made him think for a moment. Why do you want to meet? Chai Xiaodai said, My dad forced me to date someone, and we're about to get married. I want to see you one last time. A date? Marriage? Is that really necessary? Nan Fongjue asked more gently. Yes, I want to forget the past completely, but I still have you in my heart. You probably don't want my marriage to be unhappy either, right? Chai Xiaodai's words sounded a little sad. I don't have much time, at most half an hour. Nan Fongjue agreed to meet, but set a time limit. Okay, at 2 p.m. at the Overseas Chinese Hotel. Don't be late. When Nan Fongjue returned to his dorm, he saw Lin Sinan reading his novel. He lay down and looked at the ceiling for a while, then spoke to Lin Sinan. Sinan, can you go out with me this afternoon? Lin Sinan put down his novel. Overseas Chinese Hotel. Nan Fongjue mentioned the place. Overseas Chinese Hotel? What are you going there for? Lin Sinan asked, confused. Nan Fongjue repeated what he just said on the phone. Chai Xiaodai? Weren't you just talking to Wen Yanyan on the phone? Lin Sinan guessed wrong. Yeah, I don't know how she got my phone number. Nan Fongjue felt annoyed. He had planned to see Wen Yanyan in the afternoon, but suddenly someone else appeared. Is it hard to find out a phone number? Nothing is difficult if you try hard enough. Lin Sinan was found because Aunt Chingyin gave him the phone number. If the phone at the military guest house didn't block the yellow books, the secret would be safe, and there would be fewer worries. Come with me. It's not good for me to go alone, Nan Fongjue said, not wanting to be alone with Chai Xiaodai. Do you want me to cover for you? Lin Sinan asked knowingly. Nan Fengjue didn't respond. What's in it for me? Lin Sinan asked again. 2 kicks, maybe? Southern Jew's gaze was calm. Violence, Lin Sinan accused. Are you going or not? Southern Jew said as he lifted one leg. Yes, I must go. Lin Sinan immediately agreed. What does Xiao Dai mean? If she wants to get married, just get married. Why does she need to see you? Is she still holding on to feelings? Southern Jew's eyebrows furrowed tightly. 3rd Military District Guest House. Wan Yanyan finished lunch and just entered the dormitory when she saw Su Meiyu had returned. She finally felt relieved. Everything was safe. Feeling happy, Wan Yanyan greeted her with a smile. Meiyu, you're back. Su Meiyu rolled her eyes. Talking nonsense. Where else would I go if not back? Wan Yanyan's warm smile was met with a cold shoulder, and her face darkened. All right, from now on, neither of us will speak. Whoever talks is a dog. She had never seen someone so ungrateful. Wan Yanyan lay on the bed reading a book. The dormitory was very quiet. Suddenly, Su Meiyu spoke. Hey, how do you know my older brother? Wan Yanyan almost couldn't believe her ears. Su Meiyu, are you a dog? There's no need for that. I just want to know how you know my brother. Su Meiyu had been tangled in this question for a long time. She really wanted to know the answer. No comment. Wan Yanyan wouldn't tell her. If she was a decent person, she might consider making up a story to fool her. But with Su Meiyu's unkind nature, forget it. No point wasting brain cells.
Humph.
If you won't say, then forget it. Seems like anyone would care to listen. Su Meiyu found a book she liked, her delicate features full of annoyance. Wan Yanyan ignored her, reached under the pillow, and took out a bag of dried squid. She ate while reading a story. When she was happy, she burst into a big laugh. Su Meiyu glared at her. Wan Yanyan didn't notice. She looked at the time. It was almost time, so she got up and went downstairs. They had agreed to meet at 1 p.m. Su Yanbei was coming to pick her up for the hospital. Not long after, when Yanyan arrived outside the guest house, she saw him coming. She waved, and his car stopped in front of her. Su Yanbei pushed open the door. Yanyan, were you waiting anxiously? No, I just arrived. When Yanyan got in and closed the door. In the 1970s, car interiors were simple and practical, without fancy decorations. Has Meiyu come back? Although Su Yanbei was angry, he still cared about her. Yes, she's back. When Yanyan habitually fastened her seatbelt, though she didn't really need to since there weren't many cars on the road. Su Yanbei looked at her carefully. How does she know how to fasten the seatbelt so well? She's fine, doing quite well, because he was worried about Xiao Meiyu, when Yanyan added a little more. This girl is not easy to manage, but she means no harm. Su Yanbei started the car. She just has a bad temper but no bad intentions. When Yanyan didn't know what else to say. They are siblings after all. She could only look for good points with a magnifying glass. She said, they're already 21, but she still acts like a child. When will she grow up? Su Yanbei drove away. Sneaking out from behind the cement pillar at the guest house, Xiao Meiyu watched the car drive away with a frown. Only after it disappeared from sight did she stomp her foot in anger and return to the guest house. In the busy city center stands a grand and solemn building, the Capital Army General Hospital. This hospital has a long history and is very large. It has top medical equipment and skilled staff with lots of experience. It holds the hope and lives of many patients, showing touching stories of fighting illness every day. Today, even though it's a national holiday, more patients than usual came for treatment. Wan Yanyan had been following Su Yanbei since they entered the hospital. She listened as he enthusiastically talked about the hospital's history and recent developments. In his deep, wise eyes, it seemed there was endless intelligence and insight. At this moment, Su Yanbei exuded a special aura. He was both elegant and extraordinary, with a calm, mature presence that had experienced many things. He was very different from the helplessness by the river. Every move was confident, as if he could see through all illusions and understand the true nature of things. With each of Wan Yanyan's glances, she could feel a strong mental strength. Nodding secretly, She thought Su Yanbei was truly an outstanding man. That morning by the river, if she hadn't met him, the talkative man in front of her might have been left speechless. Yan Yan, how do you feel? Do you want to work here? Su Yanbei finally finished speaking. I wonder what I can do here. When Yan Yan finally understood his purpose. Su Yanbei thought she was very suitable, not only because of her personality, but also her skills. She could start working right away, without training. Well, I can't do that, when Yan Yan said with a smile, refusing. She had never studied professional nursing. A nurse? That would be a waste of her talents. Brother Su, do you believe I can perform surgery? When Yan Yan's lips curled slightly, and her delicate features showed a hint of seriousness.
What?
Surgery? You can do that. Su Yanbei was doubtful, thinking he might have heard wrong. Yes, I can, when Yan Yan confirmed. Where did you learn that? Su Yanbei was a bit confused. This girl not only knew traditional Chinese medicine but also Western medicine? But performing surgery is not a simple task. I'm just asking if you believe me or not. Of course, when Yan Yan wouldn't say she was a time-traveling medical doctor, she just asked if he believed her. I just want to know if you believe me or not. When Yan Yan wouldn't reveal that she was a time-traveling medical doctor, she simply asked if he believed her. Su Yanbei looked at her for a long time, before finally nodding. I believe you, I trust you. When he first saw Wen Yan, he found her very special, different from anyone he knew. Wen Yan smiled gently. It's enough that you believe me, but you can't tell anyone what I just said. Just knowing is enough. In this life, she probably won't hold a surgical knife again. Even if she takes the college entrance exam next year, she doesn't want to study medicine anymore. She has changed her mind because being a doctor is too hard. One careless mistake can lead to a medical accident, as Su Yanbei's experience shows. Wen Yan wants to start a new life. In her previous life, she didn't want to study medicine, only because her mother liked it. Now she realizes she wasn't happy at all. Making money is the most important thing. In the 1970s, doctors didn't earn much. Wen Yan only wanted to go to college to prove herself to those around her. Her knowledge level is not just elementary school graduate. Okay, I promise to keep it secret. Don't worry. Su Yanbei agreed, but he was still suspicious. How could Wen Yan be so young and perform surgery? At her age, he was just starting to study at the Capital Medical University. Could Wen Yan be a child prodigy? It took about an hour for Su Yanbei to finally show her around the General Hospital of the Army. Wen Yan's thoughts after the visit. Although the Capital Army General Hospital is the third-ranked hospital in the country, its strength and size are not comparable to provincial hospitals of the 21st century. Since the reform and opening up in 1978, the country has developed tremendously, like a change from heaven to earth, from a vast sea to farmland. Wen Yan ran out of words. Besides tremendous change and great transformation, she couldn't think of any better adjectives. Of course, Wen Yan also responsibly said that the Capital Army General Hospital is among the top in the country in medical standards. After the new century began, with the country's growing strength, attention, and investment, the hospital's reputation rose along with Su Yanbei's fame as a skilled soldier. This hospital is very well known internationally. Now, Su Yanbei has become a promising medical talent. Wen Yan couldn't help but glance at him again. He's now gentle and refined, with a scholarly air. One more thing, when Su Yanbei gets older and starts to go bald. Su Yanbei, who still has hair, came out of the elevator to check the time, smiling as he said, Yanzi, to thank you for saving my life that day, I've decided to treat you to the most authentic Beijing roast duck. Can you give me a chance? His smile was kind and gentle, with clear, pure eyes. The famous Su Yidao wants to invite her to enjoy crispy, tender, and fragrant Beijing roast duck? That's a delicacy, and she hadn't had it in a long time. Wen Yan really wanted to eat, but she also didn't want to seem greedy. It might not be appropriate. How can I let you spend so much? But inside, she was thinking this isn't really what she felt in her heart, not at all. However, Su Yanbei always keeps his promises. What's wrong with that? We're usually so far apart, it's hard to meet. Eating a meal doesn't cost much. Let's go. Without further ado, he grabbed Wen Yanyan's arm and headed toward the hospital entrance. In public, men and women shouldn't be too close. Wen Yanyan noticed some doctors in white coats looking over. "All right, I'll go," she said. Su Yanbei is a big name at the hospital, and causing a fuss might not look good. Wen Yanyan thought everything through carefully. Su Yanbei drove for less than 10 minutes and arrived at this hotel located in the busy city center. A black vintage Shanghai car slowly stopped in the parking lot on the left side of the hotel. He got out of the car and thoughtfully opened the door for Wen Yanyan. She smiled, still thinking he was a very gentlemanly man. When Wen Yanyan saw the hotel's name, she paused briefly. So, it was the Overseas Chinese Hotel? As an old capital, Wen Yanyan had some impressions of it. Overseas Chinese hotels are not only in the capital but also in first- and second-tier cities across the country. After all, overseas Chinese communities have high spending power, which benefits not only the restaurant industry but also boosts tourism revenue for cities. That's why they build services like overseas Chinese hotels, guest houses, and inns for leisure and consumption. And local people can also use these services normally. The capital's overseas Chinese hotel, built with government funding, has high standards. It looks at least 6 stories tall, all gray, with a solid tone, grand appearance, and a low-key, high-end, upscale style. The upper floors are for guest rooms, and the ground floor is a restaurant and hotel. Wen Yanyan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Su Yanbei to invite her here for Peking duck. Yes, he was very sincere. At this moment, Wen Yanyan seemed to smell the aroma of roasted duck. The Overseas Chinese Hotel is impressive on the outside, but it's even more refined inside. As she stepped through the hotel entrance, she was greeted by a vintage yet elegant decor style. A bright red carpet and a corridor with a moon gate. Standing in the corridor were a man and a woman, both dressed in fitted kipeos and zhongshan suits, with well-defined features, serving staff. The air was filled with a subtle scent of tea and sandalwood. A graceful, beautiful etiquette lady approached. She politely asked, "Welcome, sir and miss. May I ask how many are dining today?"
"All right, please follow me."
The etiquette lady led them to a window seat in the northeast. "Please wait a moment." She went to find a waiter. Su Yanbei gestured to Wen Yanyan. "Please sit first." Wen Yanyan sat down and noticed that the interior decor was even more dazzling than the outside. Each space was separated by a traditional-style screen. And these screens weren't cheap, either. They were made of yellow pear wood. Wen Yanyan was impressed. This hotel was very luxurious even in the 1970s. The waiter quickly arrived. Su Yanbei handed the menu to Wen Yanyan and asked her to order. Wen Yanyan didn't take it. "You order, since the guest's wishes come first." She remained very reserved, having seen big scenes before. Su Yanbei took back the menu, his eyes glinting with amusement as he looked at Wen Yanyan. "Yanzi, sometimes you don't act like an 18-year-old girl. You're very mature." "Yes, I think so too." Haha. Wen Yanyan spoke casually, as if she didn't care. Su Yanbei found it interesting and couldn't help but smile. He ordered 4 dishes and a bottle of red wine. Wen Yanyan thought to herself that she hadn't had red wine in a long time. She instinctively looked outside. The sun was still high. "Brother Su, just 2 dishes are enough. We can't eat more, for dishes are not too many." Su Yanbei closed the menu. "Brother Su, do you come to this hotel often?" Wen Yanyan felt he had been here before. Su Yanbei seemed to think of something, his expression darkening. "Occasionally." Wen Yanyan guessed, "You came here with your girlfriend before, right?" Wen Yanyan eased his worries with just 1 sentence. Very clever. Su Yanbei couldn't help but praise her. Wen Yanyan was the smartest girl he had met so far. That's human nature. "I understand you." Wen Yanyan guessed correctly. Because, with Su Yanbei's status and personality, he naturally wouldn't bother with social pleasantries at a dinner table. Besides that, it could only be about a girlfriend. Su Yanbei poured her tea from a teapot. "Those things are in the past. Don't think about them anymore." "Yes, people should look forward. Only dogs look back." Wen Yanyan agreed. Yes, you're right. We should look ahead. Su Yenbei smiled as they enjoyed their conversation. Unbeknownst to her, not far from their table, 3 other people were dining. 2 of them were familiar, and the atmosphere there was a bit tense. Chai Xiaodai clearly didn't expect Lin Xinan to come with Nan Fengjue. It feels like a giant 500-watt light bulb is sitting next to me. The bright light is shining. Even from a distance, I would get burned if I got too close. They arrived a bit earlier, and all the dishes were served. But only Lin Xinan has an appetite, eating and drinking at the same time. Chai Xiaodai, have you been feeling hot lately? You have pimples on your face. He speaks without holding back. Chai Xiaodai is known as the most beautiful girl in the army, which shows how attractive she is. Her skin is white as jade, her looks are lovely, and she carries a gentle scholarly air in her eyes and eyebrows. She wears a white turtleneck sweater that shows her graceful figure and black pants. There's also a pink windbreaker and a white bag hanging on the chair beside her. But right now, her face looks bad, and her calm, scholarly expression is replaced with irritation. Lin Xinan, I've noticed that no matter how good-tempered someone is, they want to get angry when they see you. She knows Lin Xinan, but she doesn't like him at all. It's just a small pimple on her face. He saw it and still had to mention it. Then you must have a bad temper. Lin Xinan has been drinking, and a faint pink hue colors his eyelids. Quickly find a partner and learn to control your mouth. Chai Xiaodai was in a very good mood at first. But when she saw Lin Xinan also arrived, she felt uncomfortable, like a fly was buzzing inside her. This man is so shameless and difficult to deal with. Besides my parents, no one else can control me. Lin Xinan already has several empty beer bottles beside him. Nan Fengjue, why don't you control him? Doesn't he look like a soldier? The more Chai Xiaodai looked at him, the more annoyed she became. Lin Xinan said again, he's useless. Let me tell you honestly, the woman who's supposed to control me isn't even born yet. Nan Fengjue raised his hand, looked at the time, and said, Chai Xiaodai, I only have half an hour. 20 minutes have already passed. Do you have anything else to say? He didn't eat any of the food or drink any of the wine. 20 minutes have passed? Chai Xiaodai started to feel anxious, her brow furrowing. Lin Xinan, you've drunk so much. Don't you want to go to the bathroom? Lin Xinan looked at her with disdain. You really have no boundaries. Fine, since you're paying today, I'll give you a chance. Say what you want quickly, I'll be back soon. This time he didn't argue and quickly got up to leave.
Lin Xinan really needed to go to the bathroom.
Because he had just drunk a few bottles of beer, his bladder was about to burst. Chai Xiaodai finally relaxed, glad that the troublemaker had left. Fengjue, have you been doing well lately? She had prepared carefully for her appointment today, tying her long black hair up high to show her elegant neck. Her eyebrows were light like spring mountains, her eyes gentle like autumn waters, and she had applied red lipstick, making her fair skin and bright teeth stand out. I'm fine, Nan Fengjue said with a blank face. Really? Are you sure? Chai Xiaodai gave a bitter smile. Fengjue, there are only the 2 of us here. Can you tell me the truth? She didn't believe he was doing well. I haven't lied, Nan Fengjue said calmly. But you 2 are not a good match at all. How can you be doing well? I heard it from others, she said with concern. Nan Fengjue's dark eyes remained calm and untroubled. Chai Xiaodai picked up her glass and drank it all, a trace of sadness in her eyes. Fengjue, life is short. Why force yourself? Why deceive yourself? You 2 are not meant for each other. You can't be together. If you're going to say that to me today, then forget it. Nan Fengjue was about to leave. It seemed that what she said on the phone earlier was a lie. She hadn't truly given up. But Chai Xiaodai reached out and held his hand, begging desperately, Fengjue, divorce her. I don't mind if you have a past. Let go, Nan Fengjue said sharply. Tears welled up in Chai Xiaodai's eyes. Fengjue, I like you. I can't get you out of my heart. Suddenly, a loud applause interrupted her confession. Nan Fengjue looked up. Wen Yanyan stepped out from behind the screen, smiling brightly. Great, really great. Life is like a play, and a play is like a dream. Your dream is truly wonderful. Nan Fengjue quickly shook her hand off. Chai Xiaodai glared at Wen Yanyan with hatred, her eyes almost burning with fire.
Who are you?
We're having dinner here. What are you causing? Leave now. Just as Lin Sinan left, another woman came to watch the scene. Her words sounded strange, like she was mentally unwell. Why is everyone against her? When Yanyan was already upset inside. She couldn't believe this woman was letting Nanfang Ju divorce and remarry. She was caught and still dared to be so bold as to chase her away. It was like a wild animal knocking on the door, completely out of control. When Yanyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She saw the beer bottle on the table and said, "Do you believe I can smash you with this bottle?" She grabbed the beer bottle and was about to hit. Women who break up marriages are the worst. If I don't teach her a lesson today, she'll keep trying to steal him. Yanzi, don't be impulsive. Before she could hit, a big hand grabbed her wrist from behind. She turned around and saw Su Yanbei. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. When Yanyan, already angry, pushed her elbow hard. It probably hit her stomach, and Su Yanbei gasped in pain, bending over and clutching her belly. She swung her arm again, aiming at Chai Xiaodia's head. Chai Xiaodai looked stunned, sitting still with a blank stare. Don't be impulsive. Nanfang Ju stepped in and grabbed the beer bottle, snatching it away. When Yanyan was left empty-handed, and her eyes immediately turned red. If you're not going to help me, are you helping her? I was wrong about you. Are you with her now? She was so angry she turned and left. Su Yanbei also wanted to follow, but was knocked over by a strong force. When he got up, he saw that Nanfang Ju, who had knocked him down, was gone.
Huh?
Where are my glasses? While he was looking for his glasses everywhere, Lin Sinan returned. He saw only Chai Xiaodai eating alone at the table. There was also a man in a suit on the ground. Confused, he asked, "Where's Nanfang Ju?" Chai Xiaodai ignored him. Su Yanbei finally found his glasses, holding the broken frame and looking at Lin Sinan. Aren't you Nanfang Ju? Although he found his glasses, the lenses were broken. He could only see Lin Sinan in military uniform. The man earlier was also in uniform, so he got confused. Is he Nanfang Ju? Lin Sinan saw Su Yanbei holding a broken pair of glasses and understood. You're such a bookworm, not wearing glasses, and your eyesight is so poor, Lin Sinan asked Chai Xiaodai again.
Hey,
what happened? Why did the beer bottle fall on the ground? Did you guys just have a fight? Chai Xiaodai spread her hands innocently. I was having dinner with Nanfang Ju when suddenly a woman came over, sneered, and laughed loudly. I told her to go away, and she acted crazy, smashing a bottle at me.
What?
Smashing a bottle at someone? It seems something serious has happened. Lin Sinan's drunkenness faded, and his eyes cleared. What about that woman? She ran away. Chai Xiaodai continued eating. Where did Nanfang Ju go? Chai Xiaodai, you ask questions and answer questions. All you do is eat. Lin Sinan's eyes showed impatience. I'm not hungry anymore. He went after her. Chai Xiaodai replied. Did Nanfang Ju chase after the woman who was throwing bottles? Do they know each other? Lin Sinan was confused and turned to look at Su Yanbei. And you?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Wen Yanyan, Su Yanbei clearly stated. He's Wen Yanyan's friend? Lin Sinan was very surprised inside. What's all this chaos? When did the little sister-in-law have friends in the capital? After thinking carefully, Lin Sinan had a rough guess. The woman Chai Xiaodai mentioned was probably Wen Yanyan. They probably misunderstood each other, which is why one ran and the other chased. No, he had to find them. Lin Sinan decided to get up and leave. Su Yanbei saw this and also wanted to go, but a waiter stopped him. Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet. Wen Yanyan had been running every day to lose weight, so her efforts weren't wasted. Nanfang Ju chased her for 2 streets before catching up, grabbing her wrist. Yanyan, you misunderstood. As expected of a soldier, even after running so far, his breath was steady. What did I misunderstand? Did you steal my bottle? When Yanyan shook her hand but didn't let go, turning around angrily to ask. You can be angry, but you shouldn't hit people. Hitting someone to death is a serious crime. Nan Fongju didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. Even if she cursed, it was okay. Even if I hit her, she wouldn't die. When Yan Yan knew killing was punishable, but she just wanted to give her a little lesson. Even if you get hurt, it's not okay. Yan Yan, can you stay calm? Nan Fongju advised her. Do you care about her? When Yan Yan noticed that the woman looked quite pretty. Why would I care about her? Yan Yan, don't cause trouble, okay? Nan Fongju saw that passers-by on the street were looking this way. When Yan Yan raised an eyebrow. Cause trouble? You say I caused trouble? How am I causing trouble? Didn't you see you and her pulling at each other? She never expected that the scene of a third party trying to steal someone would happen to her. No, I mean, she has nothing to do with me. What's with all the pulling and grabbing? That's so rude. Nan Fongju didn't expect this either. He kept his distance from Chai Xiaodai the whole time, not even exchanging glances, but still, the worst thing he feared was happening. It just shows you can't be too careful. When Yan Yan looked at him with a cold, stubborn gaze. Nonsense. You have nothing to do with her. Why didn't she invite me to the restaurant? Why invite you? Huh. It was definitely that woman who asked Nan Fongju out. Because she knew Nan Fongju only had 25 yuan in his pocket. It was enough, but he wouldn't want to go to a place like a hotel. Her words immediately reminded Nan Fongju, his eyes cold like ice. Oh, and who was that man in a suit just now? Why are you here too? That man wanted to chase Yan Yan earlier, but he was pushed aside. He probably fell, but he didn't have time to care. When Yan Yan felt strangely guilty. Is it only okay for you to come to the restaurant and not me? Her tone was softer than before. In her hand, she magically produced a duck's head, which she angrily bit into. Crunch, crunch. It was crispy and delicious. Yan Yan used biting the duck's head to vent her feelings, while also feeling sorry for the roast duck she didn't get to eat. When the roast duck was served, she immediately chose the duck's head. Because in her previous life, she loved eating duck's heads. But just as she bit into it, she saw the tall, handsome Lin Sinan hurriedly walking past behind the screen. Why was he here? Wen Yan Yan immediately stood up, balancing her emotions. If he was here, then Nan Fongju must be here too. But how could they be here? Without even putting down the duck's head, Wen Yan Yan walked out from behind the screen. At that moment, she heard a woman call Fongju's name. When Yan Yan became even more curious and followed the sound, overhearing a conversation. Fongju, you should divorce her. I don't mind that you have a marriage history. This woman has bad intentions. When Yan Yan focused intently, catching every word spoken behind Chai Xiaodai. How has the social atmosphere of this country become so corrupt? It's all because of these shameless third parties. Unable to bear it, when Yan Yan stepped forward to interrupt. At the same time, she saw their hands clasped together, and her anger soared. Seeing the woman's body leaning toward Nan Fongju, when Yan Yan's first instinct was to target that woman. She wanted to hit her face, but her attack was stopped first by Su Yanbei, then by Nan Fongju. When Yan Yan was furious, he was actually protecting that woman? Nan Fongju looked surprised when she suddenly pulled out a duck-shaped snack and started biting into it. Why does Yanzi like to eat this ugly thing? Yan Yan, the road is dusty and not good for eating. There's a park over there, let's go. Nan Fongju had a clear view, and just 200 meters away was a public park. When Yan Yan was as cold as ice. I'm not going with you. Your problem is serious. You're cheating in your marriage. She then grabbed his hand, palm facing up, and held it flat. Nan Fongju was confused. It wasn't until he saw when Yan Yan placed the small bones she had been eating on his hand that he understood. When Yan Yan was giving a hint, because just now, Chai Xiaodai had touched that very hand, implying it was dirty, contaminated by trash. Every move she made was full of meaning. It seemed today's matter must be clarified, or it would become very troublesome. Yanzi, let's go to the park. I'll explain everything to you. Talking on the busy street was inconvenient. But when Yan Yan remained still, I don't want to hear your one-sided story. She didn't want an explanation. She wanted to see his attitude. Then how can I make you listen? Nan Fongju was very patient. Wen Yanyan lifted her chin. That woman is too bad. She's trying to stir up trouble between us. You should hit her. Nan Fongjue thought he must have heard wrong. You want me to hit a woman? Yes, she is a bad woman. Anyone can hit her, Wen Yanyan confirmed. But I am a soldier. How can I hit a woman in public? Nan Fongjue felt this didn't match his soldier identity. Can I hit her where no one is around? Wen Yanyan can create the conditions. Even then, I shouldn't hit her. But if she really deserves it, I could find someone to do it. Still, there's no need today, Nan Fongjue firmly stated. Humph, no need? That's from a man's point of view. Wen Yanyan said nothing and continued eating her duck head. Nan Fongjue looked at the small bones in his hand and thought of another idea. How about I make her apologize to you? Forget about hitting her, he suggested. Wen Yanyan stopped eating her duck head. Apologize? Would she be willing? Let's try, Nan Fongjue said. Not sure if it would work. All right, if she apologizes, I might consider forgiving her. Between emotional pain and physical discomfort, Wen Yanyan chose the former. Humiliation could make her despair. She finished eating her duck head. Only then did Nan Fongjue throw the small bones into the trash can by the roadside and wipe the oil off his hands with a tissue. He was quite skilled at eating duck heads. On the way back to the overseas Chinese hotel, they happened to meet Lin Sinan. Hey, I was looking for you. What's going on? He asked. Seeing Nan Fongjue didn't respond, he turned to Wen Yanyan. Little sister-in-law, why are you at the overseas Chinese hotel? She looked serious, with a stern expression. Lin Sinan, your task today is to keep an eye on them, right? She asked. Huh? What am I supposed to be watching for? Lin Sinan looked at Nan Fongjue in confusion. Two people are renewing their relationship at the hotel. Why are you here? Not just as a bystander, right? Are you covering for them? Like a matchmaker? Wen Yanyan said sharply. Matchmaker? Lin Sinan repeated, then understood immediately. Are you saying I'm like the matchmaker from Water Margin? No, we were just having dinner together. How did I become A? He protested. He felt more wronged than Do-e. Wen Yanyan rolled her eyes and ignored him, walking away. Lin Sinan looked at Nan Fongjue. Hey, what's going on? Why do I look like a matchmaker? Southern Jew told him everything that happened after Lin Sinan went to the bathroom. Cough. 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 Lin Sinan choked and couldn't catch his breath, his face turning red. Why are you so reckless? Did she hear everything? Why is Xiao Dai still talking about divorce? Doesn't she have someone else? Would her sister-in-law agree to that? This news was shocking. No, she doesn't want to. Wan Yanyan tried to smash Xiao Dai with a wine bottle, but I stopped her. She got angry and ran off. Do you think I could just stand by? The bottle was headed straight for Xiao Dai's head. Southern Jew didn't like her, but he wouldn't let her get hurt. Lin Sinan was surprised. Is your sister-in-law that angry? Let's not talk about it. Let's go quickly. Xiao Dai is still at the restaurant. What if they start fighting again? Yes, let's go. Southern Jew quickened his pace. Wen Yanyan saw Xiao Dai outside the hotel in the parking lot. At the same time, Su Yanbei saw Wen Yanyan return and hurried over, holding a paper bag. Yanzi, where did you go? I didn't eat the roast duck, so I packed some for you. I also brought out the red wine you didn't drink. Su Yanbei was definitely good at taking care of his family. But Wen Yanyan's eyes were only on the woman in the pink coat. Brother Su, you can take it back and eat it yourself. I have something to do. She bypassed Su Yanbei and strode toward Xiao Dai. She didn't expect this woman to have a car. If her guess was right, this woman was Xiao Dai, Southern Jew's ex-girlfriend. No wonder she was the daughter of a military officer. She was both beautiful and fashionable, with a good figure and high looks. When Yanyan didn't bother with politeness, rivals meeting always made her jealous. I was going to hit you with the wine bottle. Why didn't you dodge? Were you pretending? She had always wondered about this. Because Xiao Dai had a chance to dodge when Su Yanbei stopped her in the middle of swinging the bottle. Why didn't she dodge? Why did she just sit there and take the hit? Because I was scared, Xiao Dai explained. Really? But I think you're pretty brave. You're even trying to steal someone else's man. If Wen Yanyan believed her, she would be foolish, because this woman was very strong inside. She kept her composure despite her questions. Whether her heart was pounding or not, she didn't know. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chai Xiaodai looked confused. Does digging into her background matter? When Yan Yan's lips curled slightly. You don't understand? I heard everything you said to Nanfangju. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Although she was angry, her voice was quiet. When she heard Nanfangju's name, Chai Xiaodia's face changed a little. Who are you? She asked, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. When Yan Yan's eyebrows twitched. You don't know who I am? She suddenly realized that in the other person's eyes, she had always been a stranger. I don't know. Chai Xiaodai confirmed she didn't recognize her. When Yan Yan suddenly got a bit angry. She was furious, yet the other person still didn't know who she was? All right, let's start over. She took a deep breath and said, Are you Chai Xiaodai? Don't you know who I am? I'm Chai Xiaodai. Are you crazy? Chai Xiaodai replied coldly. Suddenly, her words ignited a fire. It turned out that this woman had always thought she was mentally ill. Is there such a normal person claiming to be mentally ill? Chai Xiaodia's eyes weren't blind, right? Was she deliberately insulting her? When Yan Yan's hands itched, she felt like hitting her again. By the way, in this era, parking lots don't have cameras, so she smiled and moved closer. What are you saying? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. Seeing they were close enough, when Yan Yan suddenly grabbed her shoulders and pushed hard, then pushed her back. Ah, she screamed sharply. Chai Xiaodai fell heavily to the ground, seeing stars, with pain in her back and waist. When Yan Yan sat on her stomach with her legs apart. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Chai Xiaodai was furious, but didn't realize the danger. When Yan Yan smiled slightly. Sorry, I am mentally ill. Mentally ill people have no reason. She raised her hand and slapped her hard, a loud slap. How does it feel? Does it hurt when a mentally ill person hits you? Want me to do it again? Chai Xiaodai was pressed down so hard that she couldn't move and could only shout for help. Just then, Nanfangju and Lin Xinan had just returned to the hotel. Hearing someone call for help, they ran over. Something seems to be happening there, Lin Xinan said. When Yan Yan immediately regretted her actions. It would have been better to just cover her mouth earlier. Now that they had arrived, she couldn't continue fighting. Oops, sorry, I lost my balance and bumped into you. Wait a moment, when Yan Yan said. When she stood up, she deliberately elbowed Chai Xiaodia's chin and then stepped on her stomach. Chai Xiaodai let out 2 more painful screams. When Yan Yan, holding her waist and looking upset, called out to Nanfangju, Boss, seeing Chai Xiaodai lying on the ground in pain and clutching her stomach, Nanfangju approached Wen Yan Yan and asked, Are you okay? What happened? This woman is so mean. She came up and hit me. She kicked my waist earlier, and it hurts. When Yan Yan pretended to be distressed. Chai Xiaodia's eyes widened in shock. You're lying. Distorting the truth. I didn't do anything, she said, clutching her stomach in pain. Lin Xinan watched from the side, not saying a word. When Yan Yan wiped her dusty hands across her face, making her look even more disheveled and embarrassed. You're lying. Chai Xiaodai was angry and furious. How could someone be so shameless? She was just retaliating. After being slapped twice, her hair was messy, her pink windbreaker was covered in dirt and sand, and she looked even more embarrassed and red-faced than Guangong, more pitiful than Wen Yanyan's little face. She wanted to get up and expose Wen Yanyan, but her arm went weak and she collapsed again. Her head was dizzy from the hits, making her look even more miserable and helpless. Wen Yanyan quickly grabbed Nanfangju's arm, worried he might be too soft-hearted and help her. I didn't lie. I saw her in the parking lot and came over, but she suddenly kicked me without saying a word, she lied. She made up a story. You got hit while standing, and she hit you. How come you're on the ground now? Nanfangju found the situation a bit strange. Because she's ruthless and wanted to kick me to death. She kicked too hard and lost her balance, falling down. I dodged, but not in time, so I hurt my waist, Wen Yanyan said seriously, making up a false story. Really? Southern Jew was half convinced and half doubtful. She's telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. He suddenly spoke. Wen Yanyan only then realized that Su Yanbei hadn't left. Her mind quickly spun. He was standing nearby, still holding the packed roast duck and a bottle of red wine. He saw everything just now, and was even giving her false testimony. When Yanyan's eyes flickered, Chai Xiaodai finally sat up, quickly pulling her hair back. Her hair was less messy now, but her face looked very unhappy. Fangju, I swear I didn't kick her. She hit me. That man and this crazy woman are in cahoots. He's lying too. Fangju's face darkened. Chai Xiaodai, she's not crazy. Be careful with your words. Is there really such a normal person with a mental illness? And she still makes up stories? She's not crazy. Why does she keep targeting me? Chai Xiaodai reached up to touch her face, and then her stomach, which still hurt a bit. Because she's Wen Yanyan. Isn't it normal for her to target you? How can you be so confused? Lin Sinan, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. He helped Chai Xiaodai to her feet. Even though Wen Yanyan was sharp-tongued and eloquent, Lin Sinan believed she had definitely been dealt with by Wen Yanyan. Chai Xiaodai's eyes widened. Lin Sinan, you say she's Wen Yanyan? Don't think I haven't seen her. Everyone knows Wen Yanyan is a big girl. Wen Yanyan turned around, a playful smile on her pretty face. So what if I'm fat? I eat your rice and drink your water. If you want to be fat, then be fat. Keep talking, and I'll deal with you. That kick earlier was still gentle. Look at her now, revealing her true colors, Chai Xiaodai said angrily, her face flushing. She was lying just now. I didn't. She finally found a chance to expose her. Wen Yanyan immediately interrupted. I was talking about what happened at the restaurant. If someone hadn't stopped you, your head would be cracked open. She then looked back at Southern Jew. Make her apologize to me. That was the real issue. Before Southern Jew could speak, Chai Xiaodai exploded in anger. Make her apologize? What are you thinking? You hit me, and now I have to apologize to you? Her head was buzzing with anger. Did I hit you? Wen Yanyan once again set a trap. Your face. Chai Xiaodai was so angry she forgot about being embarrassed. Boss, did you hear that? Is she lying? Could I have left no marks on her face? Look, there's nothing. Wen Yanyan immediately exposed her lie and false accusation. There were some marks, but Nan Fengjue chose to ignore them. Chai Xiaodai, he said in a deep voice, let's not talk about this now. I ask you, are those words you said in the hotel true? If he had known she would say such dirty things before coming, he wouldn't have agreed to meet. Nan Fengjue felt like he had been deceived. I got hit, so why can't I say so? Chai Xiaodai was about to lose her temper. There's not enough evidence, and Wen Yanyan has witnesses. I ask you, are those words you said earlier true? Nan Fengjue asked her again. When did this man become so good at pretending to be confused? There was a hint of hurt in Chai Xiaodai's eyes, and she felt powerless. I was speaking from my heart. What's wrong with that? Whether it's from the heart or not, you're wrong. I'm already married. How can you ask me to divorce and marry someone else? Nan Fengjue had his own sense of right and wrong. Your view of right and wrong is your problem. I think I haven't done anything wrong, Chai Xiaodai insisted. You're also a soldier, but your actions are no different from destroying a military marriage. If I tell your father, who do you think will be right? To make Wen Yanyan feel better, Nan Fengjue played a little trick. Chai Xiaodai's eyebrows lifted in surprise. You're threatening me, Nan Fengjue spoke seriously. You've already caused trouble in my life, and Wen Yanyan has been hurt because of it. I can't just do nothing. Fine, I guess today is just bad luck for me. Sorry. After saying this, Chai Xiaodai was about to leave. Her car was in front. No, that's too perfunctory. I thought you were apologizing to the car. Wen Yanyan refused, not willing to be fooled. She stepped in front of Chai Xiaodai. Not because she was being unreasonable, but because any woman would find this unacceptable. Are you really Wen Yanyan? Chai Xiaodai started to doubt the truth of the rumors. Who said she was fat, stupid, and easy to fool? Isn't that nonsense? Where is the 200 gene of fat? Her figure is even slimmer than hers. And where is the clumsiness? She has 100 clever tricks. Without changing my name or surname, I am just Wen Yanyan. Wen Yanyan proudly straightened her chest. Zhao Xiaodia's eyes widened a bit. Is she really that big? But she still feels that rumors don't come without reason, especially since the rumors are quite detailed. But what's the point? When Yan Yan impatiently interrupted. You heard clearly that you asked Nan Fongjue to divorce and marry someone else. Don't think I can't tell your father. His status is obvious. This isn't just a threat. She's capable of doing it. For the first time, Zhao Xiaodai realized that having a commanding father isn't always a good thing. She secretly clenched her teeth, her face changing colors, red, white, blue, then purple. Zhao Xiaodai loudly said, Nan Fongjue, I already apologized just now. Don't I have any pride? Nan Fongjue thought for a moment, then said, You two talk. He gestured for Lin Xinan to leave, and Su Yanbei sat back in the car. In just a moment, only the two of them remained in the parking lot, facing each other. All right, the area is cleared. Go ahead. When Yan Yan crossed her arms, looking confident. As soon as Nan Fongjue left, Zhao Xiaodai relaxed. She no longer pretended, and her eyes showed a bit of disdain. We just met today. I thought you were fat and stupid, not worthy of Nan Tuan. But I thought you'd be kind-hearted enough to make up for your looks. Unexpectedly, you're cruel and venomous, like a snake, not fit for him. So mean. Why didn't Zhao Xiaodai move when a wine bottle came at her at the hotel? She wasn't scared stiff. It was because Nan Fongjue was there. No one could hurt her. Zhao Xiaodai trusted Nan Fongjue. Sure enough, he stepped in to block. She was unharmed. She could have left safely but was blocked in the parking lot by Wen Yanyan, pushed down and beaten. No one believed what she said, and she suffered silently, losing her pride. This woman is too scheming. When Yanyan's lips curled into a faint smile. I really like the phrase, heartless and ruthless. Women should be a bit tough so they won't be bullied. But the phrase as poisonous as a snake or scorpion, I want to give to you. If you are kind, you shouldn't do dirty things that break others' marriages. It was your fault first, so I fought back. What I did just now was to use your own methods against you, because you secretly stole my man. Xiaodai looked at her with disdain. If South Tuan knew you were lying and cheating him, and that you are good at schemes, would he still tolerate you? An arranged marriage has no real feelings. Talking about the arranged marriage, she felt a wicked sense of satisfaction. When Yan Yan sneered inwardly, she understood Xiao Dai's mind. She said she couldn't argue anymore and started hurting her with words, bringing up the arranged marriage. A scorpion's tail is deadly. When Yan Yan saw through her but didn't say anything, just smiled lightly. There's no need for you to worry. If he's angry, I will comfort him. Between husband and wife, isn't it normal to argue at night and make up in the morning? Haven't you heard that before? Oh, right, you're single so you wouldn't understand. Wen Yanyan said loudly. You don't need to pretend. South Tuan doesn't know how much he likes me. He's always in bed before dark, clinging to me, doing it 8 times a night. It'll make you jealous. Xiaodai didn't turn around. She grabbed the car door and drove away. When Yan Yan watched her car get farther and farther. Serves you right. You're not going to win against her. Next life, maybe. Suddenly, when Yan Yan turned her head and saw Su Yanbei. He was sitting in the car, staring at her through the windshield with wide eyes. How did I forget about him? Su Yanbei has been in the car all along. Why does he look like that? What did he just say? When Yan Yan remembered. She said he was clingy and doing it 8 times in one night. Su Yanbei must have heard everything. When Yan Yan ran off quickly, still thinking about the roasted duck she had packed. But now she decided it was better to buy her own, if she wanted to eat it. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Chai Xiaodai drove home and sped, going 180 miles per hour. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road in this era, or she might have caused an accident. She honked her horn loudly, showing her typical anger. Chai Xiaodai drove into the yard of a small 2-story gray building in the city center. There was a soldier standing guard at the gate. On the east side of the yard was a vegetable garden, on the west side was a flower garden, and in the middle was a clean, wide cement path. She slammed on the brakes hard. Even though she had been speeding all the way, she still felt terrible inside. When she got out of the car, she slammed the door loudly with a bang. This noise startled Yunduola, who was pulling weeds in the garden. She straightened up and saw Chai Xiaodai coming down from the car. A faint look of sadness appeared on her delicate, oval face. Xiaodai was upset again. She had been annoyed all day. Who was this bad temper from? Xiaodai, where did you go? Mom, did I get dirt on my clothes again? Only then did Xiaodai realize someone was inside the yard. She walked over and asked, "Is Dad at home?" The garden was full of blooming flowers. There were roses, peonies, and a bright sunflower patch. "No, he's at a friend's house. Do you need to see him?" Yunduola kept pulling weeds between the flowers. Looking at her mother's charming figure, Xiaodai felt annoyed. She noticed that when Yanyan's chest was about the same size as her mother's. She felt upset. Why didn't she inherit her mother's genes? "Xiaodai, what's wrong?" The car door made such a loud noise. It was scary. Yunduola looked up and asked, "Nothing much. I accidentally did it. I'll be more careful next time." "Mom, I'm going back now." Xiaodai grabbed her coat and left. When she got to the living room, she plopped down on the sofa next to the phone. She picked up the receiver and quickly dialed a number. When the call connected, Xiaodai smiled and said, "Hello? Auntie, this is Xiaodai. Is Xiaoshen at home?" "Oh, Xiaodai, he's upstairs. I don't know what he's doing." Gao Yuan, Aunt Gao, had slightly dark skin, flat features, and wore a pair of very thick glasses. The thick, black hair was styled in a number 5 haircut, making him look sharp and capable. Chai Xiaodai said, "Aunt Gao, let him come down to answer the phone. I need to talk to him." "Okay, just a moment." Gao Yuan put down the phone and left. Soon after, a familiar voice came from the receiver. Xiaodai asked, "Xiaoshen, what's the matter? Bored? Is it a good time to talk? Is no one around?" Xiaodai asked cautiously. Xiaoshen looked around and replied, "Go ahead, Xiaoshen. What kind of bad idea did you come up with? Are you trying to trick me?" Xiaodai finally couldn't hold back her emotions and burst out. "How did I trick you? I was just playing along with your preferences. Don't you like Southern Duke?" A flash of surprise appeared in Xiaoshen's eyes. "Humph. Your idea backfired on me. I lost a lot and embarrassed myself. I shouldn't have listened to you from the start." Xiaodai regretted it instantly. When had she ever lost to this person? What happened exactly? Xiaoshen's eyes started to shine. Who said when Yan was fat and stupid? Xiaodai was so angry, she slammed the sofa armrest. "I didn't even recognize her, so I was caught off guard." She was angry and resentful. If she had recognized Wen Yan earlier, the parking lot incident wouldn't have happened.
I didn't say that.
"Don't blame me. Xiaoshen wouldn't insult Wen Yan like that. How did you meet her? It wasn't part of his plan. Today is just not a good day for going out." Xiaodai recounted everything from start to finish, ending with trying to get something for nothing and ending up with nothing. So embarrassing. But she didn't mention the 2 slaps she received, which was even more humiliating. Xiaodai felt frustrated and angry. Luckily, she was mentally strong enough to hold back tears.
Sigh.
It's really frustrating. With good timing, the right place, and the right people, success is almost guaranteed. You're missing one of those. Xiaoshen analyzed calmly. "You can't blame me because Southern Duke agreed to meet. He thought just agreeing to meet counted as success." "What's the point of meeting?" Xiaodai huffed. "Don't come up with random ideas in the future. Do you think Southern Group is so easy to fool?" He brought a big light bulb along. Not only did she waste money on a meal, but she also looked foolish, like a clown. When she meets Southern Duke again, he probably won't even look at her. Whenever you face a little difficulty, you back down. You're really useless. Chaishin disapproved of her habit of giving up after a setback. You're capable. Truly able to win when Yan over. Let me see. Xiaodai was so angry she hung up the phone. On the other end, Chaishin raised an eyebrow and smiled. She was too impatient. Although this plan didn't succeed, it would surely cause a in Nanfang Ju's marriage. Why rush? Life is long. Just after Xiao Dai finished the call, she heard footsteps on the stairs. She looked up. A man in black was walking down the stairs leisurely. Her heart suddenly jumped, and she immediately smiled. Xiao Su responded calmly. Xiao Dai, where did you go in your car? Out to dinner with friends. Xiao Dai is 23 years old. Although she's only a year younger than him, she is very afraid of Xiao Su. Because Xiao Su is a police officer. He often deals with criminals, and his expression is serious, with a dark gaze. Xiao Su went downstairs, looked around, and asked her, "Where's Mom?" "She's in the garden." Xiao Dai really wanted to know why he was looking for Mom, but seeing his serious expression, she didn't dare ask. Xiao Su left the living room and went to the garden, calling out, "Mom." A fair, handsome face with a hint of firmness appeared with a gentle smile.
Yunduo slowly stood up.
"Xiao Su, have you rested well?" Her gentle eyes were full of love. Xiao Su had been on duty last night for the National Day security task. He had just finished his night shift and was sleeping, so he just woke up. "Yes, I rested well, Mom. I have something important to tell you." Yunduo La looked serious. "What is it?" "This morning, a friend said he saw a girl who looked a lot like you." Xiao Su looked into his mother's eyes. Her friend said her eyes looked similar. "A girl who looks like me?" Yunduo La's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "Really? Are you sure?" "Yes, she's about 18 years old. Xiao Su has a sister no one knows about. She went missing when she was 3. Over the years, the family never gave up searching. Sometimes they received false information. In recent years, there hasn't even been any fake news." "Where did your friend see her?" Yunduo La's voice trembled slightly. "Last night at the Military District National Day Gala at the Capitol Grand Theater, she performed a solo. Her name is Wen Yanyan, and she was outstanding. My friend noticed her right away. Yesterday evening, my colleague went to see the show and came back to tell me about it. He also praised that girl a lot." The National Day Gala of the Military District? Yunduo's flour shovel suddenly dropped to the ground with a clatter. Wen Yanyan ran out of the parking lot and saw South Ju in front of the hotel square. Lin Sinan was nowhere to be seen. Her mood was complicated, and she naturally slowed down her steps. Does Qi Xiaodai think South Ju has feelings for her? Although Wen Yanyan had dismissed the idea at first, now it felt like a knot in her throat. Turns out Qi Xiaodai wasn't just dreaming alone. South Ju approached her. "How is it? Did she apologize to you properly?" "Yes, she did," Wen Yanyan replied, clearly not very interested. "Then why aren't you happy?" South Ju looked at her with a sad expression. "What do you think?" Wen Yanyan looked at him with a resentful gaze. "Are you still upset?" South Ju understood. "Let's find a place to sit for a while." Since Wen Yanyan had achieved her goal of getting back at Qi Xiaodai, she followed him. They walked side by side through the fresh air and shady trees of the Labor Park. After a while, they saw a wooden bench under the shade of a tree. South Ju looked around. No one was there. It was quiet, scenic, with birds singing and flowers blooming, perfect for a heart-to-heart talk. Wen Yanyan sat stiffly, like a wooden post. Qi Xiaodia's father is the commander of the Capital Military District. She works in the military's publicity department. That year, I participated in the Nansha Defense War and received a second-class merit at the Capital Military District. She interviewed me then, and that's how we met. South Ju explained how they knew each other. Wen Yanyan seemed unaffected, but was actually listening carefully. "But is that all?" She looked up at South Ju, who was silent, his mouth unmoving. "What else?" Wen Yanyan was confused. Why did he stop talking halfway? There was nothing more. That was all. "I have no relationship with her. You don't need to think too much. She once confessed to me, but I rejected her." South Ju had already told her everything. Last night, he called me and said he has someone else now, already talking about marriage. He wanted to see me one last time to say goodbye. I agreed, but I specifically asked Lin Sinan to come along, so I wasn't going alone. But Qi Xiaodai said you have feelings for her. This is what really troubles Wen Yanyan. Qi Xiaodai secretly likes Nanfangjue, but they have mutual feelings. That's different. If they truly like each other, what does that make her?
Did she really tell you that? Nan Fongjue frowned. Yes, when Yen Yen replied firmly. Don't believe her nonsense. Nan Fongjue looked calm on the outside, but was secretly angry. He and Chai Xiaodai had some complicated feelings before, but he never wanted to be with her. He always refused. She's just trying to stir trouble. When Yen Yen lowered her head and said nothing, staring at her feet fighting with the red bricks on the ground. Are you sure Chai Xiaodai is just talking nonsense? I could say you're lying too. And she's trying to explain? She shows no sincerity at all. Time ticked by second after second. Nan Fongjue watched Wen Yen Yen carefully. He noticed her lively, curled eyelashes weren't moving at all, and her eyes were staring blankly. Hey, Yen Yen, why are you so quiet and thinking so much? He wasn't afraid of her causing trouble, just worried she wouldn't say anything. I was just thinking, cough. Wen Yen Yen's voice was a little hoarse from the silence. Chai Xiaodai not only comes from a good family, looks nice, and is about your age, but her conditions are also. Before she finished, a finger suddenly lifted her pointed chin, and her lips were pressed against a warm, soft touch. She widened her eyes and stared unblinkingly at this handsome face so close. When Yen Yen felt his hurried breathing and the hot, passionate kiss. How did he suddenly wake up? And now he's kissing her forcefully? Honestly, she kind of liked it. This kiss was full of passion and longing, making her feel lost in it. It was like a fire, igniting her sleeping passion. It was also like a gentle spring breeze, touching every corner of her heart. At that moment, it felt like only the two of them existed in the world. When Yen Yen's mood was as intense as a tsunami. Just as she was about to close her eyes and enjoy the kiss, she suddenly saw a patch of green. That was his military uniform. She sighed quietly, clenched her teeth, and forcefully pushed away his kiss. What's wrong? Nan Fongjue touched his lips, feeling a bit wronged. Everything was fine. Why did he bite? You're a soldier, still in your uniform. If someone sees, it wouldn't look good. When Yen Yen reminded him again. Look, someone is coming over there. Nan Fongjue looked into the distance. There was a person, but they were quite far away. Still, her warning was right. This situation wasn't very suitable for intimacy. Better to keep some distance. Nan Fongjue turned to the side, holding her in his arms, blocking the person's view with his body, and whispered softly, Yen Yen, don't be angry. No matter how good she looks, I don't like her. Really? You're not joking? When Yen Yen couldn't be tempted by beauty, it was just a superficial distraction. Nan Fongjue softly replied, Of course, sweetheart. Has your period ended? His lips stopped moving, but his hands were restless, sliding from her back to the front, grabbing her soft, plush chest. When Yen Yen's body instantly warmed, her delicate face flushing red. He was so mischievous. But she liked it. Not only did his big hand warm her heart, but it also softened her bones. She was shy and tender, her eyes full of affection, like a pond of spring water. How can it be so quick?
Still a day left.
Weren't you only interested in me because of our childhood engagement? When Yen Yen needed his reassurance. That childhood engagement is just fate. My feelings for you are my own. It has nothing to do with that. Sweetheart, will you be clear-headed tomorrow? Nan Fongjue, tall and strong, looked like a big tiger holding a tiny lamb. Yes, but I'll be going home tomorrow. When Yen Yen's voice was soft, like a cat, with a hint of laziness and charm. Sweetheart, you're not angry anymore, right? Nan Fongjue's hands almost everywhere. When Yen Yen sighed lightly, I'm still a little upset. She still felt uncomfortable inside. Almost there. Nan Fongjue sighed helplessly and continued to coax her. Yen Yen, I have a bit of bad luck with love, Grandpa said so. That's why I joined the army, because there are fewer women here. Of course, on the other hand, it was also to break the curse predicted by the fortune teller, so both factors were in place. When Yen Yen was surprised to hear him say that her fate was troubled by romantic entanglements. It seemed the fortune-telling was quite accurate. Nan Fongjue also said, Many women like me, but I haven't fallen for any. My grandfather arranged a marriage for me, so no matter who you meet or what they say,
Don't believe them. Huh, Wen Yanyan looked worried. Will there still be trouble in the future? Secretly in love with Zhang Mimi and Yu Linglong, now another girl, Chai Xiaodai, was trying to steal him away. I don't know, he replied. I'll warn you in advance. Nan Fengjue quickly stepped in to prevent future worries. When Yanyan's mind suddenly widened. You're really something. How many romantic troubles have you caused? Nan Fengjue gently kissed her forehead. I didn't cause any trouble. They like me, and I can't help it. By the way, why are you out to dinner alone with a man? He had more questions. Wan Yanyan, not feeling guilty, asked openly. His name is Su Yanbei, a surgeon at the Capital Military Hospital. I met him in the army. We are just good friends, pure and simple. Unlike you, who have a string of romantic interests, she also scolded Nan Fengjue afterward. Your friendship is pure? I don't think so. He even helps you lie. You have no principles. Nan Fengjue didn't believe it was that simple. A pretty face like his, with bad intentions. When Yanyan blinked, Su Yanbei told the truth. I didn't lie. Chai Xiaodai is just making trouble for herself. She fell down on her own. All right, I won't argue with you. The matter is over. As long as you're not angry, it's fine. Nan Fengjue sighed in relief. After a lot of effort, he finally calmed her down. He even sent Lin Xinan away just to soothe her, because his presence might affect her mood. But Nan Fengjue was sure when Yanyan had confronted Chai Xiaodai. He didn't ask for details as long as she wasn't at a disadvantage. Husband, are you guys returning to the army tomorrow? When Yanyan wanted to know if they were going back together. Not sure yet. We'll find out when we get there, Nan Fengjue replied. He hadn't received any orders yet. When Yanyan felt a little disappointed because their art troupe had already confirmed they would leave tomorrow. She looked at the time. It's 4 o'clock. White wasted the whole afternoon. All because of that Chai Xiaodai. She didn't hit her much either. Boss, I leave tomorrow. I want to buy some things in the capital to take back to the troops. Will you go shopping with me? When Yanyan had planned this from the start, but an unexpected situation occurred. Okay, let's go. Nan Fengjue let go and stood up. When Yanyan felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She really wanted to stay a little longer, but she couldn't. They left the labor park. Nan Fengjue noticed there was an overseas Chinese store to the east of the Huaqiao Hotel and a department store to the west. Based on their looks, the overseas Chinese store was closer and the department store was farther away. Nan Fengjue asked Wen Yanyan to decide. She finally chose the department store because it was farther. The overseas Chinese store's items were more expensive, mainly aimed at overseas Chinese, who had stronger purchasing power. The department store's main customers were local residents of the capital, with less buying power, so the prices were lower. Half an hour later, when Yanyan came out feeling relaxed, Nan Fengjue behind her was carrying so many bags he almost couldn't hold them all. Can you get me a few? When Yanyan turned back and asked kindly. No need for you to hold the bags. Nan Fengjue thought to himself, if she didn't keep shopping, he could carry everything. No, I would feel bad if I tire you out. But when Yanyan was very considerate. She divided the items into 2 groups and carried them in her hands. Nan Fengjue. Heartache for him? This girl is getting warmer. On their way to the bus stop from the department store, Nan Fengjue asked, Yanyan, did you spend all your dowry money just now? Seeing her shop so wildly, he thought when Yanyan's mind might have no concept of money anymore. No, I still have quite a bit left. When Yanyan tilted her head and patted her pocket with a smile. She wasn't lying. She really still had money. After removing 250 yuan for the watch she bought a few days ago from her 500 yuan dowry, she had 250 left. She had just bought a pair of men's leather shoes, a suit, a white shirt, and a tie at the department store. She also bought 3 roasted ducks, sticky rice rolls, tremella fungus jelly, Tianjin's small fried dough twists, and 2 large bags of spicy dried fish slices. Oh, and Wen Yanyan also bought a rice cooker and a power. These items only cost a total of 150 yuan, and I still have 100 yuan left. Wen Yanyan once again sighed, saying that money in the 1970s was really easy to spend. Only the rice cooker was a bit more expensive, costing 55 yuan. But a rice cooker makes cooking so much easier. Just rinse the rice, plug it in, and it's done. It also prevents undercooked rice. It can improve her quality of life again. She must buy the rice cooker and nothing else. Nan Fongjue looked at these things and finally understood what it means to spend money like water. Don't worry, I'll start raising chicks when I get home. I won't run out of money in the future, he said. When Yen Yen reassured him with a comforting smile. Nan Fongjue looked at her happy face and didn't say a word. This young girl might not be good at saving money, but she's definitely good at spending it. She has so many ideas, she even wants to open a chicken farm? Fine, as long as she's happy. They stood at the bus stop waiting for the bus. When Yen Yen watched his side profile and drifted into thought. Nan Fongjue said he was unlucky with love, but he clearly had the charm for it. He's loved by everyone, like flowers blooming everywhere, or cars getting flat tires. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the street. When Yen Yen was startled. What was that sound? She quickly looked toward the noise and saw a small car had broken down on the road. Her face turned pale. Armani. The tire, did it really out? That's so exaggerated. Nan Fongjue moved a few steps closer to Wen Yen Yen. Did I scare you? No, not at all, she replied. She looked at the culprit and shook her head, thinking to herself. If this man gets old, will he still be as handsome? Will he go bald, like Su Yanbei? She couldn't help but imagine a bald man and got goosebumps. Sure enough, no matter how handsome a man is, he shouldn't be bald. In the future, she would prepare some herbs like he shou wu to help him grow hair, so he won't go bald. Nan Fongjue got off the bus and took Wen Yen Yen back to the guest house, stopping at the entrance. The sky was just beginning to turn hazy, and the busy street lights were coming on. Pedestrians hurried along. When Yen Yen left the clothes, shoes, rice cooker, and sticky rice treats she bought for him at the guest house entrance. Take these with you when you go home, she said. Wen Yen Yen only had some snacks and roast duck, because the art troupe had already decided to take the train back to the southern border troops tomorrow morning. But the southern gentleman's schedule was still uncertain. At this time, roast duck couldn't be kept for long, but clothes and rice cookers could. Okay, but you can keep this sticky rice roll for yourself. Southern gentleman handed her the snack, knowing she liked to eat snacks. No need, I've already eaten. You can take it back to Lin Sinan and share. It's quite tasty. When Yen Yen didn't take it and immediately thought of something else. Oh, by the way, if you hear any news about your return trip, remember to call me. Okay, got it. You should go back to your dorm. Southern gentleman wanted to see her go in with his own eyes to feel at ease. All right, take care and stay safe. Goodbye. Wen Yen Yen turned and left. Until she was out of sight, Southern gentleman turned and headed to the bus stop. His tall, strong figure cast a long shadow under the streetlights. When he returned to the guest house, it was already completely dark. He carried his bags into the dormitory, and Lin Sinan jumped down from his bed. Why are you so late? I was worried if you ate outside. I already prepared your meal. He was waiting anxiously. Southern gentleman saw the lunchbox on the table and nodded. He put his bags on the bed and went to wash his hands. Why did you buy so many things? What are they? Lin Sinan came over to see.
Wow.
Suit, leather shoes, shirt, tie, huh? And a rice cooker? Did you make Wen Yen Yen happy? Is the weather clearing up for her? You're asking too many questions, Southern gentleman said as he finished washing his hands. First, tell me, did you make your little wife happy? Lin Sinan asked the most important and most curious question. Yes, I did. Southern gentleman had never tried to comfort someone before, regardless of gender. How did you do it? Lin Sinan looked very curious. That's a secret, he replied. All right, I didn't expect you, a straightforward guy, to be so good at comforting your wife. You really should take good care of her. That man in the suit doesn't look like a good person. Lin Sinan noticed an important detail. Yes, I know. Southern Jew has long disliked Su Yanbei. At the hotel, he even accidentally touched Wen Yen Yen's hand. Although it was just to break up a fight, he felt uncomfortable inside. Can't he speak properly? Why use force? Southern Jew didn't tell Lin Sinan to make Su Yanbei stumble. He's a weak bookworm who falls over easily when touched. Southern Jew sat at the table and started eating. Lin Sinan checked each pocket and asked, "Did your little sister-in-law buy all these things for you?" "Yes, yes," Lin Sinan nodded repeatedly. "But as for the suit, you probably won't have a chance to wear it. Military rules require soldiers to wear their uniforms." She said whether you wear it or not is two different things. The suit can be not worn, but it can't be missing. Southern Jew thought her words made sense and agreed to buy it. "Oh, yes, that makes sense." Lin Sinan also agreed. Suddenly, he saw a square paper package.
Hey?
"What's this?" "Some snacks." He opened it and saw something unfamiliar. "What is this?" "Rolled up like this," Southern Jew explained. "This is donkey rolling, a local snack from the capital. You should try it." "Donkey rolling? But there's no donkey inside? It's red bean paste." "Well, I won't be polite. I'll try a piece." Lin Sinan took a piece and bit into it. His eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Soft, sticky, sweet. Little sister-in-law really knows how to enjoy life. "By the way, I brought this whole package for you. Isn't she eating it?" Lin Sinan thought of a question. "She bought other things too. The donkey rolling was just for me to bring back for you," Southern Jew explained. "Really? Did she really say that?" Lin Sinan was surprised. He didn't expect Wen Yanyan to buy things and think of giving him a share. "Yes, let's eat together." Southern Jew felt very happy inside. In the past, Lin Sinan and Wen Yanyan were sworn enemies, completely different people.
Good.
"My little sister-in-law did a great job. I've decided to be friends with her." Lin Sinan was won over by Wen Yanyan's donkey rolling. The third guest house. Wen Yanyan had just returned when Tian Mimi, who had been waiting for her, saw her. She ran out of the dormitory and followed her, holding 2 lunchboxes. "Why did you come back so late in the afternoon? Just now, I was worried about you. When I went to the cafeteria tonight, I bought you a meal."
Thank you, Mimi.
"I brought some delicious food for you, spicy grilled fish slices. Here." Wen Yanyan took a bag of fish slices out of her pocket and handed it to her.
Oh.
"You bought me a gift again? That's great. Thank you, Yanzi." Tian Mimi wanted to hug her, but seeing her holding so many things, she decided not to. "I guess you like it. I bought 2 bags. One for you, one for me." Wen Yanyan put her things on the bed, took the lunchbox, and sat down to eat. She was hungry. The afternoon had been tiring and stressful. After leaving the department store, Nan Fongjue said they would eat at a state-run restaurant. But Wen Yanyan didn't feel like going after what happened there earlier. "Forget it. I'll just eat for free at the dorm." Wen Yanyan didn't expect the dinner at the guest house tonight to be pretty good. There was chicken stew with mushrooms. Tian Mimi glanced at Su Meiyu and said, "Yanzi, you should eat." "I'm going back." She didn't want to see Su Meiyu, who seemed like a victim all day. "Okay, after I finish, I'll come find you," Wen Yanyan said while eating. "All right, I'll wait for you." Tian Mimi left. As soon as the door closed, Su Meiyu sneered.
Humph.
"All day just trying to win people over with small favors. Su Meiyu, your attitude is a bit off. Why can't you see others doing well? Are you angry? What's the point?" When Yanyan noticed she had some psychological issues, obsessive and anxious. "I'm not wrong. It's just that you're a bad person." Su Meiyu couldn't understand why her older brother liked being with Wen Yanyan. Fine. Wen Yanyan didn't want to argue or compete with her, because they had no conflicts of interest or feelings. Su Meiyu wasn't obsessed with Nan Fongjue's bad romantic choices either. "Where did you go this afternoon in my brother's car?" Su Meiyu kept staring at her. "Did you follow me?" Wen Yanyan almost had indigestion. Her mood affected her stomach. "I just happened to see it." Su Meiyu also knew that stalking was wrong, but didn't admit it. "That's really a coincidence. I went to visit the Army General Hospital." Tang Meiyu pouted and asked, "What's so interesting about the hospital? Are you all together for the whole afternoon?" She kept asking questions, but when Yanyan rolled her eyes. "I have nothing to say. If you want to know, ask your brother." After saying that, she got up to wash her lunchbox in the water room, then quickly tidied up the things she bought. Then she took a bag of roasted shrimp snacks and went to the next room. Wen Yanyan didn't want to be questioned by the mentally troubled Tang Meiyu anymore, so she kept her distance. She could hear the chattering voices from the neighboring dormitory. More people meant more fun. She knocked on the door 3 times, then suddenly pushed it open. She jumped inside, waving her arms and making a loud "ah"
sound.
Then she burst out laughing. How was that? Did I scare you? Am I scary enough? Inside the dorm, there was a moment of silence. Then someone responded. Who would be scared of your silly face? Hey, what delicious thing do you have this time? Yu Linglong was the first to react, jumping off her bed and rushing toward the bag of roasted shrimp in Wen Yanyan's hand. Hey, don't rush. I have some for everyone. Wen Yanyan hurriedly hid the shrimp behind her back. If she took it away, then everyone would miss out. Let me try some first, Yu Linglong said eagerly. The other 3 dorm members, including Tian Mimi, stayed still, looking serious. Don't worry, I'll open it soon. When Yan tore open the snack package, Yu Linglong couldn't wait and took a piece to put in her mouth. Crunch, crunch. She finished eating, licked her lips, and shook her head happily. Smiling, she said, so tasty, crispy, and crunchy. Yan, you're our food ambassador. Come on, have another. Linglong, you love snacks the most. I've already let you eat it all. Tian Mimi also couldn't sit still anymore. They were having so much fun when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Ding dong. Who is it? Tian Mimi asked. Captain Yu. I'm looking for Wen Yanyan. Is she here? It was Captain Yu Jingyuan. Wen Yanyan took the shrimp from her mouth and said, I'm here. Do you need something, Captain? Yes, come out and talk. Wen Yanyan put a large shrimp into her mouth, chewed and ate it. She left the dormitory, closed the door, and asked, Captain, what's the matter? Come over and talk. Captain Yu moved a little farther from the door before speaking. Yanzi, this is the situation. Because your performance last night was so excellent, a leader from the Capital Oriental Song and Dance Troupe wants to talk to you. Huh? Captain, are you talking about the leader from the Capital Oriental Song and Dance Troupe? When Yan thought she must have heard wrong. Regarding the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe, she knew a bit from her previous life. It was founded in 1926 with the care of several generations of central leaders of the party and the country. It is one of the most famous national dance and music groups in New China. It is well known both at home and abroad. The scale and influence of the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe are comparable to the General Political Department Song and Dance Troupe and the Central Song and Dance Troupe, often called the Three Carriages. Since its founding, the troupe has achieved many artistic successes. For example, in the 2022 Spring Festival Gala, the dance, Only This Green, was performed by the troupe's dancers. They danced with green peaks and flowing water, wearing long green dresses, with high, striking hairstyles. They inherited traditional Chinese aesthetic culture's spirit, making a vivid and lifelike performance of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, painting. It moved people across the country. The Oriental Song and Dance stage can be said to represent the highest achievements of China's music and dance art for a significant period. It also played a unique role as a cultural envoy in China's diplomatic efforts. The Oriental Song and Dance Troupe is very famous. Yes, exactly, the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe, Captain Yu confirmed. Wow, it's really true. When Yan was overwhelmed with joy and suddenly felt energized. Captain, when will I talk to them? I have to take the train back to the unit tomorrow. Right now. The leaders of the troupe are waiting for you in my dorm. Right now? When Yan felt nervous, she quickly looked down at her clothes. Were they presentable? A white dress, small leather shoes. Okay, they should be fine. When Yan asked the captain again, why is it so urgent? Do you know? I don't know either. You'll find out when you go. Honestly, Captain Yu is feeling a bit down right now. He has a bad feeling about something. Most likely, the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe is here to poach talent. Wen Yan had just started to stand out, and now she might be taken away. He feels very reluctant. Okay, I'll go take a look. Captain Yu walks behind Wen Yan, curious. Wen Yan just stood at the door of her dormitory when she saw a woman with elegant manners and a delicate face. She was a female leader, quite attractive. She had a small face about the size of a palm, with thick long hair simply tied at the back. Her skin was fair, with a pointed chin. She looked young, probably around 41 or 42. The female leader was sitting sideways on a chair in front of a desk. When she heard the noise, she suddenly looked up, and her gaze met Wen Yanyan's. Wen Yanyan's eyes flickered. This woman's eyes looked just like hers, kind of. Cloud Dola slowly stood up, smiling gently, her smile warm like sunshine. Although she was already 40, her skin was tight, her features delicate, her figure graceful, and her style charming, completely matching that of a young woman. Her eyes were especially beautiful and deep, clear as water. They seemed to flow with the warmth of winter sunshine, calm, but with hidden waves. Or like the morning sun, warm, soft. Wen Yanyan thought that when she was young, she must have been a great beauty loved by everyone. But Wen Yanyan was surprised and a bit confused because this woman's eyes looked just like hers, slightly slanted at the outer corners, with a slight upward tilt at the back. Then she thought, these fox eyes aren't custom-made for her. If she can grow them, others can too. Wen Yanyan just didn't expect that in the 1970s, many people had fox eyes, and with Shaixin's already 3. They had fallen into the fox's den. Yanzi, this lady is Vice Leader Yundola of the Capital Eastern Song and Dance Troupe. Captain Yu introduced Wen Yanyan to Yundola. Wen Yanyan was surprised again. She was so young and already a vice leader? Yundola? Her name was quite special. She hurried forward to shake hands with Yundola. Hello, leader. I am Wen Yanyan. Is there something you need from me? I heard you performed very well at the National Day Cultural Evening in the military district. I also watched the video of the performance and thought you were excellent.
I wanted to talk to you about it.
That night, I missed the wonderful show because I suddenly felt unwell. Wen Yanyan didn't know what to say to unfamiliar people. Commander Yu spoke up. Swallow, you and Deputy Commander Yun chat.
Don't be shy. I'm going out now.
After saying that, he left and closed the door, but he didn't go far. He stood at the door. Commander Yu also wants us to talk. Well, let's chat. Commander Yun, please sit down. Don't be polite. When Yanyan found a chair, sat down properly with her legs together and her hands on her lap, looking like a well-behaved girl. Yun Duo La sat back in her original spot. Wen Yanyan, your singing is so beautiful. Did you have formal training before? Her gentle voice was very soft and warm, and Wen Yanyan felt comfortable listening. At first, no one taught me. It was natural talent. Later, I joined the art troupe and had a teacher for a month, she said with a polite smile. Oh, you have a bright future. Yun Duo La suddenly changed the subject. Wen Yanyan, where is your hometown? A glimmer of light appeared in Yun Duo La's eyes. Is it in Xinjiang? Wen Yanyan frowned slightly, confused about why she asked. It was their first meeting, and such personal information was private. But not answering seemed impolite. She hesitated and wanted to ask, Commander Yun, but then felt that calling her that might not be appropriate. Yun Commander? That sounded strange. She corrected herself. Deputy Commander Yun, have you been to Xinjiang? Yes, I have. I served in the military there. So, she married a soldier too. Wen Yanyan felt a sudden sense of closeness. I live on Huapan Street in Urumqi. Note, the street name is fictional, not real. Wen Yanyan also mentioned the street. Yun Duo La thought for a moment and asked, when is your birthday? Wen Yanyan was caught off guard. She had never celebrated her birthday and had no memory of it. At the same time, she became alert. Deputy Commander Yun, you're not just here to chat, are you? First, she asked about her address, and now about her birthday. She could share her address, but her birthday was too private to tell anyone, even if she knew it. Cloud Luo also noticed the alertness in Wen Yanyan's eyes, so she smiled and said, just a casual chat. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Wen Yanyan, would you like to work with my Eastern Song and Dance Troupe? She extended a very long olive branch, so long it seemed to wrap around Wen Yanyan's neck. Wen Yanyan almost bit her tongue, blinked her eyes. Cloud Luo wanted her to work with the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe? The answer to her doubt was soon revealed. Eudora added, as long as you agree, I can transfer your social connections tomorrow. The stage of the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe welcomes you. Wen Yan felt a bit excited. Because the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe has a top-notch management team, a first-class marketing team, and excellent dance and vocal groups. They have superb lighting and sound equipment, and many famous stars in the country started their careers here. Wen Yan quickly calmed down because her life goal was not to be a singer, but to become a billionaire. Also, her main focus was on the Southern Border Army, where Nanjiang was serving in the Southern War Zone. If she left the Nanjiang Cultural Troupe, she would have to leave Nanjiang. She felt a little reluctant. And there were Chiu, Huan, Ai, and Lulu, her future chicken farm. Oh, and there was also the patriotic bookstore in town. In short, she was giving up too much. So, she quickly made a decision. Vice Captain Yun, although your Eastern Song and Dance Troupe is excellent in every way, I am a military wife. The southern border is my home, and I cannot leave my home. Wen Yan refused.
What?
You're a military wife? Already married. Cloud Luo's expression suddenly changed, and her focus was not on her refusal. Wen Yan nodded and said, yes, I am married. But she was thinking, why so surprised? Does the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe not accept marriage? You're only 18? Married? Cloud Luo looked at her youthful face, as bright and lovely as the morning sun, radiating innocence. Her delicate skin seemed fragile, as if it could be blown away, and her slightly red cheeks showed a hint of shyness and cuteness. Her big eyes were clear and bright, like stars shining in the night sky, full of curiosity and longing. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently, like butterflies dancing. Beneath her high nose, her pink lips slightly curved into a sweet smile. All of this made people want to protect and love this innocent, beautiful girl.
But she was so young.
Yunduola found it hard to believe. Yes, I am an adult now. My mom thinks I'm a burden and keeps pushing me to get married early, Wen Yan said softly. She felt powerless inside. Because this was the original owner's story and she couldn't change what had already happened. Honestly, getting married at 18 does seem a bit early. In her previous life, she hadn't even been in love at that age. Your mom is so selfish. An 18-year-old girl is just starting to bloom. Why is she already finding a man for you? Yunduola became more and more angry, her fists clenched tightly. Why was she so emotional? Yes, my mom has always been very selfish. I'm used to it, Wen Yan admitted openly, showing her feelings and dissatisfaction with her mother. Yunduola slowly relaxed her grip. Sorry, I got a little too emotional. Is your mom not good to you? Wen Yan answered straightforwardly. Yunduola frowned slightly. But you're so cute. Why doesn't she like you? I don't know either, Wen Yan said helplessly. Maybe she finds me annoying? Vice Captain Yun, let's change the subject. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Thinking about her mother always affected her mood. Yunduola's emotions returned to normal. Wen Yan, I have a private question for you. I hope you don't mind. Do you have a cinnabar mole behind your back? Wen Yan was caught off guard again. How did the topic turn to that? She had only been living in the original body for half a year and didn't know if she had such a mole. She couldn't see her own back, after all. Only Nanju would know. He had seen it before. Wen Yan decided to ask him for the answer. She touched her ear. Captain Yun, is this question very important? Yunduola smiled and said, not really. You can tell me later. Here's my home phone number. She handed Wen Yan a card and then continued speaking. Regarding whether to join the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe, don't rush to refuse. Take your time to think it over. It concerns your future. I'm leaving now, so rest well. Yunduo stood up and headed toward the door. Okay, thank you, Leader Yun, for giving me this opportunity. Wen Yan followed behind, holding a card. She wants her to think about it? It seems Leader Yun still hasn't given up on her. No choice, she's so talented. Wen Yan started to feel proud. Leader Yu had been waiting outside the door. When the conversation ended, he hurried to see Yunduo off the guest house. When he returned, he looked at Wen Yan, who was smiling happily and said, Yen, I knew I was right. You're a loyal and kind girl, and you decisively refused the invitation from the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe. So, Leader Yu had overheard everything just now. Leader Yun really came to poach her, but when Yen Yen refused, Leader Yu was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling.
Ha, ha, ha.
But when Yen Yen's face looked a bit pale, and 3 dark lines appeared on her forehead. Did Leader Yu overhear, just now? Did he hear about the red birthmark on her bottom? Luckily, there was no answer. After leaving the guest house, Yun Duo quickly sat in the car waiting by the roadside. Inside the dim car, her expression was no longer relaxed but rather serious. Mom, is she Meng Meng? Chai Xiaoxiu, with one hand on the steering wheel, looked at her with a calm, scrutinizing gaze. Not sure yet, Yun Duo brushed her messy hair from her ears, feeling a bit annoyed. Chai Xiaoxiu's disappointed look was obvious. Mom, what did you ask just now? He wanted to go in with her confidently, but Mom didn't let him, saying she was worried he might scare Yen Yen.
What?
Was he that scary? Chai Xiaoxiu looked in the rear-view mirror. He was handsome and a bit mischievous, the type girls liked most. I asked 2 questions and she didn't answer. This girl is very cautious. Yun Duo never expected that when Yen Yen wasn't refusing because she wouldn't say, but because she simply had no answer. Did this talk go nowhere? Chai Xiaoxiu wanted to smoke, but when he reached for the cigarette pack in his pocket and looked at his mom, he gave up. No need to talk about it. I know her family is in Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang. Her mother didn't treat Yen Yen well. Yen Yen married at 18, and her husband is a soldier. She's probably not her biological daughter. Yunduo La's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Yen Yen must have suffered a lot as a child.
What?
When Yen Yen was so young, and her mother let her marry, Chai Xiaoxiu was also surprised, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Yes, please help me find out who she married. Is this man kind to her? Yunduo La's voice trembled slightly. Mom, do you think she might be Meng Meng? Chai Xiaoxiu asked anxiously. Probably, I'd say about 80 to 90% sure. Her eyes look like mine, her mouth like your dad. She's very pretty, and her age matches. The only things missing are her birthday and that red birthmark. Because the 2 most important questions had no answer, Yunduo La was hesitant to accept the truth. Alright, I'll look into it. Let's go home. Chai Xiaoxiu drove away. Don't tell anyone about this when you go back. Wait until everything is confirmed before making it public. Yunduo La warned him. Okay, Chai Xiaoxiu agreed. Yunduo La turned her head to look at the passing streetlights outside the window. The scenery brought her back to the past. Over 20 years ago, she met her current husband, Chai Weijian, through a matchmaker. At that time, Chai Weijian was a young, successful battalion commander stationed in Xinjiang. They were 8 years apart in age, an older husband and a younger wife. Despite some small disagreements, they were generally happy. After marriage, Yunduo La moved with the military to Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps. They had 3 children in 10 years, 1 son and 2 daughters. The youngest, Meng Meng, was especially sweet and adorable because she looked very much like her mother. Yunduo La loved her the most. Suddenly, one day, their 3-year-old daughter, Meng Meng, disappeared. They searched everywhere but couldn't find her. There was no trace of Xiao Meng Meng. Because of this, 8-year-old Chai Xiaoxiu resented 7-year-old Chai Xiaodai and argued fiercely. Meng Meng had been out playing with her sister that day and got lost. Why didn't you watch your sister? If you're irresponsible, don't take her out to play. What are you coming back for if your sister is lost? Why didn't you get lost instead? From now on, whenever they talk about this matter, the 2 of them always argue when they meet. Chai Xiaodai always cries and feels wronged, saying she didn't do it on purpose and doesn't want such things to happen. In short, those years at home were full of chaos. As they grew up, Chai Xiaoxiu stopped arguing with Chai Xiaodai, but he also tends to stay silent if he can. Their sibling relationship has been bad all these years. When Yen Yen went upstairs but didn't go to the neighboring dormitory, she returned to her own room instead. She didn't want them to know that the leaders of the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe had come to talk to her. If Yu Linglong, who is very loud, found out, Everyone would know within 10 minutes. When Yan thought this matter shouldn't be made a big deal. But just after she lay down, the front desk called her to go downstairs and answer the phone. Yes, it was Nan Fongjue calling. Okay, I'm coming. When Yan jumped out of bed like a spring and left quickly through the door. Tu Meiyu saw this and sneered, thinking she was showing off, not knowing how to be busy. A few minutes later, Tu Meiyu saw when Yan come back, looking thoughtful. Then she lay on the bed like a piece of wood, motionless, with her eyes staring blankly. Did you get too happy and then sad? You don't look like you're feeling good. She was gloating. When Yan shot her a cold glance and ignored her, feeling bored, her eyes continuing to drift into space. Getting too happy and then sad isn't quite right. She had a question in her mind. Just now, Nan Fongjue called and told her they would return together tomorrow. That was good news. Her journey wouldn't be lonely. But during the call, when Yan asked Nan Fongjue a very private question, the answer confused her. Strangely, she really does have a red birthmark on her. She was startled when he said it. On the left side, or the right side, about the size of a soybean, Nan Fongjue was also confused by her question. Yan, why are you asking this? Can't she ask this at home? The operator is still nearby. It's nothing, just asking casually. Honey, see you tomorrow. When Yan hung up the phone. So, the question is, how does Yun Duo La know she has a red birthmark on her? Such a private matter can only be known by parents. Could Yun Duola be her biological mother? Is Urumqi's Ma Shufin her fake mother? When Yan's heart beat faster. This guess might be possible because she looks a bit like Captain Yun. But she also feels it's too unbelievable, too dramatic. Could the original owner's life be so turbulent? And so coincidentally? Did she find her real mother just after singing 2 songs in the capital? When Yan took out a card from her pocket. It was given to her by Yun Duola earlier and looked like a 1990s business card. It had her name, position, and 2 phone numbers. One was for her office, the other for her home. The information was quite complete. When Yan was torn inside, should she call Captain Yin to ask what was going on? Yes, she should ask or she wouldn't sleep well tonight. Finally, when Yan made up her mind, got up again, and left her dormitory. When she dialed the number, a middle-aged man's voice answered. Hello, I am looking for Deputy Captain Yun. Is this her home phone? When Yan felt a bit nervous. If she guessed right, the man answering might be Captain Yun's husband or possibly the original owner's father. She guessed correctly. The caller was Chai Wei-jian, the commander of the capital military district and Yun Duola's husband. Yes, this is her home. Who are you? His deep, strong voice matched his sturdy build. I am a student of Deputy Captain Yun, she lied. Oh, her student.
Yun is not at home right now, he said.
Chai Wei-jian was watching TV in the living room, an old black and white set, tuned to the military parade broadcast from this morning. Yun is not at home, when Yan's heart sank. She looked at the time. 8:30 p.m. If Captain Yun wasn't home now, where could she be? If it's important, I can pass on a message. What's your name? He asked. When Yan hesitated. How could she pass on a message? To tell a stranger that she had a mole on her? That would be ridiculous. Would Yun Duola's husband think she's crazy? Forget it. Maybe we can talk about it another time. When Yan returned to her dorm, found a bag of spicy grilled fish, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started eating. Food is a good cure. It can make you forget all your worries. Su Meiyu watched her eat, so happily, and felt a little jealous. She got up, took a bag of snacks from the wardrobe, and came back to read a book while munching. The sound from the other side caught Wen Yan's attention. She glanced at Su Meiyu and thought to herself that beef jerky must be tastier than spicy fish. But looking at it, it seemed pretty good too. Oh, she bought these snacks but forgot to buy that one. Seeing Su Meiyu eating so happily, Wen Yan felt like causing some trouble. Old yellow cow, it's the most hardworking, smartest, and most selfless animal on earth. It eats grass and produces milk. For a better life for humans, they bleed and sweat, work tirelessly, and dedicate everything. but after they die, cruel humans still eat them. Cows are really pitiful, sigh.
As she spoke, she sighed.
Who made her keep causing herself trouble? Sumiyu wanted to enjoy her food peacefully, but no way. She was indeed angry. She turned her head and said, I'm just eating some beef jerky. You're exaggerating and being sarcastic. The fish in your hand is also a living thing. Haven't you noticed you eat less? One Yen looked at the half-eaten spicy fish in her hand. Can fish be compared to cows? One is egg-laying, the other gives birth to live young. Fish don't even have memories, let alone feelings or desires. Cows are different. They are highly intelligent animals second only to humans. Have you heard of the phrase deep maternal love? It's about cows. They have strong maternal love, just like us humans. You're so cruel to eat cows, it's sinful. She continued to moralize. Who said fish have no memory? Sumiyu thought she was talking nonsense, but found one flaw to counter. Fish have memory, but only for 7 seconds. There are 60 seconds in a minute, so their memory is almost zero. That's what scientists have found. When Yen showed off her knowledge again. But I didn't kill the cow, so it has nothing to do with me. Sumiyu took another piece of beef jerky to eat. When Yen continued to speak in a calm and firm tone. Without consumption, there is no harm. We should eliminate buying and selling, starting with ourselves. She also quoted a slogan from a New Century public service advertisement. Sumiyu was surprised and a bit confused. How could Wen Yen be so good at talking? Her words sounded quite reasonable. She also agreed that cows are great animals, but many people still eat them. Well, I already bought it, so I can't just throw it away. I won't buy it next time. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, Wen Yen said again. Sumiyu was reluctant. She had spent 2 yuan to buy it. It was a whole jean, about 500 grams, and she had eaten less than a fifth of it. I'm not listening to you. I don't believe in Buddha. She decided to do what she wanted. When Yen looked serious and said, Ignore me if you want. I've already tried to advise you. If you keep being stubborn, maybe the old cow will get revenge and find a fierce cow demon as a husband. Then you'll be in trouble. She suddenly linked her words to the idea of karma and retribution. Did her big eyes, big nose, thick lips, and frowning face look fierce and unattractive? Sumiyu immediately visualized a scene. Better safe than sorry. She decided she couldn't eat beef jerky anymore. She bent down and spat the beef jerky into the trash can under the bed. She also sealed the rest of the beef jerky and set it aside. Sumiyu was fearless, so why was she afraid of finding a cow demon husband? Finally, she found her weakness. When Yen turned around and let out a silent, hearty laugh against the wall. It was so funny. She didn't expect Sumiyu to be so easy to tease. Her rambling had instantly lifted her gloomy mood. When Yen finished her spicy fish, washed up, and lay down on the bed. All right, enough of those unhappy things. Tomorrow, she would go home and start making a fortune. When Yen felt like Scarlett O'Hara from Gone with the Wind, looking forward to a new tomorrow. The next morning, dawn broke. The members of the Southern Border Art Troupe left the guest house in a grand procession, heading to the train station by bus. They were taking the 7:30 train. Half an hour later, the phone at the front desk of the third guest house suddenly rang. The receptionist picked up the receiver. Hello? This is the 3rd Military District Guest House. Please help me find Wen Yen. Cloud Luo LA's urgent voice came through the phone. The operator said, Sorry, the members of the Southern Border Art Troupe left over half an hour ago. Left? Where did they go? Cloud Luo La became even more anxious. They checked out this morning and went to the train station. They are returning to their base today, the operator patiently explained. Do you know what time the train is? Cloud Luo La looked at the time, 7:20. The train is at 7:30, the operator replied. The call was immediately disconnected. Cloud Luo La looked at Chi Wei-jian, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Old Chi, can you take me to the train station? She wanted to go find Wen Yen at the train station. It's already 7:20. It's too late now, Chi Wei-jian said without moving. Hearing this, Cloud Luo La suggested, Can't you call and say there are suspicious people on the train so they delay the departure? You're asking me to make a mistake? Falsify military information? The country is stable. There are no such spies. Chi Wei-jian firmly refused. It's all your fault. You didn't understand the call at all. Cloud Luo La was angry and threw a cushion. He quickly caught it and placed it on the sofa. It's not my fault. Who told you not to be home last night? Chi Wei-jian didn't want to take the blame. I came home later and you didn't say anything, she said. Last night, Cloud Luo La didn't go straight home after leaving the guest house. Instead, she asked Qi Xiaosu to take her to Helen's private clothing store to order a dress for Wen Yanyan, which delayed her return and caused her to miss the call. Chi Wei-jian, feeling guilty, flipped the newspaper and said, I forgot. Cloud Luo La snapped. Just forgetting caused you to miss the chance to find Meng Meng. You're supposed to be the commander. Chi Wei-jian's face darkened. Cloud Luo La, let's stick to the point and not attack each other personally. I am the commander, but I have never made a mistake at work. I didn't attack you. You only know how to lead soldiers into battle all day, and you don't care about anything at home. They are all my children. Isn't that your business too? Cloud Luo La was in a bad mood. Why didn't you tell me you had a girl who looked like Meng Meng? If you had told me, I would have taken it to heart, she said.
Chi Wei-jian explained.
How so? She said. He was my student. Do you look down on him? Is he not worth mentioning? Yin Duo La became even angrier. You really know how to cause trouble, woman. If she goes back to Nanjing, she goes. It's not like she can't find her way. The large military base in Nanjing can't just fly away. Chi Wei-jian was about to lose his temper. It's just a missed phone call. Why are you making it so complicated? Early in the morning. Why are you arguing? Chai Xiaosu, dressed in a black shirt and black trousers, slowly came downstairs. Who wants to argue with him? I'm so angry, Yin Duo La said, her face still tense when she saw her son. Last night when Yan Yan called me. Your dad answered. I came back and he didn't tell me. Only this morning did he mention it. I just called Wen Yan Yan and the operators said they went to the train station. They might have already left on the train. Your mom just blames me. I'm so busy with work, and I still have to answer her calls. She's out every day and doesn't know what she's busy with. Chai Wei-jian threw down the newspaper, unable to read anymore. Mom, don't be angry. Chai Xiaosu sat beside his father, poured 2 cups of tea from the teapot on the table, one for each parent. Wen Yan lives in Nanjing. She'll have to go back eventually. I checked last night. The man she married is quite outstanding. He's even a second-class national hero. He poured himself a glass of plain water and drank it all in one go. At first, he was a bit angry about Wen Yan marrying early, but now he could accept it. Because Chai Xiaosu also heard that this man was very excellent. Second-class national hero? Chai Wei-jian also became interested. What's his name? I must know such an outstanding soldier. Nan Fongju. He's already a regimental commander at 25. His future is bright, Chai Xiaosu said. Chai Wei-jian suddenly felt a toothache. Why is it again about Nan Fongju? He glanced at Yin Duo La, who also looked a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Chai Xiaosu asked, feeling strange. Why did everyone stop talking after hearing the name? Chai Wei-jian sighed. Xiaosu, you don't know. Little Dai likes that soldier, Nan Fongju. Because of this, he and her mother had worried so much. Chai Xiaosu was stunned.
Huh? Little Dai likes Nan Fongyu?
And she didn't eat or drink for 3 days because of him. Chai Xiaoshu doesn't really care about Chai Xiaodai. Only now does he realize that it's because Nan Fongju hasn't been eating or drinking. He's the one, your brother. I don't know how he turned out like this, Yin Duo La complained. I'm busy with work and don't go home often. I stay at the office most of the time. Chai Xiaoshu started making excuses. Back then, Xiaodai was crying and saying that Nan Fongju had already arranged a marriage. I never expected. Chai Wei-jian couldn't help but feel emotional, but he hadn't finished his thoughts. Hey, don't think too much. Now, we need to quickly find out if she's really Meng Meng. Yin Duo La changed the subject again. Mom, don't worry. We'll call her when she gets home and ask.
We'll know then. Chai Xiaoxiu comforted his mother. That's all we can do now, he added. At this point, Yunduo La had no good ideas left, only waiting. They were downstairs discussing things when Chai Xiaodai, who had just come down, overheard their conversation. Mom, Dad, who were you talking about just now? Who were you calling? She asked softly. She walked lightly, her white dress swaying with her steps, like petals in a gentle breeze, giving off an elegant vibe. We didn't say anything, Chai Xiaoxiu said coldly. Mom and Dad are leaving. Let's eat. He got up and headed to the dining room alone. Chai Xiaodai was used to his cold attitude by now. She tightly held Yunduo La's arm and asked, Mom, have you found Meng Meng? Yes, a girl who looks very much like her, but we're not sure yet. When we confirm, I'll tell you. Xiaodai, don't be mad at your brother. It's the National Day holiday and he's under a lot of pressure at work, Yunduo La explained. She was used to mediating between them. Oh, I see, Mom. Police officers are always grumpy. If you find out for sure, just tell me so I can be happy too, Xiaodai said with a faint smile. Of course. We're a family. How could we not tell you? Come on, let's go eat. Yunduo La gently patted her hand. Mom, how confident are you this time? Xiaodai asked with concern. Since Xiaodong's disappearance 15 years ago, the family had never stopped searching. They had similar leads before, but in the end, none of them were her. About 80%. Yunduo La thought for a moment and said. The chances are pretty high. Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. After getting on the train, when Yan Yan was once again disappointed. She had thought that their art troupe would be sitting in the same carriage as Nan Fongjue, but she didn't see a single person's shadow. All right, when Yan Yan could only keep flipping through her book since there were no phones in this era. The journey home was just as long as when they came, taking a whole day and night, and they wouldn't arrive until the next morning. This time, it should be an hour earlier because they boarded the train earlier. In the other carriage, Nan Fongjue was also a bit distracted. Last night, when Yan Yan called, she asked a strange question without thinking. She asked if he had a cinnabar mole on her. She also asked whether it was on the left or right side. Then she said goodbye and hung up. Nan Fongjue was confused. How could he not know if Yan Yan had a cinnabar mole on her body? He should know best himself, right? Did he really need to ask? Why did she suddenly ask that? Why hadn't she asked before? Was the answer to this question really that important to her? Nan Fongjue kept thinking about these questions whenever he had free time. Hey, what are you thinking about again? Lin Sinan noticed something. Ever since Nan Fongjue called when Yan Yan last night and then returned, he had been distracted. He didn't know what he was thinking. When asked, he wouldn't say. It's been a whole night, and he was still like this. Just resting my eyes, Nan Fongjue said, keeping silent. Hey, did you notice something? Lin Sinan whispered. What did you notice? Nan Fongjue wondered why he was never truly quiet. He kept noticing this and that. Dr. Zhang suddenly stopped being flirtatious. Lin Sinan noticed that since the concert, Zhang Mimi had been in a bad mood and looked much more serious. You've been like this all day. Nan Fongjue didn't want to bother with him anymore, only caring about things he didn't need to. Don't you want to know why? Lin Sinan kept asking. Why don't you have any curiosity? I guess she's given up because her little sister performed so well on stage that she couldn't compete anymore. So she's been honest. Congratulations, you've lost a bad love interest. Lin Sinan really has a deep understanding of people's inner thoughts and makes very good points. You are too free, acting like a detective. One day, I'll find some work for you. After returning to the army, Southern Duke needs an assistant to investigate the hooligan case in Wushui town. What kind of work? That's a secret for now. Southern Duke can't talk about this on the train. Before knowing what it was, Lin Sinan agreed first. After a day and night of jostling, the train finally arrived. Feeling sleepy, when Yan Yan saw Southern Duke on the platform as soon as she got off. He was tall and handsome, very noticeable, carrying a green canvas bag, walking toward her. When Yan Yan's spirit instantly lifted, her tiredness disappeared like the tide going out, and her eyes shone brightly. Someone nearby said, Hey, Yan,
your southern group is here. That sentence seemed to give a lonely morning a burst of excitement. Members of the art troupe immediately started talking loudly. Southern group, your Yen did a great job. Go home and reward her properly. Southern group, you must treat Yen well, or we won't forgive you. Wash your feet with water. This comment was very sudden and made everyone burst into laughter. Southern Duke listened, and his face turned red. Hey, stop talking, please. When Yen waved her hands at them to stop. All right, Yen feels sorry for Southern group and doesn't want us to say more. Let's go home. As they left, Lin Sinan appeared. These women really know how to cause trouble. Even a second-class national hero dares to joke. What a bold spirit. He expressed strong dissatisfaction. Our country advocates gender equality. Where does this bold spirit come from? When Yen also showed her disapproval. Equality? That's just a slogan. Do you really believe it? This was Lin Sinan's deep-seated male superiority complex. Too many slogans. Do you dare say none of them should be taken seriously? Serving the people is also just a slogan, when Yen was never beaten in an argument. Lin Sinan was stumped. After a moment of silence, he said, Fine, you made a very good point. I have nothing to say. He is willing to risk his life on the battlefield, but in daily life, he still values his safety. He does not dare to disagree with the committee's words. When Yen lifts her chin and proudly says, You're smart, several people split into two groups and ride in two large trucks back to the army. This time, when Yen finally sits with Nanfangju. The cool morning breeze in October blows gently. The distant horizon shows a faint white glow, and the mountain scenery looks colder. Because this is a remote mountain area, and they just came back from a busy city, it naturally causes a strong mental contrast. Some of it might also be due to travel fatigue. So no one talks on the bus. These young faces all stay silent at the same time. Some close their eyes to rest. Others look far out at the mountains and fields, lost in thought. When Yen doesn't feel disappointed inside, she just finds it a bit boring. In this era, in the mountains, there is mostly just mountains. What's there to see? She wants to talk to Nanfangju, but he is also sleeping with his eyes closed. Helpless. When Yen closes her eyes too, resting her head on Nanfangju's shoulder. As the bus bumps along the road, she gets sleepy and falls into a light sleep. Nanfangju, who has been watching the distant scenery, hears her even breathing and finally looks away from the view to look at her face. When the bus reaches the base and stops, Nanfangju wakes her up. Yen, wake up. We're getting off. Oh? We've arrived? So soon? When Yen rubs her eyes and stretches lazily. She's been sleeping quite soundly in just a short time. By then, Nanfangju has already gotten off the bus and turns back to reach out his hand to help her. Lin Sinan sees this and comments, I didn't expect the usually tough Nanfangju to be so considerate. He's worried about his little sister falling. You're not far from being a model husband. You're just joking. It's a 3-day holiday. Won't you go home and visit? He gestures with his eyes for when Yen to jump down. She jumps, and Nanfangju gently catches her waist with both hands, helping her land softly. TSK, you work well together, Lin Sinan says again. I'm going to pack my things at the dorm, and then head back. How are you getting back? Nanfangju asks as he turns around. Lin Sinan's home is not in the Nanjing base. He lives in the Southern Theater, in the city where when Yen performed last time. It's not close, but not far either. Driving takes about 3 hours. So, he mainly stays at the dormitory for work and life, and doesn't go home often. I'll ask my supervisor to borrow a jeep. Don't worry, this small problem is nothing for me. See you later, Lin Sinan whistled confidently, and walked away quickly. He's really good at joking around, always talking nonstop, when Yen couldn't help but complain. Yes, he's a bit of a joker, but he's kind-hearted. Nanfangju reached out to take Wen Yen's bag. No need, I can carry it. She dodged slightly. Let me take it. Nanfangju still took the bag, carrying 2 big sacks as he walked ahead. Since it was still early morning, everyone in the courtyard was asleep. The morning light was like a thin veil, softly covering the peaceful land. A few sparrows and magpies on the old locust trees kept chirping happily. Occasionally, a bright, loud rooster crowed in the yard. When Yen Yen's lips curled into a gentle smile, this is what home feels like. Nan Fongju stopped at the gate, looked back at her. Wen Yen Yen understood and took out the keys to open the door. As soon as she opened it, the excited little dog, Chio, rushed out like a hungry wolf. Its paws kept scratching her legs, and it opened its mouth with a big huff as it panted. Wen Yen Yen wanted to pick it up but remembered the last time she did. It caused some trouble.
So she just patted its head gently.
Chio, have you been good these days? No mischief, right? Chio's voice was gentle and deep. Good boy, Chio. Come on, let's go home. I'll make you something tasty. When Yen Yen closed the yard door behind her, little Chio bounced happily, wagging its tail and shaking its hips. She once wondered if, when it was a puppy, she hadn't cut its tail. Maybe it would wag like a dog now. The yard looked the same as before, but the cucumbers had grown quite a bit, so she hurried to pick and eat them. Back in the house, when Yen Yen asked as she carried things inside, "Husband, are you guys still on a 3-day holiday?" She had just overheard Nan Fongju talking to Lin Sinan. "Yes, aren't you guys taking a break too? He used to get days off after missions for a short rest." "We only get 1 day," when Yen Yen replied. "If you think resting for a day isn't enough, you can ask for more time off," Nan Fongju reminded her. 1 day is enough. We're not like you, who go away for over 20 days and have to practice drills every day. Singing doesn't tire us out," when Yen Yen said, feeling tired from the journey after sitting on a hard seat for a whole day and night. "I don't feel tired. Just tidy up a bit and rest." "You've been on the train all day and night," Nan Fongju said as he entered the room, took off his military coat, and removed his military cap. "It's okay. You go take a shower first. I still need to tidy up the things I bought. I haven't fed the puppy and the chicken yet," when Yen Yen said, realizing she still had many things to do. "Then you tidy up. I'll go feed the chicken and the dog," Nan Fongju said as he left the room. When Yen Yen had been away from home for 6 days, relying on neighbor Wang Dahua to take care of the chicken and dog, or they would have gone hungry. Now that they were back, she had to take care of them herself. She bought a lot of things this time, organizing them carefully, separating food from clothes, and storing the ones that could be kept longer separately. After tidying up, when Yen Yen went to the yard and saw Nan Fongju chopping chicken feed with a kitchen knife, she said, "Let me do it." "No need, I'll do it." "Yen Yen, you bought 2 more hens? Did you build the hen house yourself?" Nan Fongju noticed the new additions at home. "Yes, didn't I tell you last time? They lay eggs, hatch chicks, and sell them for money," when Yen Yen replied, lowering her voice intentionally because they were outside. "Anything you do is fine, just don't overwork yourself," Nan Fongju said, not wanting to see her so exhausted. She also had to work and manage household chores. Was she too busy? "I'm not tired. I'm only 18, full of energy," when Yen Yen said confidently. In this era, laziness isn't acceptable. She returned to the kitchen and found a cornmeal pancake she had made for Chio before leaving. It was a bit hard, but that made it last longer and easier to store. She broke it into pieces and put it in the dog bowl. "Chio, you eat first. I'll make you something tasty for lunch later," she said. After finishing these tasks, she looked at Nan Fongju, who had finished chopping the chicken feed. "Give it to me. I only need some cornmeal."
"You can go back inside," she said.
South Ju returned to the house. When Yen Yen finished feeding the chickens and checked the time, 7 a.m. "Why hasn't South Ju come out to take a shower yet?" When Yen Yen opened the door and loudly called inside, "Husband, why aren't you taking a shower yet?" He had just come back from outside, tired from traveling, so of course he was dirty.
"Got it," he replied.
After a while, South Ju came out holding clean clothes. "Is this solar shower good to use?" he asked specifically. "Of course, it's very good. It just doesn't have a light, but you don't need a light during the day," when Yen Yen enthusiastically recommended. South Ju nodded and pushed aside the curtain to take a shower. When Yen Yen went back to the house to cook breakfast, it wasn't ready yet, so she had to make it fresh. She used the new electric rice cooker. But after setting everything up, she suddenly realized, oh, there's no power at home? Buying an appliance also means fixing the electrical system.
For now, it can't be used.
When Yan lit the stove, rinsed rice, and cooked it, then she went to the vegetable garden to pick 3 cucumbers and 6 peppers. She planned to stir-fry cucumber with preserved meat and scrambled eggs with peppers. After half a year of farming and development, the land was now mostly self-sufficient. Except for the preserved meat, which came from pigs, she couldn't produce that herself. When Yan prepared all the ingredients and set them aside, she cleaned the pan, turned on another stove, and started cooking. Just as she finished cooking, South Ju returned. How was it? Was the shower okay? When Yan asked. Water was a bit cold, South Ju said, drying his hair with a towel. When Yan was surprised, how could the water be cold? She had used it many times before, and it was always warm. South Ju couldn't help but remind her. You forgot? This is a solar shower. That woke Wen Yan from her daydream. She suddenly understood. She really forgot. The shower relies on absorbing solar heat. Since it was still morning, of course the water was cold. No wonder South Ju was taking his time to shower. He probably thought of this but didn't say anything. Wen Yan pushed him gently back into the room. Hurry up and go inside. Wear more clothes. She was a little worried. Taking a cold shower early in the morning might make him cold, especially the important parts. It's okay. I often take cold showers, but you shouldn't use cold water for yours, South Ju said. Recently, he had been taking cold showers regularly almost every day. Because Wen Yan often talks idly on the phone and doesn't take a shower, she has nowhere to release her energy. Although she didn't need to take a cold shower today, the little girl kept asking him to bathe. He had already hinted at it, but she didn't understand. It's okay, I have my own way. You can go inside. The rice will be ready in 10 minutes. I'll call you when it's time to eat. When Yan kept pushing him toward the room, Nan Fongjue still went back inside. When Yan boiled a large kettle of water and found an old bath basin to clean. She couldn't go without a shower. It was too uncomfortable. 5 days had pushed her to her limit. The hot water was ready, and the rice was cooked. Husband, dinner is ready, when Yan called him through the door. Nan Fongjue, wearing a green shirt and military pants, sat down. Yan, you've worked hard. You're busy right after coming home. He looked at Wen Yan's busy figure and again marveled at her changes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. She finally sat down. It's okay. Staying busy is good, so I don't overthink. She corrected herself mid-sentence, originally wanting to say, so I don't worry too much. Yan, are you still trying to lose weight? Nan Fongjue picked up his bowl. Do you see any collarbones here? When Yan pushed aside her collar to show a pale, white area. Whether she had successfully lost weight was partly judged by her collarbones. Nan Fongjue's eyes darkened slightly. He nodded and said, yes. Is it obvious? When Yan also cared about the shape of her collarbones. Whether it's obvious or not, don't lose more weight. Being too thin isn't good either. Nan Fongjue started to discourage her. Why isn't it good? When Yan had a standard weight formula in her mind. She was 1.65 meters tall and wanted to keep her weight around 110 jin, about 55 kilograms. But now, she weighed 118 jin, about 59 kilograms. Still a bit more to go. Being too thin isn't healthy, Nan Fongjue added, placing a piece of cured meat on her plate. When Yan picked up the cured meat and ate it. Okay, then I won't lose more. But if I gain it back, you can't abandon me, she said up front. Nan Fongjue was surprised. Gain it back? Can you really gain it back? It was the first time he heard this. Of course. If I slack off, I might return to my old shape, she replied. When Yan wasn't joking. There are many real-life examples of this. Southern Jew thought for a moment and said, I didn't dislike your weight before. I just couldn't accept your habits and personality. If you gain weight again but improve in other ways, I wouldn't mind. What habits and personality? When Yan suddenly became interested. This was the first time he had mentioned this question. Don't you know? Southern Jew asked her to say it herself. Laziness? Greed? Wen Yanyan tentatively asked, recalling the original person's flaws. Southern Jew didn't give a clear answer. Personality. Fiery. Wen Yanyan found another flaw. No, it's insecurity, he finally said. It's deep-seated insecurity. When you stopped feeling insecure later, I realized you are also a thoughtful and independent person. Only then could we communicate normally, when Yanyan understood. Indeed, the original person was very insecure, especially around Southern Jew, almost to the point of humility. She asked again, did you really dislike me when I was fat and unattractive? Southern Jew took a bite of food and casually replied, to put it simply, men often say, turn off the lights, women are all the same. This statement is fair. For women, turning off the lights means men can't see their appearance, whether they are beautiful, ugly, or fat. By the way, women do have certain expectations about men's physical qualities. That's the only difference. Wen Yanyan expressed her agreement by finishing a bowl of rice quickly. Southern Jew took the bowls and washed them in the kitchen. Wen Yanyan folded the dining table aside and brought in a bathtub, filling it with water in the dining room, splashing water as she prepared to bathe. She took off her clothes and sat in the bathtub in the dining room to wash. Wow, this feels so good. It's as if all the fatigue in her body was washed away by the warm water, making her feel incredibly relaxed and happy. Honestly, taking a hot bath is an unmatched pleasure. When the body is immersed in hot water, all stress and worries seem to fade away, leaving only inner peace and contentment. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle flow of water caress her skin, like being embraced by nature, warm and comfortable. Every pore opened wide, soaking up the water and heat, and she felt a new burst of energy. Wen Yanyan could feel her blood rushing through her veins. After Nan Fongjue finished washing the last bowl and put it away, he turned to leave the kitchen but unexpectedly saw a tempting scene that made his nose bleed. The narrow restaurant was filled with a faint, misty white fog. Wen Yanyan's stunning figure was barely visible through the light veil of mist. Her delicate, fair skin looked tender and flawless in the fog, like a white lotus blooming on a snowy mountain peak, beautiful and striking. Her black, curly short hair was damp, with droplets of water occasionally falling from the tips. They traced gentle paths down her smooth shoulders and flowing curves. Wen Yanyan softly lifted her arms, casually brushing her hair behind her ear, moving gracefully and naturally. A hint of laziness and mystery shone in her charming eyes. She mischievously lifted the corner of her mouth in a subtle smile, looking at Nan Fongjue with bright, sparkling eyes. Her lips, pink like cherry blossoms, held a faint, almost teasing smile. Nan Fongjue stopped in place, realizing she was taking a bath here. This woman in front of him was no ordinary person. She was like a captivating little fairy. He saw a clear water droplet slide down her cheek, falling onto her white, delicate chest. His throat moved, and his deep, intense eyes darkened even more. Slowly, Nan Fongjue approached her, crouching down gently, and reached out his hand. "Let me help you wash?" Although he asked with a question mark, his hand had already slipped into the water, softly wrapping around Wen Yanyan's slender waist. His touch was smooth and silky, like fine silk. "Husband, your clothes are all wet," she said shyly, stretching out her arms as if a soft vine was wrapping around his neck. With that, Nan Fongjue's clothes became even wetter, water pouring from his neck downward. "Finished washing? Let's go," he said. He stood up, lifting her into his arms. His eyes immediately caught her tempting curves and deep valleys, and he couldn't help but lower his head in a moment of uncontrollable desire. When Yanyan shivered and playfully scolded, "Be gentle." Nan Fongjue, feeling dissatisfied, said, "We haven't been together for so long. You want me to be gentle? Are you serious? I'd be happy just biting a piece of flesh." At the same time, he pinched the soft flesh around her waist. Warm Yanyan shivered and pressed closer to him, causing Southern Jew's clothes to become wet. "That's not my fault. Why did you go to the capital?" And for so long, she was still reluctant. "What about my period? Did I cause that too?" If she didn't have her period, he wouldn't have to wait so long. Usually, when far away, it was fine not to see or touch, but being so close yet unable to reach or feel it was really frustrating. Having my period, I don't want it either. It makes my body sticky and uncomfortable. Who can I tell about it? Warm Yen kept talking.
Fine, it's all my fault.
Can we stop now? Southern Jew pushed the door open with a loud kick. Warm Yen then noticed the curtains in the room had been drawn, and everything was dark. So, he was already prepared? Husband, I'm still wet. If I lie down, I'll get the sheets wet. She reminded him, let me down first, and I'll wipe myself dry with a towel. We don't have to lie on the bed. Southern Jew couldn't wait any longer. Warm Yen held his neck tightly.
She was so afraid of falling.
The height was too high. A fall would really hurt.
She let out a surprised cry.
Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be so fast? Her pants were still intact. I'm a soldier. Can a little thing like this really stop me? Be good, don't talk, focus. Southern Jew's voice was deep and husky. Warm Yen saw his exaggerated arm muscles through his shirt. I still have something to say, Before she finished speaking, she kept screaming, almost losing her mind. Breathless and sweaty, she clung tightly to Southern Jew's neck, afraid of falling. Husband, I'm still young. You can't be so rough. Don't hurt me, she was stuttering. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Do you feel uncomfortable? Southern Jew was as precise as a robot. Warm Yen didn't want to say more. He should be proud, but her face turned pale as she shouted. Tell me, does it feel good? She was threatened. Southern Jew wasn't finished yet. What is your relationship with Su Yanbei? He has more questions. Why bring him up? When Yen paused before saying, friend, just a friend, She tightly closed her eyes. This man has gone bad. He's using this to pressure me. Tell the truth. This is the truth, Oh my. When Yen bit his shoulder in anger, trembling all over. I don't believe you, say it again. Nan Fengjue's face was as calm as water. I don't know what he's thinking, but he never said anything beyond friendship to me. Husband, please don't push me. When Yen felt very wronged. All right, I believe you for now. If you contact her again, tell me in advance, or I will deal with you. Nan Fengjue kissed her lips to comfort her. She was too tempting, and he had to prevent any chance of her being unfaithful. Otherwise, he'd regret it forever. When Yen agreed, secretly feeling troubled. She thought this man wasn't jealous of Su Yanbei, but it turns out he was waiting for her. Suddenly, she felt something strange. Huh? Why are you not moving? Nan Fengjue stood still like a wooden stake. I'm in a bad mood. Why are you in a bad mood? Didn't I just say? If there's contact, tell you. When Yen mischievously nibbled on his ear. Nan Fengjue clenched his teeth and held back. Just cheer me up. Then what should we do? She didn't understand. Nan Fengjue whispered something in her ear. It made Yen very angry. You're doing this on purpose, so mean. Put me down, I don't want you anymore. When Yen was about to loosen his neck, but suddenly they started again. In the next second, a threat came from her ear. I spoiled you 8 times. Be prepared. Eh? Why? When Yen frowned. Why does his word sound so familiar? It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. She was lost in thought. Then Yen heard again. You said it yourself, at the overseas Chinese restaurant parking lot the day before yesterday. Don't you remember? Nan Fengjue held her and went back to bed. Help me take off my shirt and my pants. His hands were busy holding both. Warm Yen's face turned noticeably pale. Did you hear that too? She was caught off guard. It seems people shouldn't speak carelessly or say everything that comes to mind. That comment not only damaged her image as a gentle lady in Su Yanbei's eyes, but also left her with this regret today. Her delicate, water-green hands reached to unbutton his shirt. You spoke so loudly in the parking lot. I'm not deaf. Nan Fengjue was surprised at first, but quickly understood. Did she speak so loudly? Warm Yen hurried to explain. I was joking then, you don't need to take it seriously. It was just a joke. No need to explain. Nan Fongjue pressed her down, his handsome, sun-kissed face leaning over. Before warm Yen could blush, she lost herself in the moment. Part omitted for appropriateness. "Husband, let's rest for a while. You don't need to move," Nan Fongjue insisted. "Husband, I think I'm hurt." Warm Yen started making excuses. He paused and looked at her. "You're lying to me." "Be good, listen to me." Warm Yen regretted her words. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have spoken so harshly to Chi Dai. Isn't this just her own fault? This man is so strong-willed. It seems she's the one trapping herself. "Husband, my back is sore." She continued making excuses. "I'll give you a massage." Nan Fongjue always knew how to resolve things. "Husband, can we shorten the time?" she asked. Nan Fongjue agreed. Warm Yen let out a breath of relief. But then she realized he wasn't really following through. Because Nan Fongjue thought she was being dishonest, but her body was honest. Warm Yen gave up on talking. She decided to go with the flow. The soldier's stamina was just too impressive. Later, she actually fell asleep. Nan Fongjue called her, but she didn't respond, finally lying back on the bed. A feeling of frustration arose. Was it really so boring? Nan Fongjue looked at the time. It was already 1 p.m. How could time pass so quickly? All right, since she was truly tired, he decided not to disturb her anymore. He held her waist and closed his eyes as well. The sunlight outside was bright and intense. The room was filled with deep sleep. When the clock on the wall's hour hand turned 3 times, when Yen finally slowly woke up, she rubbed her eyes and looked at the time, startled. It was already 4 in the afternoon? Had she slept for so long? She couldn't sleep anymore, or she would have trouble sleeping tonight. Insomnia was not a pleasant feeling. But as soon as when Yen moved to get up, she heard a clicking sound from her lower back, and her body stiffened instantly. Because she was a doctor. She knew how important the spine was and understood that if there was a problem with her back, she shouldn't move suddenly. Big sister," when Yen called out to Nan Fongjue, who was still sleeping. "Yes, is there something?" He woke up but didn't open his eyes. He had slept quite soundly. Yen hurriedly said, "Husband, I think my back is hurt." It just made a clicking sound. Nan Fongjue opened his eyes. "My back is hurt." No way, he was trying to control himself.
How could it not be?
"You keep doing this and that. You must have strained your back." When Yen was anxious. "Don't worry, let me take a look." Nan Fongjue sat up and threw back the blanket. In front of him, her slim waist and beautiful legs were laid out. She looked at him shyly and a little scared, her face as bright as a peach blossom at sunset. So charming, so beautiful. Nan Fongjue was stunned. He didn't expect a woman to be so enchanting. "Hey," when Yen asked angrily, "what are you looking at?" "Look at my back." Nan Fongjue snapped out of his daze. "I was just looking at your back. Don't move around." "I need to check." He moved to her feet, holding her waist with both hands. "Okay, try moving a little. Does your back hurt?" "Oh, all right." When Yen carefully propped herself up on the bed. "How is it? Does it hurt?" Nan Fongjue looked a bit distracted again. He didn't expect every part of this girl to be so beautiful. "It's okay, I think." Although when Yen didn't feel pain, she still dared not move much. "I'll loosen my hands." "You can try moving your waist again," Nan Fongjue said. He slowly released his hold, and when Yen cautiously moved her waist. "It's fine, no pain." Maybe I was in a hurry when I got up and my lower back made a noise. It was a bit loud, when Yen finally let out a breath of relief.
Fortunately, it was just a scare.
If my back had really been hurt, it wouldn't be funny and could cause lasting problems. "I'm glad you're okay." Nan Fongjue held her waist again. "Lie down." When Yen was about to lie down but suddenly blushed, feeling angry.
"Ah,
you naughty guy." She couldn't help but turn around and glare at him.
Who did she discuss this with?
She was so angry she wanted to bite him. "Be good. You're very beautiful." Nan Fongjue believed that if he couldn't control himself, he wasn't a real man. When Yen didn't believe his nonsense and said angrily, "I believe you." Before she finished speaking, a long kiss suddenly came, leaving her speechless. Once again, she was overwhelmed by his affection. After all the fuss, she looked at the time and saw it was already past 5. When Yen Yen didn't want to get up and kicked him angrily. The sky was turning dark. Go cook dinner. Who asked him to be so persistent? Nan Fongju was quite straightforward. He immediately got up, dressed, and then noticed the cinnabar mole on her body again. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Does the question you asked me the night before last have any special meaning? This question had been bothering him for a long time, but he hadn't had a chance to ask. Now he had the chance. Which question are you talking about? When Yen Yen saw that he was eager to cook and immediately got up, feeling in a good mood. Cinnabar mole. Nan Fongju reminded her right away. Oh, that thing. When Yen Yen responded with a sound but said nothing more. Yes, the cinnabar mole was indeed a question. Yenzi, what are you thinking about? Nan Fongju, only half-dressed in a shirt, saw her daydreaming. Because I have a question I can't figure out. When Yen Yen frowned in worry. She felt she really needed to find someone to discuss it with. What question? Nan Fongju sat back on the bed. On the night of the National Day holiday, Vice Leader Yun from the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe suddenly came to our guest house to talk to me, when Yen Yen thought there was no need to hide this from him. Leader of the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe? What did you talk about? Nan Fongju's deep, dark eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Vice Leader Yun said I performed well at the party and asked if I wanted to join the Eastern Song and Dance Troupe, when Yen Yen tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Sigh. They went to bed before her hair was dry, so it must be messy. She has no sense of image at all. How did you answer? Nan Fongju suddenly felt a sense of danger. I refused. I said I was married, my family is in the army, so I can't go. Vice Captain Yun said she would give me time to think. During the conversation, she asked if I had a cinnabar mole. When Yen Yen finished and asked again. Why do you think Vice Captain Yun asked me that? How does she know I have a cinnabar mole? Yes, that is a bit strange. Do you have an answer in your mind? Nan Fongju wanted to hear her thoughts. I have an answer, but I don't know if it's right. Do you think Vice Captain Yun might be my mother? When Yen Yen looked at him expectantly. Your mother, Nan Fongju was confused. How can you have 2 moms? So, what if I have 2 moms? Don't you also have 2 moms? When Yen Yen was not convinced. Nan Fongju hesitated. Yes, he wasn't the biological son of Hu Suajin, so he also had 2 moms. Yen Yen, are we sharing the same fate? Could it be such a coincidence? When Yen Yen didn't think so. I think it's normal. In the 1950s, city youth went to the countryside. Some female educated youths, excited and careless, accidentally got pregnant with locals. They wouldn't have an abortion, so afraid of being betrayed, they secretly abandoned the children. There were also those involved in various movements, honest people, intellectuals who were persecuted, ended up in prison, and many relatives abandoned their children too. Abandoned children? Leave children? Nan Fongju's brows furrowed deeply. Let's put this aside for now. I need to cook. He got up from bed and left the room. When Yen Yen's eyes flickered. Maybe the previous topic touched a sensitive part of his heart. He subconsciously thought of himself as an abandoned baby. That's why he has no interest in his biological parents. When Yen Yen felt a bit empathetic. After all, no one would be happy to face such a thing. She remained so calm because she was a time traveler. She thought more openly, considering it as the original owner's life, while in her previous life, her parents were happily together. If Yunduola is truly the biological mother, Wen Yen would be happy to accept her. She is very practical and believes Yunduola is stronger than her fake mother. The fake mother is an ordinary worker at a textile factory, while Yunduola is the deputy head of the capital Oriental Song and Dance Troupe. Their statuses are clearly different. Wen Yen also thinks that, regardless of how today's situation came to be, knowing your biological parents is better than not knowing. Whether you recognize them or not is one thing. Knowing or not knowing is another. Since Nan Fongju doesn't want to look for her, she can help find her. The finely crafted long life lock proves that her family name is Nian. When Yen actually knows a historical figure with the surname Nian. During the Qing dynasty, there was a Han general named Nian who was very successful in battle and commanded great respect. But later, perhaps because he was too powerful or didn't give the emperor gifts, he angered the emperor, leading to the entire Nian family being executed. The powerful Nian family fell from grace. Other people with the surname Nian fled in all directions to avoid trouble. Some even changed their family names. It's hard to find them now. If it's difficult, she'll take her time. There's no rush. Blood relations are very complicated. When Yan Yan stops her thoughts, stretches her arms under the blanket, and kicks her legs, some joints hurt. She's tired from being tossed around today, just waiting to relax. He probably needs to work for a while. Bored, when Yan Yan realizes there's not much entertainment in this era. She's tired of reading books. TV is more interesting, people, movies, sounds. She starts thinking about buying a TV again. She has the money, and she already has one. But how can she explain the source of the money to Nan Fongjue? She's already used the excuse of dowry, and can't use it again. Oh, right, ginseng. Wild ginseng from the storeroom could sell for thousands of yuan. When Yan Yan feels energized and gets up to get dressed. Although her arms and legs are sore, moving around makes her feel better. She believes that as long as it doesn't threaten her life, happiness is the most important thing. Otherwise, why would people spend money on dangerous, exciting activities like bungee jumping? It's all the same idea. After folding the quilt, when Yan Yan looks at the bed sheets and feels speechless. Oh my! So many of them are the work of that man. She can't look at them, they're too brutal. She quickly takes them off and puts on new sheets. She took the dirty sheets outside and placed them in the laundry basin. Why are you up? Dinner isn't ready yet. Nan Fongjue was cutting shredded potatoes in the kitchen. Oh, there's no rush to eat. The room is too messy, so I want to tidy up. When Yan Yan grabbed a cloth and went back to dusting. The house had been empty for 6 days, and a layer of dust covered the table and windowsill. When Yan Yan came out to wash the cloth, Nan Fongjue asked her, "So, you still have energy?" Only a tired person would have no energy. Besides, doing housework doesn't require strength. Then why do you always complain about being tired in bed? Nan Fongjue didn't understand. You're too exhausting. When Yan Yan was new to marriage and found it a bit hard to handle. Although she was physically strong, his strength was even greater. Doing 3,000 push-ups easily in an hour, just imagine. Is that abnormal? Isn't that normal for married couples? Nan Fongjue still didn't understand. When Yan Yan shook her head. It's not normal. Doing it once a day is enough. She felt a bit overwhelmed today. Nan Fongjue thought she might have misspoken. Do you think once a day is okay? Yes, doing more is bad for health. When Yan Yan repeated her usual stance.
But I don't feel that way, he said.
Nan Fongjue actually felt more energized. That's because your body is different from others. When Yan Yan said, setting down and wiping the table. Don't you like it? Nan Fongjue cared about her feelings. When Yan Yan paused her wiping, feeling conflicted inside. It would be better if you could control it a little. Nan Fongjue didn't understand. Like 3 times a week, once each time, when Yan Yan deliberately said less. Are you joking? He asked. Nan Fongjue finished cutting the shredded potatoes and started chopping chili peppers. She heard the chopping sound intensify. What's wrong? She asked. The chopping board wouldn't be chopped into firewood, right? That's not acceptable. 7 days a week, 3 times a day, he insisted. When Yan Yan's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Not taking a break at all? No, I still want to have a baby, Nan Fongjue said, wanting children. If you really want a baby, doing it this way will have the opposite effect, when Yan Yan advised him. Why? Doing more doesn't really increase the chances of pregnancy, right? That's what Nan Fongjue believes. Pregnancy speed isn't directly related to how much you do it. That's science. When Yan Yan can't explain it too technically. But science isn't always right. I just know that if we don't have in the right way, we probably won't get pregnant. This time, Nan Fongjue was very stubborn. When Yan Yan was speechless. He was so obsessed with it that he wouldn't listen to anything else. She decided to wait and talk about it later. After cleaning the dinner table, She went inside to find her change of clothes and took a shower outside. Seeing the bed sheets, Wen Yanyan knew how dirty she was. During dinner, Wen Yanyan started to discuss something with him. "Husband, I want to buy a TV." Nan Fongju was surprised. "Buying a TV costs a few hundred yuan, right? Is there enough money at home?" Wen Yanyan took a bite of food, swallowed, and then said, "Yes, enough. I didn't tell you, but I sold the wild ginseng from the mountain. Didn't you want to keep it?" "No, I sold it because I dug up another one on the mountain." When Yen started to make up stories again.
"What?
"You dug up another one? Are there that many wild ginsengs on our mountain?" Nan Fongju was a bit stunned by her story. If there really were so many ginsengs on the mountain, everyone could go and dig them. It would also bring income to the team. "Of course there are, but it's not easy to find. You need a bit of luck." "Luckily, I have good luck." When Yen spoke more smoothly. "Oh, so your luck is pretty good." Nan Fongju continued eating. "Do you have any other questions about buying the TV?" Although the money was earned by her, When Yen still wanted his approval. Because they're a family, if he didn't agree, she wouldn't buy it. But she had a way to get his approval. "Does Wushui Town Department Store sell TVs?" "Yes, but very few." When Yen had checked in person.
"Few?
"Are you still going to buy one?" Nan Fongju asked again. "Yes, I want to buy one. You can watch news, TV dramas, and variety shows on it. Panda brand, the only one available nationwide." When Yen meant that it didn't matter where she bought the TV. There's only one brand available. There is only one brand of TV in the whole country, so there's nothing to choose from. Yen, buying a TV isn't just about money. You also need a TV ticket. Have you thought about it? Southern Jew looked serious. "Yes, I've decided. I want to buy a TV." When Yen pouted playfully. "All right then, buy it." Southern Jew agreed. When Yen winked happily. "Hubby, can you get a ticket to buy the TV?" "I don't know why, but in this era, everything needs a ticket. Maybe to limit spending?" "I'll ask my senior tomorrow when I have time," Southern Jew said, always consulting his boss. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." After solving her problem, when Yen felt very happy and ate her meals seriously. But Southern Jew didn't want to eat seriously. He asked, "Yen, why do you suddenly want to sell the ginseng? Are you short of money?" She had once said she wanted to keep this ginseng as a treasure. "It's not that I want to sell it. It's because someone needs this ginseng to save a life." When Yen started making up a story again. Since crossing over, she rarely told the truth. Reality just didn't allow it. "What's going on?" Southern Jew asked, confused. It's a long story." When Yen's mind was racing, cells dividing rapidly 1, 2, 4, 8, spreading out like gossip. One day, she went to town to buy meat during her break and saw a young man sitting by the roadside, crying. Being kind-hearted, she asked him why he was crying. He said his father was seriously ill, and a kind person had given him a secret remedy. This remedy required wild mountain ginseng as an ingredient, but the pharmacy didn't sell it. His father's condition was critical, and he was desperate, crying out loud. When Yen's eyes shimmered with tears, she was a top actor. "So, you sold the ginseng to him?" Southern Jew asked. "Yes, saving a life is more important. I couldn't just stand by. I went home and sold him the ginseng," she replied. She finished her story, took a sip of water. Southern Jew's spicy potato strips had too much salt, slightly salty. "How much did you sell it for?" When Yen held up 3 fingers. 3,000, she said deliberately, leaving plenty of room. Because she would need money for other things later, better to do it all at once, so she wouldn't have to make excuses for buying big items like a washing machine. "Did the young man give you 3,000 yuan for the ginseng?" Southern Jew still had questions. "He is rich. I could tell by his confident look, his shiny slicked back hair, and the 3 gemstone rings on his hand. I only sold it cheaply because I was moved by his kindness. Otherwise, I could have sold it for 5,000. Yen was about to make up a story, her face full of excitement, with lively gestures, as if it were true. "Where did you put the money?" A faint smile appeared in Nan Fongju's deep, dark eyes. "Does he want to see more?" "But she doesn't have that much money now. I only kept 1,000 yuan. The rest is in the bank." It's not safe to keep so much at home. Husband, what do you mean? Don't you trust me? Yan Yan said this with a serious face, pretending to be angry. She absolutely couldn't let him see her bankbook. She decided to stop here. Nan Fongju didn't ask further. I believe you. Let's eat now. The food is getting cold. He also picked up a duck leg and placed it in her bowl. Yan Yan's expression changed instantly. She smiled happily and gave him the other duck leg.
Eat too.
Sliced roast duck wrapped in small pancakes would taste even better. I cut some, but I didn't do it well. They ended up underneath. Yen, why did you buy 3 roast ducks? Can you really eat that much? He had wondered about this when she bought them. Oh, I eat the roast duck myself. The other 2 are for others. Yan Yan had already made arrangements. Who are they for? Nan Fongju became interested. Yan Yan swallowed her duck meat and said, one is for Sister Hua next door, and the other for Sister Huang. While I was away, Sister Hua helped feed the chickens and dogs. And Sister Huang's, her husband helped me contact the arts troupe, so I had the chance to perform in the capital. I should thank them. Also, I have a good relationship with Sister Huang. The roast duck is a specialty from the capital. I want to give her one to try something new. Yan Yan knew how to be grateful. Okay, Yan, you're very generous. Nan Fongju gained a new understanding of her. Her body seemed innocent, but her heart was broad. Life is like that. When you give up, you gain. When you gain, you must give up. When you hold tightly with both hands, there's nothing inside. When you open your hands, the world is in your grasp. Think about it. Does that make sense? Yan Yan spoke confidently. Nan Fongju looked at her with more meaning in his eyes. As she learned more about him, she grew to like this smart and clever girl more and more. Although she told many lies in one day, Nan Fongju always felt she was making up stories to trick him, but he had no proof she was lying. He suspected she was lying because of a series of large amounts of money she received. First, there was a 500 yuan dowry, which she spent in 2 days, leaving only 100 yuan. Now she had come up with 3,000 yuan, which was not a small amount. Was Wen Yanyan earning money too easily? Husband, what are you thinking about? When Yanyan noticed that Nan Fongju was acting strangely. Why was he just staring at her without speaking? Why wasn't he eating anymore? I'm not thinking about anything, Yanyan, Nan Fongju said as he continued eating. Have you decided? When will you go back to your parent house? Huh? Going back to my parents' house? I haven't thought about it yet. When Yanyan completely forgot about this matter. Then start thinking about it. I happen to have time now. Nan Fongju ate quickly, and by the second bowl of rice, only the bottom was left. Oh, but I don't have time. When Yanyan blinked. She didn't want to go back to her parents' house. Because if she went, the lie about the 500 yuan dowry would be exposed, and her family hadn't given her anything. Both performances are over. What are you still busy with? Nan Fongju asked, confused. Raising chicks. I still need to earn money. When Yanyan made an excuse. Raising chicks isn't urgent. You can do it after you come back from your parents' house. Nan Fongju didn't want to skip politeness. He was the one who took Yanyan away from Wen's family. Now, half a year had passed, and she hadn't contacted her family once. That was a bit unreasonable. His grandfather had always taught him to respect and be filial to elders.
But
Wen Yanyan wanted to keep making excuses, but Nan Fongju interrupted her. Yanyan, are you afraid of something? When Yanyan's beautiful eyes widened. Afraid? How do you see that I'm afraid? I just wanted to say that I should call my family before going back. She was full of determination. All right, we'll call tomorrow in town. Hurry up and eat. Nan Fongju finished his meal. Okay, I'll ask for leave tomorrow. When Yanyan lowered her head to eat, her eyes darting around. Despite her reluctance, she couldn't avoid going back to her parents' house. This man seemed determined to go back. Since I can't avoid it, I will go back. If Ma Shufan, the biological mother, is not really the main character's mother, I need to settle some accounts. As for the lie about the 500 dowry, I will deal with it later. She is so smart that she will surely come up with a plan. After dinner, when Yanyan carried a gift box of roast duck to give as a present. Why not give it tomorrow? Why the rush? Because in the 1970s, Food gift boxes weren't vacuum-packed, so they had a short shelf life. If it spoiled, it would be a waste of money. As soon as when Yen Yen stepped out of the house, she saw comrade Wang Dahua peeking over the wall in the room's light. She smiled and said, "Hey, Sister Dahua. I was just about to visit you. Yenzi, you're back?" Wang Dahua lowered her voice. "Yes, I came back this morning. Sister Dahua, I also bought you a Peking duck. Try it." When Yen Yen stood on her tiptoes at the wall and handed her the gift box. "Oh, Yenzi, you brought me a gift? You should keep it for yourself." Wang Dahua smiled with her eyes squinting. "I have more. This one is just for you. You've worked hard these days. If it weren't for your help taking care of things, even the chickens and dogs would starve. How could they lay eggs?" This morning, when Yen Yen found 12 eggs in the chicken coop, probably laid over the past 6 days by AI and Lulu. It shows that Sister Dahua is not only attentive but also responsible. It's just a small thing. Neighbors should do it. No need to thank me. If I have to go out someday, you'll be the one to take care of the house. Wang Dahua spoke logically. "Sister Dahua, please take it. It's my small token of appreciation." The box is quite heavy. I can barely lift it, when Yen Yen's arms were sore from holding it. "All right, I'll take it. Just let me know if you need anything." Wang Dahua finally accepted it. "Okay, thank you." When Yen Yen felt relaxed. Tomorrow Sister Dahua would have something else to do. "Hey, Yenzi." Wang Dahua suddenly leaned out from the wall and looked around her house's window mysteriously. She whispered, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" "Me. What's wrong?" When Yen Yen also looked back, there was nothing but the light. It was strange and inexplicable. Wang Dahua continued to ask, "I heard there was a lot of noise at your house this morning."
Nan Tuan.
"Didn't bully you, did he? Huh?"
"Oh, this."
"No, When Yen Yen was at a loss for words. How should she answer? Fortunately, it was dark, and Wang Dahua couldn't see her face, which was turning red. Wang Dahua kept talking. "Yenzi, if you're having trouble, just tell me. We women shouldn't." Suddenly, a loud thunderclap sounded in the night. "Dahua, come down. The kids are looking for you." It turned out that Wang Dahua's husband, Captain Gao, was calling her from the yard. "Oh, coming. Thanks, Yenzi. We'll talk more tomorrow." Wang Dahua hurriedly went downstairs. Just as when Yen Yen was finally relieved, she heard Captain Gao whispering to complain about Wang Dahua. "Dahua, why did I marry such a silly wife? The young couple just reunited after a long time, and you, who've been through it all, still don't understand? Why do you keep asking questions? I know that a long separation is like a new marriage, but they met in the capital a few days ago, which shouldn't happen." Wang Dahua still looked worried. "So, what if they met? Outside isn't the same as at home. Soldiers have discipline." Captain Gao was so angry, he almost lost his temper. But today was really strange. It lasted a long time, all morning. Yenzi was shouting loudly. She's never been like that before, almost like she's in a battle. I was worried she might get hurt. In short, Wang Dahua felt today was very unusual. "You don't understand anything. Did you see her just now? Yenzi is fine. Let's go, we should head back." Bang. The door slammed shut. When Yen Yen suddenly realized and awkwardly touched her nose. It turned out that every time they loved each other, the neighbors next door could hear everything. It was like a live recording. Today was even more exaggerated. They even misunderstood that they were fighting, which made things even more awkward. So, the question is, why didn't she hear any sounds from next door? They weren't very old. Couples usually communicate, right? When Yen Yen returned home full of doubts. This time, she took the roast duck gift box to Nan Fongjue in a room. "Husband, please take this to Aunt Huang's house. My legs are a bit sore. Let him go deliver it." What's the point of just sitting around? Rest up and bother people? Okay, you rest for a while. Southern Jew didn't hesitate. He got up, took the roasted duck, and left the house. To be honest, besides being a bit bossy in bed, this man had no other faults. One Yen Yen stood at the door, starting to examine the room. Why can't she hear through the wall at her neighbor's side, but they can hear her through hers? The room was about 40 square meters, neither small nor large. The south side had a window, the east side was a wardrobe, and the west side was the bed. She realized that the bed's position was probably wrong. Since the bed was pushed against the west wall, which conducts sound, it caused the noise to travel. If she moved the bed to the east wall, which faces the mountains, there would be no neighbors nearby, and the problem of walls having ears would be solved. Yes, fixing this was simple, just move the bed to the east wall. When Yan thought this through and started acting, she moved all her luggage from the bed onto the dining table in the other room. When Southern Jew returned with the gift, he saw a pile of blankets and pillows on the dining table. In the evening, what was Yan up to now? He entered the room and saw that the bed had been cleared out, leaving only the wooden bed frame. Huh? You're back so soon? Did you deliver the roasted duck? When Yan looked at him, surprised. Oh, I just delivered the stuff to their house and came back. It's late, I didn't want to disturb their rest, Southern Jew explained. Well, since you're back, can you help me move the bed to a different spot? When Yan straightened up, her face slightly red. She hadn't expected the bed to be so heavy. When she first tried to move it, it didn't budge. Upon closer inspection, she saw that not only the bed frame, but also the slats were made of solid wood. Even though when Yan exercised regularly and had some muscle, moving the bed was very tiring. Why do you want to move the bed? Southern Jew was puzzled, but still came over to help. Don't ask, when Yan said gloomily. This morning, you were so restless. Sister Hua thought we were fighting. Misunderstandings with neighbors were minor, but the privacy of her life was at risk. Fighting? Why would she think that? Southern Jew looked uncomfortable, as if he'd swallowed a fly. The noise was too loud. You really don't know how to control it, when Yan complained. How can I control it? The house is quite soundproof. I've never heard the neighbors' children crying, Nanfangju replied, feeling puzzled. Yes, exactly. We haven't heard their married life either. I think the bed is too close to the west wall. Why was it placed like that in the first place? When Yan explained. This bed was arranged like this from the start. I didn't move it, Nanfangju said. This house was assigned to him after he got married. The previous soldiers who lived here had moved out, and they had arranged the furniture the same way. It was a mistake. We shouldn't have just followed the usual way, when Yan realized the potential problem today. It's okay if they hear us. As long as they can't hear us talking, it's fine. So, where should we move the bed? Nanfangju asked eagerly. Move it to the east wall. When Yan decided, placing the bed closer to the east mountain, farther from the neighbors. Nanfangju saw that the wardrobe was in the way. We need to move the wardrobe first. Wait a moment, he said, going over to move it. Do you want my help? When Yan asked, estimating that the wardrobe was also quite heavy, made of solid wood, and filled with clothes. No need, Nanfangju replied confidently. When Yan watched silently as he effortlessly moved the large wardrobe, measuring about 1.8 by 2.2 meters, aside without showing any signs of effort. She was secretly amazed. My goodness, this man is so strong. In a fight, she definitely shouldn't hit him. One punch could send her flying out the window. After moving the wardrobe, Nanfangju returned. Let me do it myself. Step back and be careful not to bump into you, he said. Learning from previous experience, when Yan trusted his strength and obediently stepped back a few paces. He then used both arms to lift with force, and with a loud he stopped. He paused and looked at the bed, a serious expression cracking slightly. What's wrong? When Yan asked, walking over and noticing her own face changing. One of the bed legs was broken. Nanfangju set down the three-legged bed, picked up the broken leg, and looked at it with some helplessness. It turned out the bed leg had been damaged by moisture. Even if we don't move it today, this bed leg won't hold up for long. Husband, what should we do? Where will we stay tonight? When Yan's eyes looked a bit tired, things didn't go as she expected. She originally wanted to move the bed, but didn't think it would be so difficult. I have a dorm at the military camp. We can stay there for the night. Nanfangju had an idea. When Yan asked, is it a single bed? Or would someone still be sleeping on the floor? Nanfangju's dorm is just a small single room used for duty. His guard, Ding Daliang, stayed there for a few days before moving out. It's too narrow. When Yen Yen didn't want to stay in the dorm, she didn't like sleeping squeezed together. In the new century, her big bed was 2 meters by 2.3 meters. Then you can sleep on top of me, Nanfangju said mischievously again. When Yen Yen blinked, are you sure you'll be able to sleep? When Yen Yen believed in ghosts, but didn't trust men's words. If he was honest, that would be strange. Come on, just find a way to fix the bed at home, she said, shifting her focus back to the three-legged bed. This bed was really sturdy. It hadn't broken despite all the rough handling before. Probably just luck. How do we fix it? Nanfangju asked. Maybe find some bricks to support it, Wen Yen Yen suggested. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just wait, Nanfangju said, and went out again. About 10 minutes later, he returned. He carried a small iron basket filled with red bricks and placed it in the yard. Wen Yen Yen heard the noise and came out, ready to help move the bricks. Don't do it, let me handle it. Nanfangju stopped her. We can do it together. It will be faster. When Yen Yen didn't want him to do all the work, she was already tired enough. No need, don't hurt your hands, Nanfangju insisted. Even if they get rough, what's the big deal? When Yen Yen picked up a brick. But Nanfangju quickly snatched it away.
Put that down.
Why are you so disobedient, huh? He told her not to work, but then scolded her? When Yen Yen was upset. Then you do it yourself, she went back inside. After moving all the bricks into the room, Nanfangju looked at Wen Yen Yen, who was pouting. What's wrong? Are you angry? Warm Yen Yen crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and turned her face away on purpose, not looking at him. I'm not angry. I understand the good and bad. Not letting me do anything isn't good, right? I'll just stay here. I'm doing this for your own good. If I hurt my hand, I won't let you touch it, explained Nanfangju. Oh, that's what you mean? You're really sneaky. Warm Yen Yen blushed. Who's the sneaky one? Sleeping. Your hand is never still, Nanfangju retorted. Humph. She was caught. Warm Yen Yen felt shy and annoyed. I just touched it lightly. Unlike you, who always likes to explore deeply and is never satisfied. Nanfangju's eyes darkened. Knowledgeable? That's a good word. Being never satisfied is also a man's nature. Why did he admit that? Warm Yen Yen looked down at the bricks on the ground and said mischievously, Husband, if you don't want my hand to touch the bricks, I want to see how you would put bricks under the bed. This is a task for both of them. Someone needs to lift the bed, and someone needs to place the bricks. Nanfangju thought for a moment. I'll find you a pair of gloves. He quickly found a pair of white cotton work gloves and handed them to her. Warm Yen Yen took the gloves, took a deep breath, and gave in. With their joint effort, the bed was finally restored to normal function and successfully placed against the east wall. Warm Yen Yen looked at the new layout of the room and remembered what a modern scientist once said, rearranging furniture and placing things in a way that doesn't affect good energy flow can be good for health. Yes, it really gives a fresh feeling and helps relax the mind. She swept the trash off the floor with a broom, while Nanfangju moved the luggage back onto the bed and tidied it up. Let's just make do with it for tonight. We'll fix the bed tomorrow. Placing bricks was just a temporary solution. Where can we get bed legs? Warm Yen Yen wondered. Should we go up the mountain to cut some trees? Nanfangju said, Go to the logistics department. If they can't fix it, we'll get a new bed. Husband, if we go to change the bed, would that be awkward? Warm Yen Yen worried.